Welcome everyone to the regular Fairfax Town Council meeting, Wednesday, June 7th at 6:30 p.m. This meeting is held both in person at the Fairfax Women's Club and via Zoom. You can find that information on the agenda on our website, or you can watch it on community TV. So we will do a roll. Oh, well, I'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. How about that? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Could we have a roll call, Michelle?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes. Here.
Councilmember Hellman.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Here.
Councilmember Blash.
Here.
And Mayor Cutrono.
Present. All here. Great. Could I get an approval of the agenda? Motion approved.
I'll make that motion. Second.
Okay. Motion Kohler, second Hellman. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Cutrono.
Yes. All ayes. Great. Okay, I will read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. Now I'll read the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. Council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cellular devices at this time or place them in silent mode. Town Council will review the agenda at 10 p.m., ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. At this time, I'll announce any closed session actions that took place from our closed session last week. There are no actions to announce, and we'll move on to other announcements. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements that they'd like to make? Okay, the only ones I'll turn people's attention to, please, if you'd like to join a town committee, there are vacancies on the Planning Commission, Affordable Housing Committee, Volunteer Board, Climate Action Committee, Parks and Rec Commission, and I believe there's still a vacancy for the Emergency Preparedness Committee as well. And also one other big announcement is Fairfax Festival this weekend, coming right on up. So there's a bunch of programming that's happening starting Friday. So please check that out on social media or on the website. Do you have the website URL handy? It's just fairfaxfestival.com. Okay.
I don't know if it's .com or .org.
Okay, it's one of those two. Just it's .com. Okay, great. So yeah, hope to see you all. It's going to be a really lovely weekend with everyone. We will now move on to presentations. We have a couple presentations, a couple proclamations. It's a lot of good stuff going on this month. We're really fortunate to have with us a couple other important stakeholders from around the county that are going to be giving some updates from their respective agencies. Our first presentation this evening is from the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, and we have the Executive Officer of MWPA, Mark Brown, with us to give a presentation and update. Thank you, Mark.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. Again, Mark Brown with the MWPA, and prior to assuming the role as executive officer for the MWPA, I served as deputy fire chief for Marin County Fire, spent 30 years working for Marin County Fire. Much of that career was here in the Rest Valley and Fairfax. So it's rewarding to come back and be able to interact with you guys. I will be as brief as I possibly can, but we do have a lot going on. If we can start the slideshow, please. And we put the title, what the MWPA is doing for you. And it's really so that the taxpayers can understand where their tax dollars are going. And next slide, please. Really brief overview about what the MWPA is. Thank you. And it all stemmed from a lessons learned panel that we had in 2017. Wildfire knows no boundaries, so we needed to have our wildfire prevention efforts go across those boundaries. 17-member agencies, we've combined it into 5 different zones, the Ross Valley / Central Marin being one of those zones, Fairfax being a member of that zone. We had great community support, 70.8% yes vote. Talking to the people who have been interacting with our members of the public, support seems to be like in the 90%. A lot of people are loving what we're doing. And we recognize that climate change is one of the huge drivers of what is creating this new wildfire environment. And we feel like we're not only just helping create a less intense wildfire environment, we feel that our actions are actually contributing to the solutions towards climate change. And what's really important is that everybody has a role to play. It's not just council members, it's not just the fire department, law enforcement, but we need all of our community members to engage. And for this to be effective, we're going to need a comprehensive and long-term plan. We have 5 goals. I'm going to start in the middle of this, and that's to reduce risk to homes, because the reason why I like to start at the middle is the house out approach. So we are performing upwards to 33,000 inspections a year. And I don't have to tell your council how important those inspections are. You guys started an aggressive inspection program before the MWPA formed. And now we're just continuing that here in Fairfax right on through after the establishment of Measure C. But we help residents understand what they can do to harden their homes. And when we say harden their homes, make their homes less ignitable, what type of fire smart landscaping they can do. We're improving evacuation systems, evacuation routes, making the evacuation routes safer. Because the fact of the matter is, no community's road network was designed for everyone to leave at once. There's going to be traffic jams. We can work to limit the extent of those traffic jams. But what we want people to do is to stay in their vehicles and be safe in their vehicles. So we're working on the evacuation route so that if you're in that evacuation route during hostile fire conditions, you'll still be safe in your vehicle. And then we're reducing wildfire fuels, whether it's within pockets of open space in our communities or along our wildland urban interface boundary. And I'll touch on the Greater Ross Valley Shaded Fuel Break here in a little bit. Educating the public is so important. Marin County, Fairfax has very well-informed and intelligent residents. And just telling people what to do and say, because I said so, doesn't work very well. So public education and motivating people through that public education to take action, we feel is the best way to do that. So we spend upwards to $1 million a year towards public education, and it's been very successful. And then we provide grants to our residents to help with the home hardening and defensible space. We also have a low-income senior tax exemption that people can apply for. Again, this is just emphasizing our house out approach, and I will just talk about the left panel here real quick. That's a parcel level risk assessment in our community wildfire protection plan. And it shows that it's part of our science-based approach to use science data to identify where we should be working. We have an objective way of deciding where we're going to work rather than being subjective about it. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we had upwards of 33,000 inspections last year. That second bullet point, though, I think is the most important. 60% of the people took action. It doesn't mean they did everything we asked them to, and that's unreasonable probably for a lot of the residences to take action on everything. But to get 60% of those people to actually do something, and then that kind of motivates them to get something more that next year. Next slide, please. And then our defensible space grant program, we ended up funded it to $800,000 this year. And for the next fiscal year, we're putting another home $800,000, $1,000 for defensible space. It's a non-matching grant. $5,000 for home hardening. For the most part, it's matching, but some of the items you don't have to match. Some of the items that we feel are just too important. Gutter guards, vents, and the gasket on the bottom of your garage door do not require a grant, because those are the things that burn down houses in the home, the major conflagrations of house to house spread. And We feel like our grant program is really motivating people to get work done. For every dollar that we're putting towards the work, on average, residents are putting another $2. So it's again, it's a return on investment for what the taxpayers are putting forward. And when you get your defensible space evaluation, you actually, and you look up your report, it'll tell you what items are grant eligible. And then you can push a button and it'll take you straight seamlessly into our grant application program. Next slide, please. Here is a great return on investment for our taxpayers. On average, a resident pays about $200 a year for the MWPA Measure C tax. After you receive an evaluation, you can sign up for chipper days. And so you cut the vegetation that you have, you put it out on the street on the week that you're assigned for, and our chippers will come and pick it up. That's about a $300 to $500 savings for our residents. So we see this as a huge return on investment. And what I really like about this year, our registration numbers are higher than they ever have been for this part of the year before the inspections have even started. So we're starting that culture change. Residents aren't having to be told, go out and do your work. They're doing the work without us having to do the inspection. So I think that's a great step forward. Next slide, please. And here's where our public education campaign, some of the items that we're doing. Amber Stomp this 2 weekends ago was a huge success. Thank you, Council Member Kohler, for being there. That was awesome to have some of our board members there. 5,000 people attended. And where it also gives us an indication of our public education campaign. Some of the vendors that were there have told us of all the festivals that they've gone to related to wildfire, our residents are some of the most informed and taking great action. But my favorite form of public education is that bottom left picture. Defensible space evaluations where the residents can talk to our inspectors face to face and learn. Next slide, please. That is truly the same road. And so you can see the tremendous benefit for what type of fire conditions would have been there before compared to after. And I would also argue that the road is safer to travel on day to day without fire conditions. Next slide. We are doing something that no one else has ever done, and that's an evacuation ingress egress risk assessment, evaluating every roadway in our jurisdiction for its fire threat, its ability to move cars, our communication system. If people can't receive their alerts, how are they going to know to evacuate? And it'll give us a risk rating for every roadway. But it doesn't just give us a risk rating, it tells us why that roadway would be risky. So if we know the why, now we can start putting solutions towards it and make these roadways safer. Next slide. And then actually, I saw the goats today out there. We call it prescribed herbivory. Most of us call it grazing. But I saw the goats out there doing their work today, a very effective tool. And I know there's a lot of fears that overgrazing can cause. However, we have very responsible grazers that make sure that we are not overgrazing. There's also a concern about introduction of invasive species through grazing, but actually what the data is showing is that the natives start coming back when you have an appropriate grazing program. And we are seeing the natives return in the areas that we've had repeated grazing. Next slide, please. And then shaded fuel breaks. And that's where we're working right along people's backyards, increasing their defensible space by 100 to 300 feet. And this really is the type of effort that I think is going to, coupled with our homeowners doing defensible space and home hardening, this is how we become a fire adapted community. For the Greater Ross Valley Shaded Fuel Break, we spent 10 months planning, scoping it, and going through environmental compliance. We met with our environmental stakeholders multiple times. We also had 2 community meetings, one before we started scoping and planning to let people know what we were planning. And then before we went out and did the work, we had another meeting. What does success look like? It's not stopping the fire. We're not building these shaded fuel breaks to stop the fire. We're building these shaded fuel breaks to decrease the rate of spread, decrease the intensity. And sometimes I think we focus on the mega fires too much, and we need to focus on sometimes on the 3-acre fire that can get to a home faster than a fire truck. Shaded fuel breaks allow the homes to defend themselves before a fire engine can get there. And if everyone has done their part, then the community, or the strength of our communities is some of its parts. And we become strong for the mega fires. If it is a mega fire and those embers are being broadcast 3/4 of a mile or more in front of the fire, well, when the embers land in the shaded fuel break, there's nowhere, they can't ignite a new intense spot fire up against our structures. Those new intense spot fires are actually what burn structures down. It's not the long range spots. It's the new fires that start. With the shaded fuel break, we decrease the intensity of any new fires. We decrease the number of new fires. Also, it gives our residents more time to evacuate, and they're evacuating under safer conditions, and our firefighters can actually take action. We are constructing them by limbing up the limbs of healthy native trees, removing non-native vegetation, removing the deadened down fuel that's on the ground forest floor. In my opinion, it looks beautiful, and it's actually really healthy for the environment. We're removing the non-native vegetation that's pushing out our native vegetation. And maintenance is very important. So in the areas that are grass and the lighter fuels, we're going to be maintaining them once every 1 to 2 years. And then for the brush and the timber, it's going to be between 3 and 5 years for brush, and the timber 5 to 7 years. We'll come back and maintain them. And that's the beauty of Measure C, is that we have the funding to continue that maintenance. Next slide. So this is a before and after picture of the Greater Ross Valley Shaded Fuel Break. You could see on the left, that if an ember landed in that pile of brush, the fire would be into the canopies of those trees immediately, creating new heavy embers that can blow into homes. Whereas on the right, the ember is going to land, it's going to just kind of smolder. And so 16 miles of it has been completed. I was actually out on much of it today with several members from CAL FIRE, because we received a $3.25 million grant. We want them to know that their money has been well spent, and that we are effective with their money, and that they're getting a good return on their investment. And by the way, we're going to apply for more grants. So we're a good investment. So, next slide. So what's going on here in Fairfax? The Fairfax Invasive Treatment Program, that's a very flexible program. It can be used on evacuation routes. It can be used on city-owned property. It could, also to help increase defensible space around your neighbors as a council and your city-owned property. And then your contribution to the Defensible Space Evaluation Program. And what's great, what I'm really pleased about, is that we have 14 agencies that have banded together for the same D-Space Alliance. Fairfax is one of them. In fact, Fairfax is one of the ones that started it before MWPA ever started. I think at the end of the lifespan of Measure C, obviously we're going to want to renew it. But when we look back after 10 years, I think our Defensible Space Evaluation Program will be identified as our single largest success. Next slide, please. So we will continue to work on evacuation route improvements through all of the Ross Valley, including Fairfax. This 200,000 is going on top of 1.2 million that's been going on for the last 2 years. And then we have another $950,000 going towards a Greater Ross Valley Shaded Fuel Break. That's on top of 900,000 for this fiscal year and 3.25 million that we received in the CAL FIRE grant. And then we think that the home evaluation program is so important. The Ross Valley, the Central Marin Zone, has actually put more money towards the evaluation program, and a lot of it is geared towards re-inspections. Most communities have not gone the route of citations to get people to comply. We're going the route of public education, but also our re-inspections. And we find that compliance goes up when people know that we're going to come back and look and see if they took action on our recommendations. And with that, I think we're ready for questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mark. That was a lot of good information. Any questions from my colleagues on the dais?
I have two quick questions, but you go first.
Mark, I think as a firefighter, you know what house out approach is. Maybe you could just explain it I know you had to explain it to me because I didn't know what it was. So maybe you could explain it to all of us.
Yeah, that's a great question. And in reality, it took us 110 years to get into the fuel condition that we are in. The removal of fire, coupled with climate change, coupled with pushing people further and further into the wildland. It's going to take decades to get us back to where our forests are in a healthy state. So we really need to focus where our life threat is, and that's our homes. And a lot of times when people are thinking fire threat, they think at their houses and they look out at the wildlands. They look at the Mount Town watershed and go, that's what's going to burn me down. Well, actually, no, turn around and look at your house. If you can keep your house from igniting, that's the first step we need to make. So that's why we are starting at the house and then working out from there.
Thank you, Mark.
Just wanted to congratulate on the 60% compliance rate. That's amazing. And do you hone in on that number? Is that between the first and second inspection? Is that how you
So-
arrive at that 60%?
Well, and again, it's not 60% compliance. It's 60% of the
I've
people
done
have
something.
taken action.
Yes.
We do that through two ways. Three ways, actually. Residents can actually update their report and say, hey, look, guys, we did our job, and they upload pictures to the website.
Mhm.
And then our fire department goes in, looks at the pictures of before and after, and then can mark them as completed. That's one way. Re-inspections is the second way. And then grant applications, we have to see the photos of the work that's been done. So that's how we've been tracking that.
Okay. And everybody is eligible, no income qualification for the up to 1,000 matching. Is that right?
That's true for 22, 23. For 23, 24, we are using the California OES access and functional needs definitions.
Okay.
However, 80% of the people who applied for grants last year qualify for access and functional needs.
Okay. And then thank you for all the rainfall that we got this year was, we're enjoying the super blooms, but on my hikes, I'm noticing Scotch broom and thistle as high as 6 or more feet. And I'm just wondering, how is that impacting veg management, budget forecasts, et cetera?
It's, we don't have much to compare to because we don't have a lot of track record yet. But historically, after a drought busting rain year, historically, and we have research papers that talk about this, we have a catastrophic fire season. And that's because the heavier fuels have been drying for 5 years through this drought, right? And it's going to take more than one rain year for those heavy fuels that create the intense fires to absorb moisture. But the grass and the thistle and the broom and the brush is going to dry out every year, no matter what. It's going to be later this year, but now we have the kindling to get the heavy fuels that haven't recovered. And that's why we tend to have a catastrophic fire season after a drought busting year.
Thank you.
Just want to say thank you. Also, there's a super cool map on the shaded fuel break page. It's a little hard to get to, but if people really want to see where the fuel break is and the progress on it, it's worth looking at. It was really eye-opening. And then I actually was able to find parts of town where we actually have that work completed. And it was really nice to be able to see that. I was wondering if you could say something about the low-income senior tax exemption, just because, people have been concerned about older homeowners being hit with a lot of taxes. So if you could just say something about that, if you have any other information.
You bet. So we, per the Measure C ordinance, we use the Bay Area CPI definitions of low income. So we published those in February. The ordinance does stipulate that seniors must reapply every year. I know it's a pain, but that's the way the ordinance was written. There is another little bit of a challenge that we have a solution for this challenge, and is the extension for filing taxes has made it so some seniors don't have their tax return to send to us. And so to alleviate that, we will honor last year's tax returns in order for them to use that as their proof of low income to go along with the low income thresholds.
And is there some website or something where they
So
can
if you go to the MWPA website, along the right, it'll say resident info. Right underneath that is the low income tax income.
I believe you also advertised that in the IJ.
We
There was
advertise-
quite a lot of education about that. correct?
Exactly. And we use senior services with the county to help push that message out. And then COST has been a great partner in helping to get that message out.
Excellent. Councilmember Ackerman, you have any questions? Okay, Mark, I just have a couple quick ones just to clarify, because it was kind of quick and the numbers were flying around. So 800,000 was dedicated for some of these grant programs for the last fiscal year and will be re-upped again for this upcoming fiscal year. And there was $1,000, which required no match for D-Space. So like limbing up trees or that kind of thing?
Exactly. Limbing up trees, removing like non-native brush, stuff like that.
Great. And is it something that someone, you have to provide receipts and upload those somewhere and you have to hire a certain type of professional, or how does that work?
For work over, I can't remember the new threshold, it is a licensed contractor, but but I think it's over the $1,000 threshold. That is, you are touching on the one fault I feel that we have in our grant program that we are working to solve, and it is a reimbursement grant program. So yes, you do have to upload receipts. You do have to expend money in order to get it back. That is the fault in that grant program. And so we are working to improve it so people do not have the financial resources to get the work done up front. We can pay for it up front. We're still working through those mechanics.
Awesome. Thanks for clarifying that. And then the second one was 5,000, possibly 50% match for more of the ember resistant zone, home hardening sort of
Right.
work, right? You were mentioning fencing and screening and things like that, but I couldn't quite catch, are those things covered by that or they're not covered by that?
So the vents for your attics, vents for your subfloor are covered. And those are non-match required. Gutter guards, and then the gasket along the bottom of your garage door.
Got it.
Everything else, like if you were going to replace your shake siding with non-combustible siding, that would require a match.
Got it. But if you wanted to do that kind of work, you could get up to $5,000 through that grant program. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Great. Cool. And one other question I had, is I think it's something we hear an awful lot when we talk about anything in town, is the evacuation planning. And last year I had been hearing that, this ingress egress risk assessment might be coming, fall of 2022 or winter 2022. And then I just am wondering, do we know when we might actually see some, like a publication about this, or parts of it have been completed, right? Or
Staff and I are reviewing the final report right now.
okay.
And-
So it'll be out like this summer potentially.
Yes.
Amazing. Okay. Very cool. I think that's very helpful. So thank you very much. And we'll open it to comments from the floor too. If people have any comments, I see one. Oh yeah, Mark, you could sit down and we'll take a couple comments, and then at the end you could respond to them. And just before you start, Mr. Egger, we have a couple more presentations, proclamations, and then our regular agenda. So we're gonna have to keep the comments to 2 minutes, just because we're only on our first item of the night and we're already a half hour in. So with that, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Evacuations at nighttime or in smoke make it real difficult. I'm pretty familiar with a number of fires that happen up here in Northern California, and getting folks out at nighttime on little narrow roads, like coming out of the Cascades or Manor Hill, is going to be really difficult. And so some communities are putting up evacuation signs, bright red with white lettering or white with bright red lettering, saying fire emergency evacuation route with arrows. Coming out at night, if it's smoky, you can get confused real easy. And if there's a sign with an arrow with the evacuation and a route sign with an arrow, it'll remind you of the way to get out. Also, you could put a small solar cells on top of that sign, so it would light up at nighttime. And I know it hasn't really been talked about here in Marin, but other communities are doing this, and I think it'd be advantageous for a community like Fairfax with tough evacuation issues to have signage to help folks evacuate. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are great suggestions. Next speaker.
Mayor Catrano, Fairfax Town Council, staff, and citizens of Fairfax, residents. I'm Christopher Lang on Canyon Road. And the reason I'm standing here right now is to comment on the evacuation routes. I think it was a great presentation, Mark. We're really pleased and proud that we're moving ahead with fire hazard reduction. Just as founder of the Bike Coalition, I want to remind you, though, one of your slides had a bike lane on the road. And I think it would behoove you and all of us in Fairfax to help promote the idea of people using their bicycles to get out. Because if a fire truck's trying to get up the street, and there's only one street for most of our neighborhoods, getting out of the car is going to be really difficult. So I think if we could promote the idea of people evacuating by bicycle, e-bikes or motorcycles or anything, I think that would be a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a note for people who are speaking, please just direct your comments to the council up here. No need to, but thank you, Chris. Next speaker.
Check, check. Hi, Todd Greenberg here. I've previously written in to town council about the problems having a ban on all gas powered garden equipment. And that Mark's presentation here earlier this evening makes me even more worried, because not everybody can do paperwork, particularly people who are challenged with the English language. And there are delays and approval processes. And as I understand it, and I think you could reach out to your fire department contacts and check with them, but usually there's a month, maybe a little bit more, where you get a chance to cut the grasses that grow up. And then it's fire season. And I don't know if anyone's watching the news, but there's huge fires in Nova Scotia right now, and the air's drastically polluted in New York City. I went to Jackson's Hardware this last week, and they can't get the high-powered blowers from Still In fast enough. They've only sold 6 of them. They sell for suggested list price of $4,300. $4,300. Does anyone in Fairfax have that money to spare? After a professional grant, you can buy one for $1,300. That's for one piece of garden equipment that requires lots of batteries. Not only, as Mark said earlier, will with big rains there be catastrophic fires naturally, but Fairfax is going to burn because of your short-sighted ban on gas-powered garden equipment, because people aren't going to be able to clear their vegetation, or their workers aren't going to, or the costs are going to go up so much that they're not going to be able to afford it. People don't have that kind of money in Fairfax. This is a bad policy.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Kelly London, Fairfax. Over 25 years I've lived here. I too am worried about the gas-powered tool ban. There's no way I could clear my property without gas-powered tools. And I don't know, maybe I'll have to become a goat herder to do it. But I don't have that money either. So, and anyway, I also have 3 brand new weed whackers, a new chainsaw, which looks like next year they'll just be sitting there. Thank you.
Hello, Town Council. 3 things I'd like to bring up. 1, the Marin Town and Country Club is the only place for safety egress. And I brought this up a couple of years ago to Jason Warner, who looked at it and had somebody else look at it that's very supportive. So when we have a fire, people want to get out. But at the same time, equipment needs to get in, and you need to have a way to move those cars aside so we can get that equipment. If the town had supported a bridge where a bridge used to be at the end of Pacheco Avenue, we could funnel all those cars onto my property for any sort of safety egress, whether it be a fire or flood. But the Fairfax Town Council diminished that idea, so it didn't go forward. I also enjoyed seeing the picture of the goats. I'd like to remind the town council that approximately 12 years ago, I brought 400 goats and sheep onto my property, and the town of Fairfax decided to sue the people with the goats and sheep, join me to that suit, because they said we had livestock next to homes. So again, another effort of the town and how they treat this property. Third, I agree with the last couple of statements. I think the town is looking at a tremendous liability when you preclude people's ability to fire safely, defense their homes. The idea of putting up electric equipment, it might work for a couple of things, but like a tree saw or a chainsaw, you'll go through more batteries going up and down and risk a workers' comp claim than with a gas piece of equipment. The batteries themselves are not recyclable. So we're actually making a bigger problem down the road, just like when we had to install all those little curly light bulbs.
So when we want to make a difference, maybe if we looked at the whole picture instead of rah for one cause, we could make a better solution that better protect the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mariam. I live up Oak Street. And when we drive up there, there are such huge holes going up the road, and all the tires just keep, hitting those holes. And I wonder where the money is going and how come it's not being spent on the roads in Fairfax. And then the other thing that I wanted to say was, the veterans, the people who go to wars and fight.
Just
for-
one quick, this is for the wildfire item. These are questions for Mr. Mark Brown.
Oh,
who's
this
right-
is just for wildfire? Nothing
Yes.
else?
No, but
Oh.
you could bring your other comments. We're talking about the budget in a little bit, which might be good for the transportation stuff.
Oh, I didn't know.
And then we'll do open time later. Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we have a new timekeeper. Mark Bell, Fairfax. One thing I wanted to bring up, I brought it up before. I don't know if it's within the scope of the work that they do, but Bolinas Road after Deer Park Villa on the way up to the golf course, the road is falling down the hill. And from reports that I've heard is that trucks, especially trucks pulling trailers with heavy equipment on it, usually have loose chains. And as I mentioned before, that's how the car fire started in Northern California. It burned 240,000 acres, if I recall correctly. And I don't know if this program is set up to deal with fixing that road, getting grants to fix that road, or whose responsibility it is in the end. However, 240,000 acres is a lot of land to burn, and nobody's going to survive that.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker.
Hi, Richard Applebaum, Fairfax. Just a couple quick comments. So when I heard the cyclist advocate, I've talked to various fire folks like we've had here tonight over the last couple of years, and they have adamantly told me repeatedly, do not get out of your car. Do not try to outrun it. Don't try to get on a bike. I have a scooter. Don't do the scooter. And so just for what it's worth, that's what I've been told, is to not try to mess around, and that you may not make it in your car, but your best shot is in the car. As it just so happens, I had my inspection today, and so I had a lot of conversation with the folks that were out there and just talking about my property. And I mentioned, oh, I have an electric blower, and that's how I do it. Battery runs out or whatever. And he said, for the amount of work that you need, you really need to do the gas power blower. And I said, well, that's been getting phased out of Fairfax. And he just kind of looked at me and said, you need sort of something stronger. So I understand the environmental concerns, and I care about that too. I was kind of like, oh, great, we're not going to have like the gas stuff pulling around. But just from the expert today told me you need the sort of powerful blowing to really clear those leaves away from the house. That's one of the major things. And I literally was just told that today. So I just wanted to share that for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Rose Tabor, and many of you know me as a longtime owner of Rainbow Fabrics in downtown Fairfax. We have downtown yet, I guess, which I closed recently. I am honored this year to be appointed to be Grand Marshal of the Fairfax Parade for the second time in my lifetime. That's pretty good, isn't it? Thank you. A little background on me. I worked 3 jobs along with my husband, working so we could own a home in Fairfax. I was one of the OR nurses in San Francisco and in Children's Hospital, and I worked at Marin General in the operating room. I also owned and operated Rainbow Fabrics, and I gave a home to many foster children, had children of my own. I was a mother, and when I was younger, had more energy. I was involved in town politics. Aren't you lucky that you weren't around when I was younger? I had 2 scout troops, worked in the classrooms, volunteered. Fortunately, my husband was very understanding, gave me a lot of time and energy. Nobody handed me anything. We worked hard to make ends meet. Fairfax is a good place to live and fair to all. Tonight, I want to announce reluctantly and sadly, I am being forced to by this town council insensitive to elder abusing rent control ordinance. Great additional costs and certainties to move away from the town.
I don't mean to interrupt you. We do have that item later on the agenda this evening. But these are responses to presentations.
I'm sorry.
Well, if we had more people just asking questions for Mark and we were able to move through these presentations, we could get to our regular agenda this evening. But
I've overspent my 3 minutes.
yeah, if you want to complete, and I just wanted to let you know, that's an agendized item this evening. That's going to be a couple items from now.
Oh,
So I
okay.
just wanted to let you know.
Well, I just want people to know how I feel about it.
We'd love to have you speak for that item as well. I just wanted to let you know, this is for a wildfire item.
Okay.
Please
I'm
continue.
down to 10 minutes, 10 seconds. Okay, thanks. Tonight I want to announce, and reluctantly and sadly, I am being forced by this town council insensitive and to elder abusing rent control ordinance graded and to move away from this town that I love dearly for many years. I am no longer safely or prudently planned to rent the extra rooms out in my home or have the living care I will need as I get older. I'm only 90, so I have to worry. As I get older, because of the large legal costs and great uncertainties and risks created by the Fairfax rent control ordinance, it's too much for the older people to expect to handle. I urge all Fairfax to stand up and rise up. Do not let this rogue town council take Fairfax away from the rest of you. It's been a good town for a long time. Demand and insist on your right to vote on important major policy changes and like these onerous rent control ordinance, and let town council put it 175 units, 5 to 7 stories high density, rise apartment building at Schoolhouse Plaza. This is, I believe, one of the worst councils we've had in the history of Fairfax. Urge all of you to vote you out and get office before they ruin Fairfax completely. As a parting request, I'm asking the following town council members to follow Renee Goddard's lead and for the good of Fairfax resign. Stephanie Hellman, you should be ashamed of your community and constituency disregarding conduct and abuses of office. Chance Catano, we do not represent the majority of the Fairfax voters. What we want and have conspired with the DSA to harm Fairfax owners and renters and businesses. Both of you, in my opinion, and many others, cause great social and financial harm to Fairfax. Please do the right thing and resign now, or the majority for Fairfax will vote you away. Thank you for all the. And finally, I want to thank all the 1,000 Fairfax registered voters who have signed the Keep Fairfax Fair Ballot Initiative petition, which requires that the Fairfax town rent control ordinance be put on the ballot in November, so the town can democratically vote on them. And I hope you will think about things that you've done to Fairfax. I used to live at 94 Hillside Drive. I'm sorry, I didn't identify myself earlier. But I no longer, I'm moving. I'm in the process of moving out after I've lived here since 1963. So thank you.
Thank you, Rose. And for those online, we'll be taking that item. I believe that's item 7. So that'll be much later in the evening. So we're still on the wildfire item, which is just the first presentation we have this evening. So sorry for the aside there. If there are no more comments in the room, are there anyone online that wants to speak on the Wildfire Prevention Authority item or ask a question for Mark?
I see one raised hand. I'm
Great.
not sure if it's for this item, and that is Ava. If this is for the Marin wildfire prevention item.
Yes, it is. It's, I've listened to the comments from residents, and it really sounds like what they're describing is a problem from hell, where you have organized the housing in ways that are so spread out that these elderly people can't maintain the brush around their houses. And it seems like one obvious solution would be to build a little more densely in the downtown and start letting people retire into, more manageable spaces. Wildfires aren't going to be getting any better. And, as for whether you escape on a bicycle or whether you escape in a car, those roads are going to be a mess. One thing that could have been considered a long time ago was having some limits on car sizes. And no city in Marin will ever do that. But I mean, it is really a problem from hell where I write up to Muir Beach a bit, and that road is terrifying. And then it's on top of it, you've got a bunch of Porsche Cayennes and Range Rovers and Land Rovers and just massive cars. And now you've got electric vehicles with their combustible batteries. It's this is a land use issue, and Marin County, unfortunately, is going to have to change. We never had to use any electric or gas powered utensils to manage the brush around us when we were growing up in Mill Valley, because basically the plots were pretty small. And what's happened is that Marin has just grown out. It's in some ways it's sprawl. And it's not being identified as such, but I do think it is an argument for building more in the downtown, or maybe, changing the housing landscape a little bit, because obviously this is not tenable for the aging people. Thank you.
I see no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, we'll close comment on that. Sorry, Mallory, we got to move on. But Mark, could you answer a couple questions that we heard from folks that while you're here? I think the first question was the question regarding evacuation at night and signage. Do you all have a plan around signage throughout the district?
Signage is a challenge because we don't know where the fire is when we put the signs up. So if we put a sign up with an arrow before we know where the fire is, we could very well be telling someone to turn towards the fire.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the challenge with signage. Tsunami signs work great because you always know where the tsunami is coming from, where you don't always know where a fire is coming from.
Mm-hmm. In Fairfax, it feels like there are a lot of like one way in, one way out kind of spaces. Do you know elsewhere in the state where there have been catastrophic wildfires and there's smoke and there's lots of embers flying around? Do people have like any sort of fluorescent markers that help people know, like if they're driving, that they can identify the way to?
I'm not personally aware of it.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you. One other question was that comment regarding escape by bike. Could you speak to that just for folks that are listening in?
I'm a very big advocate of staying in your car.
Okay.
However, I am not, I really like to stray away from absolute terms. And there could be times where bicycle might be your only option, and it may be better than being on foot. But I'm a big advocate of staying in your car.
Great. Thank you. And one other question for you. A couple people brought up the landscape equipment. Governor Newsom came through the legislature, but Governor Newsom signed a law to ban gas-powered landscape equipment. Starts in 2024. What are you all doing in regard to that sort of equipment and seeing that piece of legislation coming into effect on January 1st?
And actually prior to the legislation, we have been requesting, not quite requiring, but requesting that the contractors that we hire use non-gas powered equipment. So we are in favor of moving that direction. We get and understand the challenges of access to that, and perhaps the reliability and or strength of some of the products are available, or what some people may want. But sometimes you have to set that goal and people work towards that goal.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. Any other questions or follow up?
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you for being Okay. We'll move on here to our second presentation of the evening. We have Robert Betts from Marin Transit, who's the Director of Operations and Service Development. Thank you for being with us. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Town Council. As mentioned, my name is Robert Betts. I'm the Director of Operations and Service Development at Marin Transit. Thank you for giving some time on the agenda tonight to give an update on local transit services here in Marin County. We have a lot going on. I think it's a good opportunity to give an update. I think before I start my presentation, I think it's good to clarify who Marin Transit is. We are the local transit agency here in Marin County. Our focus is really on local destinations. We operate what we call our local fixed route network, but in addition, we operate the rural stagecoach services. We operate the Muirwood Shuttle. We operate what we call Marin Access, which is our transportation programs for older adults and those with disabilities. And in many communities, including here in the Ross Valley, we play a very active role in home to school transportation through the Yellow Bus program. I think you've probably also heard a lot in the news over the last couple of years about the doom and gloom of transit, specifically here in the Bay Area. I am happy to report that Marin Transit is kind of an outlier. We actually have the highest post-COVID ridership recovery of any transit agency in the Bay Area. About 90% of our riders are back riding transit, and it's been that way for about the last year. So that's just a quick update. I did put together a very brief presentation, so let me walk you through that very quickly here. Next slide. So the four things I'm going to cover, I'm going to start by talking a little bit about just what we offer here in Fairfax, for those of you who are not familiar. And then we have two upcoming service changes I'm going to touch upon, one that we call our fixed route change, and then one that we is specific to our Marin Access programs. And then we have a couple upcoming fare free promotions I wanted to plug while I'm here tonight. So next slide. So here in Fairfax, our regular bus program, or what we call our fixed route bus program, and I'm going to speak to this as of this Sunday because things are going to change a little bit this weekend. But as of this Sunday, we have 3 routes that primarily serve downtown Fairfax. All of those routes connect into our main transit center in downtown San Rafael that offer transfer connections to the regional services and to the SMART train. One of those routes starts as far east as what we call Shoreline Parkway, which is where the Target is, and East San Rafael. It goes through the canal into downtown San Rafael. And then that route comes out 4th Street, Miracle Mile into downtown Fairfax. And again, starting this Sunday, all of those routes are going to extend out to what we call Fairfax Manor, or the stop out at Sir Francis Drake and Glen. We also operate Route 68, which is what we call our rural stagecoach route. And that route also operates from the San Rafael Transit Center through into Fairfax and continues all the way out to Point Reyes Station and Inverness. And then our Route 228, which is our community shuttle route, starts in San Rafael and actually goes down to Larkspur Landing Ferry and comes up Sir Francis Drake, serving Marin General, College of Marin, San Anselmo, and then out into Fairfax. So that's a quick snapshot of what's out there today. These routes all run 7 days a week, and they typically run every 30 to 60 minutes. Next slide. We also have a number of other programs here in Fairfax. Everything at the top is what we call our Marin Access programs. These are really tailored to meet the needs of older adults and those with disabilities here in Marin County. We have a number of different programs. I won't go through all the details, but paratransit is our largest program, and that program was designed specifically for those who cannot use our fixed route bus service. We have a volunteer driver program that offers a reimbursement subsidy for passengers to give to riders to give them transportation services. We have a subsidized taxi program that we call Catch a Ride. And then in addition, we have a whole resource center that we call the Travel Navigators. And that's a one call, one click resource for individuals to find out their mobility options, to qualify for our fare assistance programs, and to actually sign up for travel training programs. And then at the bottom of the screen here, I did want to highlight, because it's very important here in Ross Valley, our home to school yellow bus program that we play a very active role in. And that program today primarily serves White Hill School, but also provides service to students at Hidden Valley and the Ross Valley Charter School. Next slide. So the first major service change is actually starting this Sunday. We're out right now doing a lot of outreach. 12 of our 24 fixed route services will undergo some level of change. In some cases, we're adding service. In other cases, we're removing service. I do want to mention that this is not a service change to cut service or to save financial resources. This is really our first opportunity since the pandemic to reallocate our resources based on things like traffic pattern changes, ridership changes, and emerging needs that we're seeing today. Next slide. The other major service change we have coming up will happen on July 1st, and this relates to our Marin Access programs. I think the big highlight here is we're expanding our subsidized taxi program to not only offer taxi vouchers, but to also offer digital vouchers for those who would like to use the Uber platform. So that's kind of an enhancement we're making to our Catch a Ride program. We're also then replacing our Novato Dial-A-Ride and our Connect program with that new expanded subsidized taxi program. And then the last one here is we're also increasing our reimbursement rate for our volunteer driver program. And my last slide are just two upcoming fare-free promotions. The first actually started June 1st. We are running free youth fares all summer long. So June 1st all the way through the end of August. We're doing this in partnership with the other Sonoma and Marin operators. So SMART, Santa Rosa City Bus, Sonoma County Transit, Petaluma Transit, and Marin Transit. All summer long, put your kid on the bus, send them to the beach, get them out of the house. They ride for free all summer. And then the other promo we do, and we've done this every year now for the last 5 years, we offer 5 days of free fares countywide in support of the Marin County Fair. So all services for all of our riders will be fare free this year from June 30th through July 4th. So take the bus to the fair if you're going. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. And any questions from my colleagues? Okay. Seeing none from my colleagues, I'll ask one. So just to confirm, seeing lots of digital ads, seeing things in the newspaper, which it's great that there's a lot of sponsored material coming from Marin Transit related to Route 23 and 23X. But with the slight change, is it the removal of the 23 Express? It doesn't actually impact any service provision in town. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the change, which will go effective Sunday, the 23X will go away. And the 23X, it was our attempt at an express route that operated local service between Fairfax and San Anselmo. And then once it got to San Anselmo, it would go express all the way to the transit center. We're canceling that route, and we're just adding that service to the base 23 route. And we're extending all of those 23 trips out to Fairfax Manor. So at the end of the day, the Express really didn't get us a lot of travel time savings, and our riders really wanted more access to that 4th Street corridor. So that's the biggest change here in Fairfax. The 228 really will not have any changes, and the 68 has a slightly different weekend schedule. But otherwise, service levels are pretty stable here.
Great. And one other follow-up question. Sorry, Councilmember Blash. when I met with folks from Marin Transit a couple of weeks ago, I was really surprised to hear about all of these different dial a ride, the volunteer driver program, the new digital vouchers for Uber. Could you speak a little bit more? How do our residents or seniors in our community access or find out about those programs?
Yeah. So first, to qualify for those programs, for most of those programs, there's a couple of ways. One, 65 plus and Marin County resident, you automatically qualify. Or if you have a disability that limits your ability to use our bus services. So if you qualify under either one of those categories, you can go to marinaccess.org, or you can call our travel navigator department. And I would highly recommend calling our travel navigators. They can walk you through there's a very short intake questionnaire to find out a little bit about who you are, and then they can start to customize programs that are available to you. And we not only offer, counseling on our programs, but we also talk about the regional transit services, SMART, the ferry, how to get a Clipper card, and then other private services here in the county that are available. So they really have a pretty good database that's specific to Marin County.
Amazing. Thank you. Councilmember Blash.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that we clarify that you are with Marin Transit, which is different from the other bus service, which is Golden Gate Transit, which is more of a regional commute service, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Great. If there are no other questions, any questions for anyone from the public?
Michael McIntosh, thank you for the presentation. My one comment that I caught was, I don't agree when we pay our tax dollars for a public program with all these different aspects of transportation. That part is good. But then to be subsidizing the profits of Uber by giving vouchers with our tax dollars that go to a big corporation, that's wrong. These services that are generated by our tax dollars should be for our services we provide, not to support or subsidize a larger corporation that would like to make a better profit model. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker.
Valerie Guideheim, Fairfax. What happens in the event of a fire, which I can't bring up from before, but will we still have public help if people need help getting out? Are the buses that are going up to the other place, not just down in town, is that going to help people if there's a fire? And how are we going to deal with it with all the traffic anyway? Thanks.
Thank you, Mallory. Seeing no other questions in the room, are there anyone on Zoom that has a question for Robert related to Marin Transit?
Yes, Ava has her hand up and you're unmuted now.
Thanks. Just really quickly, surprised to ever agree with Mr. McIntosh, but he's right. And unfortunately, if small cities and towns and municipalities had some help from regulators, Uber wouldn't even be an issue. And we'd have more tax money in the coffers to pay for public transport, whether it was Golden Gate Transit or Marin Transit. So it's something to keep in mind when you're looking at the long-term picture.
Thank you, Ava.
There are no further hands raised.
Okay, great. Well, then we'll take it back, close public comment on this. I don't think there are any other questions from me for Robert. Anyone else? Okay, well, Robert, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for everything Marin Transit's doing, all the different services that are being provided to get people where they need to go. So thank you for being here. Okay, we will move on here. We have a proclamation for gun violence awareness. I'll just lead into it by just acknowledging that this past Sunday, I had the privilege of going to the March for Gun Violence Awareness at the Golden Gate Bridge that was hosted by Moms Demand Action amongst another group of community-based organizations. And one of the things that a doctor from San Francisco General actually mentioned is that in the last 2 years, gun violence has increased 250% in Marin County, which is a pretty incredible number. He was actually a doctor that was not only involved with the issues in San Francisco with the U.S. Postal Service, but he was even involved decades ago in Columbine, and he just has been in a lot of bad places at a lot of bad times, unfortunately. But he had shared that gun violence has gotten worse statistically over the last 24 years, unfortunately. And I'm happy to read this proclamation, and then Janet, if you'd like to give comment afterward, that would be wonderful. So the town of Fairfax proclamation declaring June 2023 to be National Gun Violence Awareness Month. Whereas every day more than 120 Americans are killed by gun violence and more than 200 are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 17,000 gun homicides every year. And whereas Americans are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries, and whereas California has 3,253 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 8.1 deaths per 100,000 people, a crisis that costs the state $41.9 billion each year, of which $1.1 billion is paid by taxpayers, with California having the 45th highest rate of gun deaths in the United States. And whereas gun homicides and assaults are concentrated in cities, with more than half of all firearm-related gun deaths in the nation occurring in 127 cities, and whereas cities across the nation, including Fairfax, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions, and whereas protecting public safety in communities they serve is the mayor's highest responsibility, and whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories, and whereas mayors at councils and law enforcement officers, in partnership with local violence intervention activists and resources, know their communities best, are most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. And whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever, as we see an increase in firearm homicides and non-fatal shootings across the country, increased calls for domestic violence hotlines, and an increase in city gun violence. Whereas the mayor proclaimed June 2nd, 2023 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in honor of Hadia Pendleton, born June 2nd, 1997, who was tragically shot and killed at the age of 15. Whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have access to them, and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our families and our communities safe. Now, therefore, be it hereby proclaimed that the town of Fairfax declares the month of June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Month, and all citizens are encouraged to support their local community efforts to prevent the tragic events of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. And that is an accompanying proclamation to the one that was provided by Moms Demand Action, which was a mayoral proclamation that was issued ahead of Friday, which was the date. So thank you.
Okay.
Janet, please.
Thank you. So I want to thank the council and Mayor Cutrano and also Stephanie, because she did this for me last year too and introduced me to Mayor Cutrano. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight and for issuing this proclamation proclaiming June 2nd as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. My name is Janet Janai Rizzi. I'm the local group lead for Moms Demand Action here in Marin. Just a little background about us. We have, we're the largest gun violence prevention organization in the United States. We have 10 million supporters in every state of the country, including Washington, DC. So I also want to thank you. I didn't see you because I didn't know what you looked like at that time, but I saw your name on the list when I checked it off after everybody. So I knew that you were there. Thank you. And thank you, Stephanie, for wearing your shirt. So we've seen a dramatic increase in in gun violence across the country in the last 4 or 5 years. When I started working with moms as a volunteer, 90 people a day were being killed by guns. Now the number is 120. 60% of these are suicides by gun. Marin County, as Mayor Cutrano mentioned, has seen a 250% increase in deaths by guns in the last 2 years. These are only the deaths that are recorded in emergency rooms by these doctors, as he mentioned. They're not deaths that occur by suicide in a home that these people immediately go to the coroner's office. They're not people who are shot here and die in another county. So the number is probably higher than that. So all of this has coincided with an enormous increase in the number of and the availability of guns. Because of this, we have also seen, which is a positive thing, an increase in our membership, both in Marin and nationwide. As I said, there are 2 million of us supporters. And in the last year, more and more people are coming to our meetings and showing up and wanting to volunteer. And they all share the same fear, and that is that their children will be shot in the schools, as we saw yesterday at Virginia at a high school graduation, at a movie theater, at a mall. People are really afraid and they're feeling terrorized, basically. So this year, a group of our volunteers here gathered together and reached out to almost every mayor in Marin, and all of them agreed to this proclamation. It's not just, a social media kind of thing for us. It's allowed us to to reach out to you and have opened up a means of communication so that we can work together with the town councils, the mayors, and the schools. So I invite you all to reach out to us as well to learn about what we are doing to keep our town and our schools safe. And I thank you for this proclamation.
Thank you.
Yeah, Janet, do you want to share if I imagine there are a lot of people listening tonight that are supportive and would like to know more. How can they find you and the local organization to get involved?
Yeah, you can just simply go to momsdemandaction.org. We are under the umbrella of Everytown, so you can go to Everytown as well. Everytown provides us with funding, so we really don't do much fundraising. Everytown provides us with all of our research and funding, but just go to momsdemandaction.org. You could put in your zip code and you'll find our group here, and you'll find our group, and then somehow you'll get in touch with me and I'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a proclamation for you. So I will, you want a photo? Okay. Can we take a photo with the whole council? Does that work?
Great.
Yeah, if you'd like to come up here and we could hand you the. Thank you very much, Janet, for all you're doing and all Moms Demand Action and Everytown are doing to raise this issue. And you should also acknowledge that in recent days, there was a horrific shooting at a graduation in Richmond, Virginia. It's in the news, and I feel like this issue's in the news every day. So
Can I make one final comment?
yeah, absolutely.
So for reasons I can't explain, we didn't, as a county, have a gun buyback program this year, but we had a very successful one last year. And so if this matter is important to you, I encourage you to write to your county supervisor. I encourage you to write to your town council, rather than normalizing shooter drills on school campuses. Every single one of my kids has an escape plan, knows where they're going to hide in each of their classrooms. Rather than normalizing that, maybe we should normalize sensible gun laws. But, if you agree with that, please get involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, public comment on that. Anyone in the room, public comment on the gun violence awareness proclamation? Todd, please.
Janet, thank you very much for coming here tonight. We all support what you're doing. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, thank you very much. And yes, thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you, council. And thank you to the council members who attended the walk this weekend. In reading the proclamation, I just, in speaking about gun violence, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the gun violence that takes place by police in America. 5% of all gun homicides in America are at the hands of police officers. And police officers represent about, relative to gun owners, and about 1%. So that's a very distinguishable number. And the organizations, Moms Demand Action in every town are also include, they say police violence is gun violence. So I just want to, in the proclamation, I think it was the 8th whereas, we speak of law enforcement as being part of the solution. But I think that we'd be remiss if we didn't identify that they are a piece of the problem, that gun violence, police violence is gun violence, and that all of it needs to be addressed. And me personally, I say melt them all. That's what I think is, I think every gun should be melted, but that's not happening. So I think it's important to recognize that police play a role, and also just there's a bit of sensitivity around that in light of recent events here in our town. And that I just wanted to acknowledge that and make sure that this is included in the discussion, that police violence is gun violence. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that for now. I know there's an ongoing discussion around the other incident, but I thought we needed to bring that forward. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Yes.
The political subject that if anybody brings up, we all burn. I always appreciate the presentation for any of the awareness for the gun violence. I think it's a rational thing to discuss. I support the Second Amendment, but along with that, I think there should be restrictions that really are not in place. There's no place for an assault weapon out in anybody's hand. If anybody says that they're a deer hunter and they need it for hunting because they might miss, why would they want to eat Swiss cheese deer? And if they can't hit the deer with their first shot, they shouldn't be aiming a gun at anything. So they have no business to have an assault weapon with anybody. I agree with the cooling off period and different things, but I really think if we want to get a handle on gun violence, we need to knock out all ghost guns, and we need to really increase the felonies for any sort of discharge that's involved in a crime. As for Joe's last statement, I also support our police, and we need to provide them the protection that should they come into this environment that's not safe, that they get home. Because remember, they're also a person, and their very first job is to make sure they make it home safely that night. Their second job is serve and protect. So let's all protect them so that they can serve and protect us. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Valerie Geithheim. I think the problem, yes, is automatic arms and things that should not be given to anybody if they're not in the military. But I think what really has to happen is mental health care for people. And since I guess it was Reagan, we stopped taking that away. We took that away, and I would like to see more availability of help for people who need help, who are having mental issues.
Thank you, Mallory. Is there anyone online?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Mayor, there are two raised hands. The first
Great.
one is Ava,
Mhm.
and you're unmuted now.
Thanks. I wanted to correct what appears to be an ongoing confusion. Police officers do not have the most dangerous job in America. So when the premise is that their first job is to get home safe at night, there's about 20 other jobs, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that are more dangerous than police officers. So that's one thing. The other thing is if 60% of these gun deaths are suicide, I think we need to reframe the question. What is it about American life that is so fragile, toxic, perilous that that older men, and this is the statistic, seem to be shooting themselves to end their lives? What are we not providing society as a whole? What sort of lack of stability are we failing to provide? You don't see this gun violence level in Europe. You do see some mass shootings, but not on the level we have it here. And I think if you look at, I think this Moms Against Everything, I mean, we went through this with the war on drugs in the 80s, with, moms becoming used as a political symbol to argue for more law enforcement. And it's like deja vu all over again, as Yogi Berra once said. But if you look at the history of this country, gun violence is nothing new in the United States of America. Here in California, we had a lot of gun violence against Chinese American labor. We had massive gun violence against indigenous people, law enforcement up and down the coast, but especially in California, have been massively violent. Gun violence against African American people. It's ongoing. It's almost like this country's haunted, right? So now the guns have come back to boomerang on us.
Thank you, Eva. That's your comment.
Sure.
The next speaker is Sierra Tunafish Salin, and Sierra, you're unmuted now.
Houston, we have a problem. Talking about moms for stuff, we all start as babies. Where do we learn whatever it is we think we know? We all start pretty clean and pretty innocent, but somehow we turn into adults, and especially in our culture. And something I've been really seriously pondering and stumped about for years now is it possible to re-educate adults, and how? Mallory pretty much hit it. Mental health services. Why is it that for any problem, any anger, any fear, whatever, we tend to pick up a gun? Why is it that people that don't feel like they're heard or have any power want to, be immortalized or somehow get hurt or get even by taking a gun and going into a school or a building or whatever the heck it is? What is it about our culture, a lack of listening or hearing or responding or heart or soul, or I'm not quite sure what it is. I mean, sure, we have video games where we learn to drive on Wacky Taxi by driving people over, or we learn to, shoot everything that moves. What's our culture, and how do we build community? A lot of people are pretty isolated. If you're on your own and feeling picked on and have no place to go and no services, is a gun your only way out, or it's the only way to get heard? I really don't know the answer to all this, but I think, you know, there's some things to look at in those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sierra.
There are no further raised hands.
Yes, Janet, you.
Sorry, I may have misspoken. It's 60% of suicides are by guns, not, I think Ava said it the opposite way. I'm not sure, but 60% of gun deaths are not suicides. It's people who kill themselves, who die by suicide. It's 60% of it is by guns.
Got
Just
it.
wanted to
Thank you
clarify
for
that.
clarifying that.
Okay, and on Moms Demand Action, it's not just getting connected with us, but you'll find out that we are addressing ghost guns, assault rifles, and all of those things that people have mentioned. You can find out about that on our website.
Thank you, Janet.
I'm just going to say you were very close to right, though, because according to Pew Research Center, 54% of all gun-related deaths in the U.S. were suicide. So you did it.
Okay. Well, thank you again for being with us. We're going to move on to our next item here. We have another proclamation this evening for Pride Month. Happy Pride. I think one of the very sobering statistics, again, that event, it's the first Sunday of every June, I guess, at the Golden Gate Bridge. I recommend everybody goes, but there is an intersection this month, both between Pride Month and between Gun Violence Awareness Month, and it's not necessarily a good intersection. One of the things I learned on Sunday is that shootings targeting trans women have doubled in the last 4 years in this country, and it also disproportionately impacts Black trans women. So I just want to acknowledge those things. It feels like it can be worlds away from Fairfax here when we talk about some of these statistics, and it's hard to really place them in the context of our community. But as mayor and as your neighbor and as just another person trying to get along in the community, I have to say, we've had some really incredible spirit in the last couple of weeks leading up to the placement of the flags around town, the crosswalk downtown by Perry's and Mai Tai. And when I saw it, and I said this at the event where we unveiled these things, my spirits lifted up. And at the same time, I've seen a lot of emails in town from community members about a whole lot of things. I never expected that I would see even as many emails as I've seen about the pride flags and about the crosswalks, calling for their removal, calling for toning down pride, calling for trying to essentially gently say that this is not the type of thing that Fairfax should be celebrating. It's really been crushing to see some of these emails and the ways that they've been tied and linked to other things that people care about in the community. The same way that we need to disarm hate, I think we really just need to state firmly and clearly that hate has no place in this community. And the more we go down those tracks of extremism, the more challenging it really gets to talk to each other as humans. And I just had to get that off my chest. I don't think people realize that we field some really uncomfortable emails, and as as an elected, I just had to share that with the community. I felt that important prior to reading this proclamation, which is very affirming. So with that said, the Town of Fairfax proclamation declaring June 2023 Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Questioning Plus Pride Month. Whereas the Town of Fairfax has a diverse LGBTQ plus community and is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equity for all people in this community. And whereas LGBTQ plus individuals encompass all races, ethnicities, religions, and social classes, and whereas the fight for dignity and equality for LGBTQ plus people is reflected in the tireless dedication of advocates and allies who strive to forge a more inclusive society. And whereas in honor of the 1916 Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan, each June, Americans come together to celebrate our LGBTQ plus community, raise awareness of quality services, and foster a dialogue to promote healthy, safe, and prosperous communities for all. And whereas the town of Fairfax fully supports the rights, freedoms, and equal treatment of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer or questioning people, and is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equity for all members of the community, and preventing discrimination and bullying based on sexual orientation and gender identification. And whereas, because the acts of courage of the millions who spoke out to demand justice and of those who quietly toiled and pushed for progress, our country has made great strides in recognizing what these brave individuals long knew to be true in their hearts, that no person should be judged by anything but the content of their character. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax hereby proclaims June as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Questioning Plus Pride Month, LGBTQ plus, in the Town of Fairfax, to inspire equity, create alliances, celebrate diversity, and establish safe environments in our schools and our community. Thank you. Any comments from fellow council members?
I just want to thank you for what you said. I'm much older than many of you, and I grew up in the 60s and 70s when my close friends had to pretend they were something different. And I remember my parents, who were just regular folks from New York, welcomed all my friends, but it was not that way. And I'm glad that we're here today celebrating, but I'm also so sad that we're seeing so much hate in this country, where I feel like we got to a certain place where we were so happy to have all of us together, and now there's so much hate. And so I really appreciate what you said.
Thank you.
As do I. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I also want to say thank you and just comment that I've had so many positive comments from people about the various decorations. People love rainbows, regardless of, however you identify yourself. And, neighbors have been coming up to me and saying that. So I also just want to put out there that we have had some lovely volunteer initiative from Lori Kramer, and also Sharon Virtue, and another woman whose name was Erin, and I missed her last name, who volunteered to paint the crosswalk, and just put a lot of good energy into that for hours and hours and hours the other day, along with many other members of the town who showed up to speak or celebrate. It was just really a lovely and fun way to start summer.
Thank you, Councilmember Blash. Okay, and we'll open up public comment on this item. Thank you.
Mayor Catrano, Town Council staff, and fellow Fairfax residents here and at home, I'm Chris Lang. I have constituents. I ran for council. And one of my constituents, several actually, were surprised by the crosswalk and the flags. And they thought, not my opinion, they thought it was an act of extremism, almost a merging of church and state, of not a church, but the philosophical belief and the town of Fairfax, which I am not worried about, because for me, as a civic booster, as a person that wants Fairfax Festival to succeed and works my whole adult life to make Fairfax a better place, I think that the flags and the crosswalk are a symbol of our tolerance. Because when I moved to Fairfax in 1972, it was pretty Squaresville. There was a little niche hippie community, dope dealers and people like that. But we were the long-haired, pot-smoking bicycle racers, and we were not welcome to town, but we were tolerated. And so for me, Fairfax's charm and the reason I live here and what I stand for is tolerance. So regardless of the color, whatever, that's what's the best thing about our town.
Thank you, Chris. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell. When I heard that there were 30 plus flags, it seemed like a lot to me. But then I figured after a day or two, I wouldn't really see them anyway because I don't really visually connect with things on that level. So I don't have a problem with that. I'm glad that you have a proclamation. But, remember in the 70s, there was a gay disco in Fairfax. There was no problem. The only reason I guess it closed was because disco died. Had nothing to do with the community. I had a girlfriend who used to make costumes for the Cockettes. I don't know if you know the Cockettes, right? I had another friend who also made costumes for them. From Sylvester to whomever, I knew these people. Peripherally, but not really well, not like they. So I'm basically fine with all that. I think that crosswalk, it visually is a little much, just looking at all the colors, but I was kind of interested to see how they would go together. I think like one of the concerns that people have is like, what did it cost? And while, it's like you get the brass tacks and you get to emotions and you get to people's responses, it's like, yeah, it's a symbol and it's not necessarily a bad symbol. Maybe it's a good symbol, but we also have $10 million of road work that has to be done in this town. And I don't know where it's coming from, and neither do most people. And the other thing I wanted to mention was that April was recognized by President Biden as American Arab Heritage Month. You guys didn't even mention that. You apologized at a previous meeting. I'm almost done. At a previous meeting about, you were sorry that you were holding the meeting on Passover, yet it was Ramadan, and you didn't mention that either. So when you talk about equity, let's have equity for all people.
Thank you, Mark.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. One more time. I just want to set some base terms. Usually when you are talking about something and you're writing something, it's helpful to understand what words mean. I don't know if any of you have looked up what equity means. I know it's a fancy buzzword, one of the many that are used these days. But when I Google equity on Google, it says the quality of being fair and impartial, equity of treatment. Now, I have nothing against any particular group. Everybody should be able to do as they want, and that has been the way in Fairfax for a long time. But what you need to recognize in favoring one group, you're not providing equity to all the other groups. And in using town funds, a reported $10,000 approximately to paint that area of town, much greater cost than has been done by Fairfax's crew, and not painting the parking signs, parking spaces prior to the festival. You've done the town of Fairfax a disservice and probably improperly used town funds. The other thing that's a disgrace is that you didn't recognize veterans on Memorial Day. Instead, these flags went up. Why weren't the United States of America flags flown on Memorial Day all over those poles? Nothing against anyone. I'm just asking questions about equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Wendy, and I just want to say that I'm really sorry that we're not fully celebrating something that was done that was a good thing and a happy thing. And and from what I just heard was mostly donated. So I wish this town would celebrate community instead of bashing community.
Thank you, Wendy. Anyone online?
Yes. There are 3 raised hands. The first one is Ava, followed by Kathy Flores. And Ava, you're unmuted now.
Thanks. I want to say I saw the picture of the crosswalk and I was surprised because I just thought it looked absolutely beautiful. And there had been so much complaining about it. And when I saw the photo, it was brilliant. And I'm proud of the town of Fairfax for doing that. And especially in light of the violence that we've seen, you know, that seems to be really increasing against the LGBTQ community. You know, this month is really sobering. There was incredible violence in Glendale, I think just yesterday, and it's terrifying. And it must really be scary for the LGBTQ community. And I think what you did was beautiful and important. And I see this town constantly try to honor everyone, and I don't think they're trying to elevate any group over another. I think they're really trying to fight a good fight. It's hard, it's complicated, but I want to commend you for that. You know, it seems silly for the crosswalk and the flags, but it's a show of support, and it's a critical show of support in a really tough time. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva.
The next speaker is Kathy Flores, followed by Brenna Gubbins. Kathy, you're unmuted now.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, so now I have to figure out where all my papers work. So this really doesn't, I mean, it does have to do with the flags, but not, they're beautiful. I don't mind them. There are a lot of them. Even my 8-year-old grandson says, why are there so many flags? And I had to explain to him. But anyway, this has to do with the cost of hanging the flags, which is, or putting up the flags, I guess. And as you all maybe well know, it's the town council meeting sign that I feel is very important. I've sent everybody an email. Lauren has sent me back. Heather sent me back some things, and Lauren says they're not going to do it anymore. They lost the metal sign during COVID. It went in the corporation yard. I'm not sure if it's the wooden sign or the metal sign that he really couldn't find. But it's not going to happen any longer because there's enough out there at the post office, at the library, and in front of the offices that people could see it. Read this. And my response to them was, let me see if I could find this. Lauren, he said you reached out to people. Okay, I hope I'm quick here. I do know who you reached out to, but since you and Miss Abrams are new to our town, you may have not known that we always have displayed a town council meeting sign in Paulinas Park. So this has to do with the cost of, they don't have enough manpower to put up a sign once a month, but they had enough manpower to put up the flags at a cost of $520, it took 2 public works crew to hang 30 flags at a cost of $538. It will cost to replace the metal sign. I don't know what that's going to cost, to say that Fairfax is having a meeting this Wednesday night for all to see, not just people who have computers and cell phones or walk around to the 3 different areas.
Thank you, Kathy. That's your time.
Well, no, I'm not done.
Well, you are, but
Well, you know what?
Could we please go to the next speaker? We're doing 2 minutes this evening because we're already behind.
The next speaker is Brenna Gubbins, followed by Sierra Tuna Fish Salin. Brenna, you're unmuted now.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say thank you. As a mother of a trans child, I'm really proud of our town for doing something. And especially since there's a national state of emergency against the LGBTQ plus people. I mean, seriously, come on. They're rainbow flags. They're not hurting anyone. Anyhow, sorry, I'm so emotional, but thank you.
Thank you, Brenna.
The next speaker is Sierra Tunafish Salen, followed by Deborah Benson. Sarah, you're unmuted now.
You know, art and color and community, it's all a great thing. And I go back to what I said before is, how do you re-educate adults? How do we change what we think we know and what we think or what we believe? And how do you get any of us to even consider what we're so sure of and what we fight about, when a lot of it is just done so automatic and has little to do with actual reality? As for equity, yahoo, let's celebrate all of it. Let's support all of it. Let's have community, potlucks, a lot more potlucks and a lot less guns, The color is a good thing. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sierra.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Chris P. Deborah, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, great. I live in Fairfax. Again, personal agendas, the rainbow flag's great. There are a lot of them. I have a niece who is trans. I have a brother who's gay. I support kindness to everyone, but going along with and yeah, great to make that statement that we're in favor of supporting everybody, kindness for everyone. But going to Kathy Flores's statement about the town council meetings, forever there was a little wooden sign that hung below the town of Fairfax sign that was put out by someone to announce that there was a council meeting coming up. People don't get out of their cars and go look at the kiosk in front of the town hall. They don't necessarily go to the library. I take exception to the fact that money was spent to hang these flags, and yet we're hearing from staff that there's no money, there's no staff time, there's no one available to either hang these signs. There's no money available to buy a new sign. We need to announce to the public in a really public space that we're having council meetings so that people can attend. And I think it's a really important issue. And I want to see a sign come back in the park underneath the town of Fairfax sign before every town council meeting. I think you could get volunteers to hang it if you wanted to, if you had a sign. So this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Again, I support, supporting the LGBT community and anyone else who's being harassed or censored. But let's get our town of Fairfax town meeting sign back up again. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
The next speaker is the last speaker, Chris P., and you're unmuted now.
Hey, I just want to say that LGBT.
We just lost your mic.
Of the public to be pretending like they care about fiscal considerations of the town right now. Say it with your chest what you actually believe. Okay, don't just hide behind your beliefs on trans or LGBT individuals. It's disgusting to pretend like you care about these people. They are under active threat right now, and I'm glad that Fairfax has showed that they matter, that we recognize them. They're part of our community, and they are here to stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We missed the first couple seconds there, but thank you.
There are no further raised hands.
Okay, great. Thank you. We will close public comment on the proclamation. Thank you all for the comments. Two quick things. One, could we talk at some point in the near future about getting a sign up, a heart? We used to have one that was really nice. I don't know what it takes, but we could probably coordinate something, but heard it before. And is that okay if we try that out?
Sure.
Okay, great. Thanks. One other thing, there was a comment about the cost associated. I think someone had a number in a couple $100 for the flags, but I think we addressed this at the last meeting. There was a question at the meeting again. We did a lot of touch up to Broadway and this was part of that work, but do you all have an actual figure for the cost for just the crosswalk, or is it kind of lumped in with all the other painting we did on Broadway?
We do have a cost. The cost for the labor was $2,500. And the product, the paint was $1,800.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Seeing that, we'll move on here. We are now at public time for open expression. We finally got to open time. So we're going to do 2 minutes, 30 minutes total, so that we can get to the regular agenda before 10 here. So I'm going to do 15 minutes in the room, and then we'll go 15 minutes on Zoom, and then we'll move on to the regular agenda. And I apologize for anybody if you feel like I'm cutting you off, but we just need to get through public open time to get to the business that was scheduled tonight. So with that, please, Mr. McIntosh.
Okay, first comment. I think it's really wrong for the people that have gone to the extra extent to spend their time to come down here and be before you to be diminished. Two, I appreciate some people on Zoom can't or don't have the opportunity to get down here, but again, it's wrong to diminish your constituents that are before you tonight. That said, I'll start all over. Michael McIntosh. Thank you, good citizens of Fairfax. Tomorrow, we will turn into the town your over 1,000 signatures supporting your right to vote. Everyone's voice is important. The right to vote is the basis of our democracy. We will honor your request and now place this on a November 2024 ballot. Independent of how you feel about extreme rent control, your voice matters. We support your right to vote. We all need to be heard. Thank you, good citizens of Fairfax. And in case anybody missed that, thank you, good citizens of Fairfax. Tomorrow, we will turn into the town your over 1,000 signatures supporting your right to vote. Everyone's voice is important. The right to vote is the basis of our democracy. We will honor your request and now place this on a November 2024 ballot. Independent of how you feel about extreme rent control, your voice matters. We support your right to vote. We all need to be heard. Thank you, good citizens of Fairfax.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker, please.
A tough act to follow. Mayor of Toronto, town council members, town staff, Fairfax residents here in the Ethernet, whatever it is. I'm Chris Lang. Now, years ago, when I was head of Chamber of Commerce, we were going to try to put a mural on the parkade wall. It's 4 feet high and 50 feet long. And so the town didn't have a process for approving for works of public art on public land. So that was eventually developed in response to our request. So then we were moving forward, and then town manager Garrett Toy said we couldn't move forward with the mural plan because the parkade was going to get redone, even though the specifications, which I read, showed the wall wouldn't have been touched and there was no heavy construction area or anything like that. So it got put on hold. So now I've started, and speaking of beautiful public art and town budget, I have started a new nonprofit called the Fairfax Public Art Foundation. And our goal is to engage with all regulatory groups and community groups and all like that to have some beautiful public art in our downtown. And so Fairfax Park and Recreation Commission has graciously co-sponsored our first 2 projects, one of which is the long delayed parkade mural, which will solicit ideas and proposals and come back to Park and Rec for review. And then we'll go out for bid, things like that. We'll keep the community involved through the internet with Fairfax, only in Fairfax and next door. And then the second project, co-sponsored by Park and Recreation Commission, has already been an approved site by a previous public works director. It's at the foot of the Pavilion Hill, right where the roads meet, Elsie Lane meets the Corporation Yard Road, next to the park. And that project is a Jerry Garcia Memorial statue, life-size. So that's going to be a lot of work to get permission to do that. However, as part of the approval process with Park and Rec, because not everyone looks at the
That's your
internet.
time, Chris, but thank you.
I'm
We'll
going
get
to
in touch.
ask you all to let staff, let me put up 2 signs with administrative position instead of having to buy a $500 permit.
Thank you, staff,
what I
or
want.
thank you, Chris. That's your time. We'll talk to staff about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Mark, you're up next.
Back to transparency, back to the consent calendar, which is now moved to the end of the meeting, which there's 19 items on the consent calendar. It's last on the agenda. I'm not seeing much transparency as far as those 19 items. This is from a booklet I was sent by the California Attorney General's office about the Brown Act. Says with respect to any item which is already on the agenda or in connection with any item which the body will consider pursuant to the exceptions contained in section, the public must be given the opportunity to comment before or during the legislative body's consideration of the items. I guess that's 54954.3 in parentheses A. The act specifically authorizes the legislative body to adopt regulations to assist in processing comments from the public. The body may establish procedures for public comment as well as specifying reasonable time limitations on particular topics or individual speakers. As we go back to 20, 25, I think at one time it was even 28 items on the consent calendar, you keep insisting that 3 minutes to comment on all the items contained is reasonable. And I don't think that anyone in their right mind could possibly think that that's reasonable. Sometimes it's 7 seconds, sometimes it's 12 seconds, sometimes it's 10 seconds. It's not reasonable. So if you're going to have a consent calendar with that many items, then everyone needs to be able to comment either 2 or 3 minutes, because that reasonable time limit has been established by a California appellate court ruling. That's law. That's adjudicated law. That's even stronger than just legislative law.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker.
Great. Hello, Council. I'm Michael Sexton, co-founder of FairfaxResidents.org. I want to publicly thank and acknowledge the hard work by numerous volunteers in the past 2 months to get over 1,000 signatures of registered Fairfax voters for the Keep Fairfax Fair ballot initiative concerning the extra rent control that you guys imposed last November. I want to specifically acknowledge and thank Claire, Deb and Kelly, Philip, Michael Burke, Michael McIntosh, Candace, Bob, Todd, and Chris, and the many other volunteers here tonight. They work hard for the right of all Fairfax citizens to be able to have their voice heard on such an important measure. Since people themselves were denied the opportunity to vote on this measure, they got angry and organized in the truest sense and tradition of citizen democracy to make sure we all had the right to vote on this measure. I hope this initiative is a wake-up call to you on the council and to other community leaders out there watching tonight that the voice of the people cannot be ignored. I would take that to heart for all future decisions that this council makes. I also want to invite all the supporters of FairfaxResidents.org to walk with us in the Fairfax Parade this Saturday and show your support from mom and pop housing providers, homeowners, and renters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Please, if we could avoid doing hand clapping or stomping or anything, we want to create a space where everybody feels comfortable to speak and give public comment. But thank you, I understand. Next speaker, Candace.
Good evening to all of you, and thank you everyone for being here tonight. We got a big weekend ahead of us, and I'm sure we're all gearing up. I want to thank all the residents of Fairfax who helped sign over 1,000 registered voters' signatures to a ballot initiative for the right to vote on something that affects all of us, whether we own our homes or we rent. This is important, and this is what needed to happen. Whether it was renters that signed, housing providers, People that care. There's a lot of people that care in this town. The unintended consequences were large, and I understand trying to do something for good and for everyone. But I'm very appreciative of all the people that help collect signatures, get the message out, risk their businesses, and then be defamed for it, just to get information out there that our council did not provide. We got a mailer about a month ago about gas blowers not to be used. 6 months ago, we were told by the council that there was no real way to contact housing providers or homeowners. A mailer with a gas blower would have been sufficient, except, hey, property owners, we're discussing rent control and rent ordinances in Fairfax. I think any taxpayer in this town or property taxpayer would have been happy to pay for that one. Again, everyone's voice is important. You all need to remember that. I think about it every day. I want to thank all of you for bringing my attention to what's going on in the town of Fairfax. Now I'm looking at everything: money usage, mismanagement, road conditions, morale, and outside influences. So thank you to all of you for that, but also all the hard work you do, because it is not easy. And thank you.
Thank you, Candace. Next speaker, please.
My name is Bernd Wall, and I'm a mathematician. I deal with chaos theory, dynamical systems, and I'm best known for linear fractals, which I should be #1 in Google. And in that book I wrote 25 years ago, I talk about pandemics, forest fires, global conflicts. I think I was a little ahead of my time. I also lived in Berkeley for 33 years. And the detriment of what the rent board has done. When the rent board was created in 1980, there were 30,000 rental units. By the year 2000, there were a little over 20,000. So I am working with creating low-cost housing out of shipping container homes. So I'm very active in this. And if you want to decrease the amount of housing in Fairfax, this is what you do: is you implement rent control, because it takes the power away from owners and it puts people in who often are detrimental to the living situation of others. The people who are really going to suffer are the renters that have to live with people that can't be evicted, and it makes their lives a torment. So what you want to do is you want to look at possibilities. You want to look at what happens from all these economists saying, look at the detriment of what's going to happen to your community if you implement rent control. And often people do not understand mathematically what the consequences are. So I came here to basically say, look at things from an academic perspective, look at the facts, and there's ways to increase housing for everybody at an affordable rate. And we're actually doing that. So make the laws that you have, like for construction and temporary units and things that you can integrate with people's homes. That's the way to increase housing, not having little old ladies have to worry about if they can't evict somebody who's a terrorist in their community that they bring in. In Berkeley, all these elderly women and men are willing to have students, but if they can't get rid of them because they're terrorizing them, which happens quite frequently. Thanks.
Thank you. Please refrain from clapping. Thank you. Todd, please.
Hi, my name is Todd Greenberg. I live here in downtown Fairfax. And I want to thank everybody who worked hard on getting signatures for the Keep Fairfax Fair ballot initiative. Thanksgiving came early. Thank you, everybody. And as long as I'm getting a chance to thank people, I want to thank staff who I think are very challenged by what town council has put them through and continues to put them through. So thank you very much for your work, everybody, and please show up at the parade and walk with us. Aside from that, as other people have said, we're working to restore democracy and the right to vote here in Fairfax. What this town council has denied us, intentionally denied us, and it's wrong. I've got a short statement here. My name is Todd Greenberg, as I said before, and I'm broadcasting to you live from the economic social warfare zone, otherwise known as authoritarian socialist Fairfax. The devastation here has been unnecessarily brought about by Fairfax council members refusing to listen to their local residents and instead using Town of Fairfax public funds to put forth the agenda of the Democratic Socialists of America. The town council members view thousands of registered voters as, quote, the opposition, and have done everything in their power to prevent Fairfax residents from voting on major policy changes such as the strictest in California combination of rent control laws. That's all. Thank you very much for everybody who's helping to correct the poor, costly course that this town council has chosen to take.
Thank you, Todd.
Hi, I'm Nancy Prickett and I'm a Fairfax resident, and it's a little segue, but I just wanted to voice some observations about the housing construction that has been proposed and the way I've seen the town council or what I've observed, and some problems with transparency in that regard. About these proposals. One is the buildings that I've heard about being proposed are going into wildlife urban interfaces. And we all know with the fire situation and everything that's going on that that is a big mistake. Some of these things seem like a complete knee-jerk reaction to the policies that have been in place for years. I know that there are housing issues that we all need to address, but the way that the council seems to be going about things and the lack of transparency to your constituents is really quite incredible. You're overriding a lot of previous agreements and legislations. You are neglecting to inform a lot of your constituents about anything that we need to know about these proposals. We also know that a lot of these things, you know, you're putting in housing that is not going to be affordable housing. That's our real problem. But we're talking about some multi-million-dollar homes being built. And then there's a question of what's going to prevent those homes from becoming short-term rentals. And why isn't there legislation in the short-term rental market to take the short-term rentals that are being, you know, quite a lot of them back into the long-term rental market? We don't have anything that's doing that, and nothing is going to prevent these other housing items from becoming short-term rentals.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Mallory Guidheim, I don't really like this 2-minute thing. It seems like you're cutting us off at every single turn to say what we want to say. So half of what I want to say, I'm not saying. Why are we having Berkeley and the Social Democrats in bed with you guys? I'm tired of that. If you want to deal with a town like us, go to Santa Cruz, go to Pacifica, go to other places and see how they're doing it. Not Berkeley. It has nothing to do with us. And I think when I loved everything that Rose said, and I think if you had known what she was going to say, chance you would have cut her off. But I want to say the same thing that she said. And I think what's going on is you're agreeing with people who agree with you, and you don't let people who don't agree with you, you probably know that's going to happen, speak their mind in less than a minute or whatever is left over. I agree with that we need to vote on this. And I don't agree that playing favorites is a good thing to do here. And I think you've been doing that. And I think free speech is important, and I don't think that we're getting that done here either. And I just want to, these are things that I keep repeating and repeating, and it doesn't go anywhere. Why Berkeley? Why spending $1 million on consultants? Why not doing something closer that's more reliable and less expensive? Because everybody that I speak to, I don't give a shit. Everybody that I speak to are not really happy with
Thank
most
you,
of
Mallory.
it.
That's your time. I just ask you to respect the fact that
I
everybody
don't
is going to get to.
because you guys aren't respecting us.
Okay. Okay, we'll take these last two and then we'll go to Zoom because we're past the 15 minutes, but
Deborah London, 232 Hillside Drive, Fairfax. I'm a landlord, I'm a tenant, and I own a business in town. And I'm saying this for the benefit of anyone watching on TV, because first of all, I want to thank everyone who has worked so hard on getting this initiative up to speed, and we're submitting it tomorrow. And I want to thank all the constituents, all the Fairfax registered voters who signed this petition. And there's still people wanting to sign. We're calling it at this point, but I want to say to those other communities out there, those other towns, don't let the DSA into your towns, the Democratic Socialists of America. They stuck their nose in here, and our town council invited them, and they created a problem where none ever existed. Don't let them do this in your town. Stand up, fight them, vote on it. This is what's happening in this town. The derision is such that we've never seen before. And I highly encourage you to watch what's happening in this town. It's not good. And I'm disgusted with this town council. This isn't the end of it, submitting this initiative. There are a lot of, there's a storm still a-brewing. That's all I can say. And again, thank you, Fairfax residents, registered voters. The DSA is going to put a notice out to the entire Bay Area, not just Fairfax. They're going to march in the parade. They're all going to wear their red shirts. And I think that's ridiculous. And you shouldn't be letting them in this parade. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
thank you, Deb. Please refrain from clapping. Thank you. Frank, please.
Thank you. Frank Ager, 13 Away, Fairfax. The last time over 1,000 registered voters' signatures were turned in to Fairfax was the 2014 referendum. Just a point of reference. The Fairfax Town Council agendas do not meet the purpose and intent of the Brown Act and good government practices, specifically the noticing of closed session items and how the consent calendar is handled. The public has a right to speak on every item on the agenda. Your last meeting listed 3 closed session items. One was a lawsuit, but no plaintiff or defendant was listed. No court identified and no case number was listed. The other was a threatened lawsuit. Again, no information. I get about 6 agendas regularly, and I have the California Coastal Conservancy agenda, and I'll just read one of their items under closed session. It says to confer regarding Pappas et al. Versus State Coastal Conservancy et al., Santa Barbara County Superior Court, case number 1417388. Session will be closed to the public pursuant to Government Code Section 11126 in parens E, parens 2, parens A. That's how they list all of their consent items. So folks know, I'm sorry, because they know closed session items, but I'll get that. I'll get a copy of this to all council members. The other issue is I have a the North Marin Water District agenda, and I'll just read their notation on a consent calendar, and I'll get a copy of that to you also. It says, the general manager has reviewed the following items. To his knowledge, there is no opposition to the action. The items can be acted on in one consolidated motion as recommended, or may be removed from the consent calendar and separately considered at the request of any person. So I urge you to revise your agendas and how you handle consent calendars and closed session listings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. And please do send that to us. Oh,
Very brief. Joe
Please.
McGarry, Fairfax resident, and I just want to say, like, I am a member of the DSA. And I've lived, my family's been here since 1988. And I've lived in this town for a long, long time. I work in this town. I actually ran for town council and lost to 3 of the sitting council members, but garnered 1,500 votes. 30% of the town voted for me. So I just don't let DSA come here is really hard to hear because I'm here. It's I was raised here. And to like throw language around that borders like on hate, because of economic and political beliefs is troubling. It's kind of more of the rhetoric that we experienced earlier in the night. And it's not community. It's not a community that I was raised in. And there may be disagreements, but please, if we could turn down the volume on some of this hate rhetoric. My family, I raised a family here, and I don't want to be villainized for political and economic beliefs. It's just not fair. Thank you.
thank you, Joe. Good people can disagree. I mean, that's the main lesson here. Let's go to Zoom. How many hands are up? I should ask as well.
9.
Okay.
Okay, the first speaker is Chad Plummer, followed by Catherine Ritter. Chad, you're unmuted now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm a resident of Fairfax, and I'd actually like to speak about the quality of Bolinas Fairfax Road, the part of the road managed by the town. Similar to the comments expressed earlier in the meeting, it's in horrible shape, and I think it's a massive safety hazard, especially given how heavily it's used, especially by cyclists. All the heavy potholes, especially in the descending direction, when people are coming with speed, tight turns, and cars behind them. I think it's a massive accident, potentially life-threatening, waiting to happen. And I would love for the town to prioritize repairing that road. I know it's not on the list for this year, but I think it should be prioritized for a coming year. I think it's one of the main draws that brings people to Fairfax, and I think for recreation, and I think it's very, very dangerous, unfortunately. Unrelated, I didn't call in to say anything about rent control, but I just wanted to say I support it. Thank you very much for my time.
Thank you, Chad. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Catherine Ritter, and you're unmuted now.
Good evening, Council. I'm happy to be attending my first Fairfax Town Council meeting, and I thought I would take a minute to introduce myself. My name is Catherine Ritter, and I'm from the city of Larkspur. And this summer, I'll be interning with 350 Marin as a climate action community engagement specialist. And as such, I'll be working closely with the San Anselmo and the Fairfax climate action committees. I just finished my first year at the University of Chicago, where I'm studying environmental science and business economics. And I recently took a course dedicated to atmospheric science. I'm very impressed and hopeful to see Fairfax's ambitious goal for carbon neutrality by 2030, nearly 15 years ahead of the state of California's goal. With climate change increasingly threatening our community's public health and safety, as well as destroying our surrounding environment, there truly is no time to spare, and business as usual admissions cannot proceed. The work of the Fairfax Town Council reminds me of the importance and power of change at the local level. Still, I urge you to prioritize achieving this goal of carbon neutrality and decarbonization. With my internship with 350 Marin, I'm looking forward to being a part of the parade this Saturday, as well as getting to know community members and climate leaders from across the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Catherine.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Jody Timms. Deborah, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. I want to say I applaud Rose Tabor for her bravery in addressing you, and Todd Greenberg as well, for their clear-cutting comments in reply in regard to this council and the actions that you've been taking. We feel as a town, which we feel that you're not in support of us. You have your own personal agendas, And the number of signatures that have been collected on this petition are proof of that. So enough on that. I want to talk about the financial reporting. In the old system where we had credit card reporting, which gave us some detail on the expenditures. Now we have a check that's written to the credit card company, and I would like to see individual credit card transactions on the financial reporting. So we know instead of $31,000 to the credit card, individual expenditures, so that we know what is actually being spent with the credit card. We have that with the check reporting and the invoices, but not with the credit card reporting. So thank you. And thank you for all you're trying to do. I know you're all well-intended, but please try to listen to us a little bit more. We elected you to represent us. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Jody Timms, followed by Ava. And Jody, you're unmuted now.
Good evening, Council. Jody Timms. I live on Cascade Drive. I'm the chair of the Fairfax Climate Action Committee. I just wanted to thank Catherine Ritter for making some comments tonight. We're really excited to have a student working with us through 350 Marin's internship program on the Climate Action Committee this summer. And I also just basically want to mention that all of us on the committee are really huge proponents of decreasing consumption. So we are encouraging everybody on all the regular R's: reduce, reuse, recycle, etc. If you haven't checked out the Resilient Neighborhoods program, we really want to encourage people to check into that and learn more about lowering carbon footprints. We have a couple events coming up we want to mention. As Catherine said, the parade this weekend. We have on Saturday, we have a contingent called Climate Action Now, which will have representatives from 10 different climate groups from across Marin joining us. We're also going to be hosting an EV and e-bike show this summer on August 27th from 10 to 1 at the Good Earth parking lot. So there'll be more about that coming, but I just wanted to put that out there, along with an event in September, which is an even further, but an organization called Quit Carbon is working with people to do free home electrification planning. So they're available to connect with, and we'll have a presentation from them. We won't be having a meeting in June, but we'll be back on July 18th with the Climate Action Committee. We encourage community members to come check out what we're doing. Oh, also want to just mention that there are rebates available for electric landscape equipment in town. So if you don't know about those and are interested, you can check out the town's website. So thank you very much, Council, for all you do and for the support you've given to addressing the climate crisis that we're all facing. And we really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Jody.
The next speaker is Ava, followed by Sierra Tuna Fish. Ava, you're unmuted now.
Thanks. I just wanted to remind everyone that New York City is engulfed in smoke because of the forest fires in Canada. And it's really terrifying, and it's sad to see because, you know, we all lived through that. And I think there's been a lot of regionalism expressed on these calls, like a lot of contempt for Berkeley and other communities, in a sense that Fairfax lives in its own bubble. But for families like mine that have been in the Bay Area since before the 1906 quake, you know, it's a little silly. We're all connected here. And you know, I didn't think that I would see New York City engulfed in smoke again. As someone who survived the events of 9/11, however you want to characterize them, it was pretty devastating. And so were the wildfires here. And so to see New York go through that again, and to know that that's the result of climate change and things that we need to get a hold of and in control of, and that there doesn't seem to be the political will for that, is pretty scary. But I want to thank the environmentalists who called in, and definitely reduced consumption is the biggest way to get there. And I'd also like to congratulate DSA for all their hard work. And I hope that they're out in the parade in all their red shirts that we've heard so much hatred toward. I think they've done a terrific job, and for people to have affordable places to live, and rent control is incredibly important. And lastly, I just want to point out that Marin County outsources a lot of its pollution to the East Bay. It's always been this way. That's why Chevron is in Richmond and not in Fairfax. So to imply that other parts of the Bay Area don't have an interest in what happens in Marin County is not really it's not really reasonable. So
Thank you, Eva.
thanks for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sierra Tunafish, followed by Delano Arthur. Oops. Sierra, you're unmuted now.
Don't get me wrong. I support change and changing the way that we live and act and consume and all of it. But, you know, consider carbon neutrality in Fairfax really means little unless the rest of the state, country, world really buys in. When we have disincentivized rooftop solar for the most part, and there's less return for people to put rooftop solar, and we're extending things like Diablo Canyon to create or keep electricity in the grid for all this demand, we've got more and more demand for electricity, but we don't have the source. And that's a big problem. You know, few people talk about conservation as being the lowest hanging fruit and the easiest thing to do. We still believe somehow that we can consume our way to a new and a better future and a healthy planet and environment, but environments don't work that way. You know, to ban gas lawnmowers, for example, and all that, it's like, are we basically telling everybody to go out and buy new electric and new battery power and new disposable battery packs? And what is the environmental cost of all of that? Where is the tool lending cash? Or what is to be said, or what's the environmental cost of keeping what we have going and using it sparingly, as opposed to buying new things and destroying environments to create a bunch of stuff that we really don't even have the electricity for to begin with? You know, we can ban gas appliances in Fairfax and make everything electric, but where's the electric coming from? What are we doing to conserve what we already have? How many of us drive our bicycles someplace to go for a bicycle ride? I mean, I don't care if you have an electric bike or a pedal bike, but where's the electricity coming from? And what are we doing to curtail our consumption, period? We cannot consume our way to healthy environments. We just can't.
Thank you, Sierra.
There is no planet B.
The next speaker is Delano Arthur, followed by Janet Garvin. Delano, you're unmuted now.
Hi there, this is Philip Soliveri speaking on Delano Arthur's computer. I want to make that clear first and foremost. I just want to say it is a great day in Fairfax, and it's a great day for democracy. Volunteers began collecting signatures May 1st to put the Keep Fairfax Fair Act on the 2024 ballot. Over 1,000 registered voters of Fairfax signed the petition that will allow the people of Fairfax to vote on rent control. Right on, folks. Within days from now, Deb London and Mike Sexton will submit the signatures to the town clerk. I want to express my heartfelt thank you to all the volunteers for making this happen, and a huge thank you to the community for exercising their right to bring this to the people for their vote and their approval, because everyone's voice matters. On another subject, I was there earlier but had to leave in order to greet an Airbnb guest, which is what I've done with my long-term unit, at least for the moment. And as I was leaving through the back door and the garden, I heard rock and roll blasting from behind the across the creek, behind the bamboo curtain, from apparently the homeless folks that live there. You guys, you got to do something about this. This is not the way we want to live. This is a quality of life issue, and there are solutions. And I would ask you to look for the solutions and suggest some things. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip.
The next speaker is Janet Garvin, followed by Chris P. Janet, you are unmuted now. You may have to unmute yourself, Janet.
There we go. I'll begin again. Janet Garvin, 160 Porteous. And I would like to thank the Fairfax Police Department specifically for two things. Number one, for answering the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's such a vital community service. And this came to light recently, once again, in connection with someone who was in San Anselmo and needed help from a police officer at Creekside Park and couldn't reach Central Marin Police Authority because they had a recording stated that they were having problems with their phones. And in the Nextdoor post that she wrote about, she drew attention to Fairfax PD, thanking them for answering the phone 24 hours a day. So I would like to add my thanks to that. And secondly, to thank them for a service that maybe some people do not know about, which is called the Home Security Check. And if you are going out of town, you can request the Fairfax Police Department to drive down the street and check the security in your home. And we used the service earlier this year, and it's quite a nice service. And I'd like to read from a letter we got in response to their providing us this service that describes the service and invites other people to participate. So part of the letter says, through the cooperative efforts of our residents and our department members, our ongoing goal is to promote better relations and service in our community. If you know anyone else in Fairfax who might benefit from this particular service, and again, this is the home security check, please let them know about it. So I actually got a follow-up letter along with a log of the number of times that someone had come by. So
Thank you, Janet. That's your time.
Great, thank you.
And thanks for sharing. Yeah.
The next speaker is Chris P, followed by Mallory G. And Chris, you're unmuted now.
Okay, let's try this again. Hopefully I don't cut out. Apologies for that. Good evening, Council. Chris Parando, lifelong Deer Park resident and Democratic Socialist. Deborah kind of stole my thunder a bit with her comment, but I would love to encourage renters and other members of Marin's working class to come march with us and stand in solidarity with working families, seniors, and young people trying to survive in Fairfax and keep a roof over their heads. And yeah, like you said, if you have a red shirt, you should wear one. So I'm a socialist and I'm used to people using extreme rhetoric to denigrate my political beliefs. But I think it needs to be said that it kind of feels as if fellow Fairfax residents are trying to create a new Red Scare. Recently, some members on Nextdoor have called Democratic Socialists of America a cancer that needs to be eradicated at all costs. Well, you know, that leads to some assumptions of what you would do to eradicate a cancer, but let's leave that as it is. And, you know, as history shows, movements based on fear are used to target all of society's so-called undesirables. As the poem says, first they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was a socialist. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
The next speaker is Mallory G, and you're unmuted now.
Okay, hi. The first thing I want to say is that
Mallory, you already spoke for public comment. Sorry.
Of course. Okay.
You spoke within the last 10 speakers in person for open time. So could we head on to the next speaker?
Thank you. Kobe Friedman, you are the next speaker, and you're unmuted now.
Good evening. You guys passed this rent ordinance at a town council level, right? So the question is, now that you know public sentiment, that's against it, the majority of it, why don't you just reverse the vote tonight? Make a motion to reverse that vote, and then if you want the public to vote on it, put it up on the next calendar for the next election. But because right now it's really an emergency. People took the properties off the markets, are not renting. People are moving out of town. It's just a disaster. At a time when there's a real crisis, a housing crisis, not only in town but everywhere. This is it's only exacerbating the problem. So why don't you just reverse it tonight? You can do it, right? You have the authority to do it, and then put it for a vote. If you want to vote, if you want the town to vote on it. Democratically, right now, all it's doing is definitely damage. I did not hear a single person except one that was for this whole thing in its entirety. So why don't you just repeal it in its entirety right now? And then and everybody will sleep better tonight. The 90-year-old lady that was going to move out of town because of this freaking ordinance. Hopefully she'll stay here. She's one of the pillars of the community. So I don't understand. It only makes sense if you would just reverse it right now. So please.
Thank you, Toby. I would just ask if other people have their hands up. Anyone else? No? Okay, we'll close public comment. Great. Yeah. And we're going to take a break here. What time is it? 9:06. So come back at like 9:12, 9:15, 9:12. Okay, 9:12. All right. Damien, cool. All right, sounds good. Thank you. All right. It's just after 9:15 and we're ready to start the regular agenda. We're going to start with item number 5, just to conduct public hearing for fiscal year 2023-24 proposed operating and capital improvement budget and provide direction to staff. Heather, Michael, thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public who decided to stay. Today, I'm presenting our proposed budget for the town for the next fiscal year, which runs from July 2023 to June 2024. The budget is the most important planning tool we have in the operation of the town. It's a legal document which gives the government officials authority to incur obligations and pay their expenses. It allocates resources among the departments and reflecting the council priorities and policies and controls how much each department can spend. This budget was developed over several months during which the staff and the town manager presented their proposals for programs and service levels, and this was balanced with the available resources that we had, including revenues and funds projected to be on hand at the beginning of the period, and that resulted in a draft budget. And that document was discussed in a 5-hour council budget workshop on May 9th, from which input was incorporated into this proposed budget, which is the document that we have this evening. The budget document, the adopted budget document, will be presented at the July meeting for final adoption. So this slide, yes. This slide compares our proposed budget to the projected revenues and expenses that we'll have on hand for the current year. As you can see, the general fund revenues will be about the same, maybe slightly less. General fund appropriations will increase by about $1 million. Our general fund reserve is projected to start above 45% and end the year at 26%, which is above the level that was set by council. Total appropriations of $19.2 million for all funds will be about $3.8 million higher than the current year actual expenses, but it will be lower than what we budgeted for the current year. The source of funds for this year's general fund will come from revenues and fund balance. And most of the revenues that we have, let's see, are we on the same slide? Yes. Okay. most of the revenues that we have, about 68%, come from sales and property taxes. Service charges account for about 6% of our revenue. And Measure F, special purpose tax, provide for about 5.3 of revenues. I think we want to go to the next slide, please. So yeah, this is the one that we're talking about. Other taxes and fees such as utility user taxes, franchise taxes, and hotel tax will account for about 11.6% of this year's revenue. The fund balance, which consists of revenues that we have collected in excess of our needs for those periods, will provide about 9.1% of the funds needed for this next year. And that still leaves a healthy reserve of about 3.5 million. Next slide. This year, general funds use of funds, that's this one, is primarily for services. About 43% of our expense appropriations are projected to cover payroll and benefits for staff. About $3 million or 40% will go to contract services with the Ross Valley Fire Department. And finally, $1.9 million or about 14% will go to pay for other contract services, primarily in planning, public works, and legal services. Next one. By department, the general fund appropriations are primarily for public safety, such as police and fire. That's about 52.7% of our budget. And about 10.4% is for public works, and about 9.5% for planning and building. This has been higher in the last couple of years because of such programs as the housing element and inclusionary housing. Next one. I think this is Heather can cover this one.
That's me. Thank you. So I just wanted to point out, this is a good news budget. This is very fiscally prudent. We have increased services and also still have a very healthy reserve in compliance with the council's reserve policy, and then some. You'll hear more about all of these items through the presentation, but I want to point out that we have doubled the allocation for paving specifically. We heard people asking for that. So paving is now at the $1 million mark. Is it enough to make all of our roads what we would want? No. But is it much better than we've done previously? Absolutely. There's also funding for bridge repair and other many other public works projects. There's also increased staffing in the planning, and that includes moving a current half-time planner to full-time and adding a planner who will be a housing specialist. So I'm very excited about that. I think that aligns very well with the council's goals. There are also significant increases in public safety, police and fire, and those are due to updates to the labor MOUs, so the agreements with our labor groups and their salaries and benefits, which are due every year. And then lastly, I want to point out that there's a significant increase in the programs for climate and environment. And that is, again, in keeping with the council's goals. And I think what we've heard from the community as we, are here in these meetings. So for me, I'm really proud of this budget. And I think it shows fiscal discipline on the part of both the council and the staff to be able to come in with something that is balanced for both needs and making sure that we are sustainable long-term, that the town exists in a healthy financial situation in perpetuity. I'll turn it back to Michael.
Great. Thank you, Heather. I thought it might be useful with the next slide to look at the budget by fund groups, starting with the general funds group, which consists of about 7 different funds. Our starting balance for the general funds group at the bottom of the first column there is about $5.8 million. And the ending balance we project will be about $3.6 million. The revenues in the second column shows that we'll be getting about $11.5 million with appropriations of about $13.8 million. The net transfers includes, if you look at the net transfers column, it totals 29,000. But what is in the total for the general fund, Fund 1, includes $1 million of transfers in from special revenue funds such as gas tax to cover staff salaries for repairing and patching roads, from Measure F municipal services for expenses having to do with police, fire, in accordance with the stipulations of the Measure F, and for a special police fund. And it also includes $1 million of transfers out to capital improvement funds to bolster the money that's going to be available there for being able to do road projects. Next fund, or next slide. This is a slide covering our special revenue funds. Special revenue funds are restricted funds. We receive them for specific purposes, and that's what they're limited to being able to be used for. The revenues received are for specific purposes such as gas tax and for other and for from certain special sales taxes. The biggest one currently is the last line there, which is for federal stimulus funds or ARPA funds, which we received, which currently has about $1.76 million in it. Most of these funds do not record the appropriations directly into the fund, but rather the funds received are transferred to the funds such as general fund and capital improvement funds, where the related expenses are incurred. We anticipate transferring about $2.2 million from the special revenue funds to other funds this year. As I mentioned above, about 1 million of that is to the general fund, and the other 1.2 is to capital improvement projects. Next slide, please. So this slide shows our 4 debt service funds and the 1 fiduciary fund that we have in town. The debt service funds include, in the first one, Fund 43 through 46, includes the $6 million street bond that we issued back in the early 2000s, on which there's about 2.1 million remaining. The second one there, which is Fund 48, is the debt service that we have on our $9.4 million PERS UAL refinance, which was done in 2020. And that saved the town about $4.3 million in interest costs over 20 years. So we're looking into additional ways to raise money for street repair funds by possibly refinancing and extending our existing street bonds, which are going to be retiring in 2025 to 2027. So if we can create a bond issue that keeps the amount that the citizenry pays at the same level as they were doing currently right now, it's estimated that we could raise, depending on the terms of the how long the bonds are going for, it could raise from 9 million to about $15 million for that purpose, and still keep the bond payment that's currently being paid the same. So I'm going to be presenting some options on that coming up. I'm having some numbers drawn up for that. So this is important to us because we estimate through our pavement management plan that we need to spend about $13 million over the next 5 years to improve the condition of the streets, and possibly up to $30 million if we consider the retaining walls and other related infrastructure. So this would be a good way to get a chunk of this done. So the second part of this one is the fiduciary fund, which is our open space fund. And currently they have about 53,000 in there available for purchasing properties. Then next slide. So this slide is our capital improvement fund. We have 3 capital improvement funds, which we are appropriating about $4.1 million for in projects. And I'd like Lauren to explain some of the highlights of the program this year. You want to use the detail slide?
Sure. If you'd like to go to the next slide. Please.
Whoop. No, back.
There should be a capital improvement detail page.
See if, is there one beyond that? Nope. Okay. I don't think your slide made it into the final.
So what I can talk about, the document that I'm looking at is some additional detail about some of the capital improvement projects that we have. And so some of the items that are included in that for reference, there are the pavilion kitchen, there's the street repair program, there is stormwater improvements, there are the bridge projects as well, and a few other projects. So we'll make sure that this page makes it up, but it does provide a little bit of additional detail about capital improvement projects. As other projects become identified, we'll take a look at where they fit within the program. So some of them will be street repair program, as Michael mentioned, as I brought up in the report that we provided to council about the streets. The PCI report only looked at the surface condition of the street. So it really didn't take a look at anything else that's happening alongside those streets or underneath them. So that's just something to keep in mind, that PCI report produced a number, which was just the surface, but certainly there is additional work that needs to be done. And while I have the moment, I can bring up, the question about Bolinas, and that is certainly a street that we are aware of. We know its condition is very poor. Staff has actually met with representatives from the county to try to figure out how best we can work together on trying to get that road fixed.
It's up on screen.
Oh, great. So this is the sheet. This is just a detailed sheet of capital improvement projects that have been identified for this current fiscal year. There are other projects that we are working on that will fit within kind of the road improvement budget. But this gives an idea of some of the projects that the Department of Public Works is working on and some of the ideas of amounts of money set aside for them. Going back to the Bolinas, as I mentioned, we are trying to identify funding sources for that particular stretch of road that is within the town of Fairfax. Is in such poor shape that the funds required to really repair it are significantly larger than anything we have currently identified in our current budget or even in our projected budgets for the next few years. So we are working with the county to try to figure out where we can find partners to help improve that, because that particular road, as well as Sir Francis Drake, are used by a lot of other people and agencies other than the town of Fairfax. In fact, you could make the argument that are used by more folks outside of Fairfax than by Fairfaxians. So we are continuing to look for that. We have submitted applications to Transportation Authority of Marin for both Bolinas and Sir Francis Drake for significant amounts of money. We have not yet been awarded a grant, but we are still on that list. So that, to let everyone know, we are aware of it. We are trying to do what we can. We have made some tentative discussions with the county about doing some remedial work on Bolinas just to address the next year or so before we come into the rainy seasons next year. If there are questions about the capital improvement projects, I'm certainly able to answer those questions as best I can. And then I believe that the last slide will be for council discussion and any questions you have for staff. Any immediate questions, Vice Mayor Kohler?
Yeah, I have two questions, and one is for Heather. you spoke about the police funds going up. And correct me if I'm wrong, it wasn't just increases in the MOU. I think we have a full-time dispatcher that is new, which I think you said was about 100,000. And then also the CalPERS contributions went up significantly. Is that correct, or was there something I'm mixed up about?
Yes, the CalPERS, all of the related benefits went up, and CalPERS specifically. And then the dispatcher, we actually added that position last year, but that continues to roll through the budget.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question. this
Sorry,
is-
on that one though, we're going to add a notation on page 29 or whatever it is to explain that 488,000 increase.
Yeah.
Yes, it's about $500,000 increase because of, I mean, it's a service, so it's staff
Absolutely.
heavy.
Yeah, I just want, we talked about variances of that nature or degree need to be explained. And to the extent that you're able, in terms that are understandable, because I don't know that average folks understand even what MOU means. So if we could just use layman's terms, I think that would be great. Thanks.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you, Councilmember Hellman. I just have, this is a totally picky question of mine. When you got to the open space fund, Michael, you said there was 53,000 left in that. I believe we took 12,000 out and donated that to Marin Open Space Trust for the Upper Hawthorne Canyon that the council approved acquisition. And I believe it had 53,000 before we took the 12,000 out. So we don't need to belabor it tonight, but I think we need to verify that and just make that correction in the budget if it wasn't done yet. I think it was done in other areas because I raised this earlier, but I'm still seeing it there. So it's just picky, but I'm a stickler. Thank you. And thanks for answering my prior questions that I provided before.
I have more questions.
Yeah, go
That's
for
okay.
it.
Michael, thank you for this. Always very clear and understandable. Related to the expiring bonds for street improvements, how much did that originally raise?
The original issue was done over a three series
Okay.
in the year 2000, 2002, and 2004. It raised 6 million.
Okay. And that was voted in 20 when?
It was probably
I would
back in 2000 or
Well,
1999.
yeah, it's the series of 2000, so I would guess it was voted on prior to that.
Okay, but in one vote, or is it two or three? Okay. And so if you are, and thank you for doing the research and coming to us in the future on a new one. So you said 2025 to 2027. So would that need to fall on the 2024 ballot?
I think that
Hypothetically?
what the proposal that has come up is that we might be able to do better by refinancing the remaining amounts of the street bonds and then getting new revenues out of that also. So that would mean that if you did it in 2024, even though there's amounts remaining on the prior bonds, that could be rolled into the new bond issue.
You would still need to put it to a vote though, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then related to the TAM, what you've put into TAM, I just wanted to get a little bit more information about that. So is it like, what was the scope of the request? Or was the request to scope the work?
That, are you talking about road financing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't with TAM that I did.
Sorry, no,
This is for the-
this is
yeah.
for Lauren.
This is about the Bolinas Road piece, correct?
Yes.
I don't, I'm going to try to find it right now if I can find the spreadsheet, but it was, both projects were submitted to TAM for consideration prior to my arrival.
Okay.
And they were for amounts in the millions for the repair of Bolinas, and also a significant amount of money for the repair of Sir Francis Drake. So I can try to find where those numbers were, but it was for repair of those roadways.
Okay. And it's just pending a response, or how does that work? I'm not familiar with the process there.
There's more going on there. So that was submitted as a prior proposal from the town, and prior proposals from the town have not fared very well because we didn't have a director of public works, and all of the proposals that get vetted go to the Director of Public Works Association in Marin to be vetted, but we didn't have somebody that went to those meetings because we didn't have a director of public works. So the more recent thing that's happened is that we have those outstanding proposals, among other ones, like fixing the sidewalk between Victory Village and the 7-Eleven on Sir Francis Drake, which I know other council members care about as well. And e-bike storage, and like there have been proposals that have been submitted and they live at TAM. What's happened more recently is that meeting with County Public Works and Supervisor Katie Rice, and also pulling in TAM's Bill Whitney, who used to work at the town, and former interim Public Works Director Hamid Shamzapur is the Assistant Director of Public Works at the county. So there are a bunch of stakeholders that know Fairfax that in the last month or so have been pulled to the table, and we still want to pull in Marin Water, and also Assemblymember Connolly and Senator McGuire, because this is and it's recognized by TAM in the conversations we've had, this is a regional route, both Sir Francis Drake for sure, but also Fairfax Bolinas Road, even though it doesn't get the type of traffic that people expect, it's still a critical roadway because it bifurcates Marin County. What Katie and I had talked about, and what we have done is we've asked Chief Weber, our fire chief, to have conversations with OES about something I think maybe one of the speakers talked about, which is there wildfire resiliency or community preparedness money that could be secured, because this is a critical roadway for getting out into open space and doing wildfire resiliency work as well. So there are some different irons in the fire right now, but it's gaining momentum on top of what had been pending for possibly years.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a more of a broader look and a more strategic look at it. So I'm really appreciative that that's happening. And sorry to digress a little bit from the budget. I'm not sure if the chief is with us, but I was curious about as far as accomplishments and goals and objectives. I was curious if what's happening with the Coffee with the Cop, which is a good community outreach program. So if we could just address that. I don't know if he's with us or not.
I can address that if you don't mind. So yes, those are planned. The chief is away at training and will be back soon. So we have an acting chief, obviously, but so we'll be starting those and we'll announce those in the town newsletter and on the website, etc.
Okay. And then the next iteration will have your message.
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Any questions from Councilmember Blash or Councilmember Ackerman?
No, but I really thank you for that explanation about the work with TAM on the larger road projects, and great presentation overall. I haven't no further questions right now.
I'm just going to second what he said, just that so many people have asked about the Bolinas Road aspect in particular and wondered why it wasn't on the PCI, and it's because it's being dealt with a little separately. So I'm really glad I was really grateful for that further explanation on that too.
Yeah, Lauren, you pulled it up.
Yeah, so I was able to find the infrastructure project list that has been submitted to TAM. And so for the Bolinas Road reconstruction, $5 million was requested, and that the description of the work was for design and construct improvements to enhance drainage, green stormwater infrastructure, and bicycle pedestrian safety for a key road segment linking central San Rafael and the Ross Valley, including ferry and other public with Western Marin, including Point Reyes National Seashore, Muir Woods National Monument, and Golden Gate National Recreation areas. So that gives you kind of a description of what we were asking for. To give you some context on this list, there are approximately 85 other projects that have been submitted to TAM for consideration. So we are one among many. That gives you an idea of where we stand on that.
What about Sir Francis Drake? Did you find that one?
Let's see if I can bring that up.
That's my pet project.
Yes. So for Sir Francis Drake, it is described as Sir Francis Drake repaving school bicycle routes, pedestrian crossings. It is for repaving poor condition of Sir Francis Drake, assess conditions of roadway stabilization, retaining walls, and improve other utilities and services, including storm drainage and ADA as needed. Shall include improvements to bike route to schools and pedestrian crossing safety. And the amount of money that was asked for that portion was $2 million.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just have one question and then some comments later, but question on ARPA funds. 1.766 million. We project that we'll spend a little bit of it, so we'll be at 1.616 million. It's my recollection that we have to have by that, is it by the end of 2024 or by what date certain do we have to have those monies dedicated to use them?
Basically, the funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024.
Great. Okay. I just wanted to confirm that. So we can expect in the next budget next year that we're going to draw down some of that money, or at least have some of that plan for CIP or something like that.
Certainly. Mayor Cotron, I do have a few projects that I've identified for stormwater improvements, including Park Road here and some other areas where we experienced some flooding during this last storm. So I have a few projects where I've identified some work that I think would be important for the town, and have reached out to some civil engineer design groups to assist with that. And we're getting some bids right now. That's why you're taking a look at the budget, that there is a certain amount of expenditure because we're going to spend some time doing design, and then hopefully that will turn into actual construction projects.
Can I just follow up and just say, I thought we were looking at the mapping of all the stormwater drains and planning beyond those two projects to do what we can to fix the rest of our stormwater drains, because we don't usually see this kind of money. Right? Am I correct?
Yes.
Because
So
we'd have to get that all together by December 31st, 2024, have it all encumbered.
correct. So along those lines, currently we are under contract with Harrison Associates to do some visual storm drainage mapping. So they're going out physically and taking a look at what assets we have located throughout town. And so that's going to augment, kind of the existing maps that we do have and confirm where we have assets. So that is currently in process right now, and we are under contract. We also had the sidewalk survey group do a little bit of that and just go identify some assets within the area where they were doing the sidewalk survey. So that is currently taking place at this point. And all of that information will go towards trying to develop a plan of how do we repair and replace storm drains.
Thank you. Apologize.
No, not at all. It's that time. We're going to open public comment on this item for folks in the room, and then we'll go to Zoom. Yep.
I believe it's a public hearing.
Public hearing on the item. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll open the public hearing on this item.
Frank Yeager, Meadoway. Bolinas Road is in the federal secondary roadway system. It's the only north-south connection between Sir Francis Drake Boulevard and Highway 1. Years ago, we secured a major federal grant. We had federal funds for reconstruction, repaving, and sidewalks on Bolinas Road. To my knowledge, it Billings Road is still in the federal secondary roadway system. And you should be looking at that option for work on Billings Road. The stabilization of Pavilion Hill that's eroding into Fairfax Creek, historically a salmonid stream. It could qualify for a grant from the California Coastal Conservancy to retain the hillside, stop erosion that is eroding into Corte Madera Creek and San Francisco Bay. We had one employee who you had on paid administrative leave for about 16 months. And he had worked the street department for well over 20 years. And he probably knows where all the storm drains are and all the hidden ones are. And I don't know why Fairfax isn't taking advantage of employees like that with their knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Next speaker.
Thank you, Town Council. Michael McIntosh. First comment, Michael, I always appreciate your reports. I appreciate when I ask you for information, you're probably the most of all forthcoming. So thank you. My question is for the bonds. When bonds are voted on, they're generally sunset. So that's where there's a term, they come to the end of that term. And I appreciate the discussion that the town needs money for roads and stuff. But before we extend a bond or go out for another bond, which is still a raising of taxes against property and stakeholders, I think it's certainly fair to the town to show what accomplishments an individual bond has occurred at what cost, and to show that all the funds within the bond have been allocated for the language of the bond. So before we do go back to the voters, I will be up here and I will make quite the ruckus because I would like to see a summary of the pre-existing bonds before they sunset and before we continue them for another expense. Because no matter what, if we have a bond, and yes, I do understand that we can save interest. If we extend that bond, we're still spending more gross dollars, even though we're getting a better interest rate. And in the current capital markets, this is not the best time to be incurring that debt. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Do you want me to do any response?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening again. Candace Neal Ricker, Fairfax. Wow. You know, delving into the budget of Fairfax is illuminating. It's a lot of numbers, a lot of projects, a lot of needs, a lot of payroll, a lot of pensions. You know, where does all that money come from? I really appreciated that screen. Where does the revenue of the town of Fairfax's money come from? So a lot of that was taxes. Within those taxes, I'd be curious of that tax number, what comes from property taxes? And who owns those properties? Would those be the homeowners of Fairfax that are paying 53% of the town's revenue? I'm just kind of curious because I would like to understand exactly. I understand special tax, tourist tax, a lot of different sales tax aspects, but the homeowners that pay the property taxes, which I believe are some of the highest in Marin County, top 4. So I just would like to just let everybody out there know that where that revenue and a majority of it or over half of it is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace. And for those in the room or those online, we have the tax breakdown on page 4A in the budget packet. Thanks. Todd, please.
Great. Hi, Todd Greenberg here for those of you who don't know me. Thank you for the hard work and for the ideas. I want to reiterate what Michael McIntosh just said. We are at multi-year highs for interest rates. I want to remind all of you in your elected positions, you have somewhat, although the town attorney might correct me, of a fiduciary duty to look out for the best interest of Fairfax and those who pay taxes here, and to use the tax dollars wisely, not to continue adding on fees and more taxes and drawing down reserves. So I have some questions that you can get back to me or answer if the council will allow you. First off, congratulations, Lauren and Chance, and then anyone else who has worked on potential Bolinas Fairfax Road issues. But nowhere in the discussion have I seen any mention of what I've written about and talked about many a time, which is we have had multiple downtown Fairfax gas leaks, not multiple, but 4 that I know about and 7 that Candace has been told about. And PG&E responds on an emergency basis, and it's a 1935 gas line, okay? The gas main, downtown Fairfax. That needs to be addressed in strategic planning with all the utilities notified that we are going to do a major project so that there can be what they call in the industry a cost share. And everybody is told so the work gets done at once. MMWD has expressed interest in doing a revision of their pipeline downtown too. And RVSD has had problems. I'd appreciate a couple more minutes because this is really important, but I know you're not going to give it to me. So I'm just going to draw attention to nobody knows what percentages mean if they're not explained. Discussion down here on page 1 of this staff report. The town reserve is going from 48.9% in 21-22 to 45.6% in 23-24, down to 26.1%. That's a pretty big drawdown. How much is that in dollars? I think Fairfax residents would like to know. And then on the flip side of that page, it talks about the pavilion. As I understand it, this is just hearsay, but apparently $250K is being spent on a new electric kitchen. I'm a little bit puzzled how that would be when all the other work hasn't been done. Usually you'd put your finishing touches in after the other work gets done so it doesn't get ruined. I think things are a little bit out of place. On page 11 here, I've also spoken to this on other meetings, but there are priorities, there's goals, strategic planning categories, and town council goals, none of which are prioritized. There's no ranking. So how do you know where to spend your money if you don't have a set of priorities?
Thanks, Todd. We've given you a couple more minutes, but appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, good evening, council. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to talk a little bit about the police budget, and I appreciate the explanation of the $500,000 increase and it being tied to salaries and benefits primarily. And so the explanation basically is like the amount of police is relative to the increase in cost. And I think that a lot of the discussion or the analysis of police here in town is based on kind of a feel, you know, like what residents feel about it, how they like the 24/7, they like community policing. But I look forward to the day, as you know, police are occupying a huge amount of the budget, and there's obviously lots of other projects and work that needs to be done. And this is happening at a moment when the data says that their real work is dropping. And at some point, I look forward to the discussion where we talk about, maybe a right sizing of the services being offered. An example of that is over the last 2 years, Part 1 crimes are down 50%. Total incidents to the police are down 36%. Calls for service are down almost 34%. Officer initiated incidents are down 38%. Reports filled out by officers are down 22%. Crime reports are down 38%. And it goes on and on and on. Citations down 55%. Parking citations down 68%. Traffic citations down 20%. So I just, I want to understand how we're not getting into that discussion based on the data of what's happening with police. If you were to look at any other services being provided and you see a drop like that, we'd make some adjustments, whether it be we look at the patrol model or what it is to get it right sized to what is actually happening in the town. So I hope that we can have that discussion at some point. I've inquired through email and haven't really had this decline explained to me, but I think it's important. These are important dollars. There's a lot of discussion of fiscal accountability, that's bubbling in town right now. And I don't think we can steer away from that fiscal accountability being applied to our police department. Thanks.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I have some questions. Todd brought up the pavilion kitchen. I thought it was 270,000 and change, all electric. How many times is that kitchen planned to be used? And for what? I mean, you're going to have like a full-on baking show competition going on there, or cooking shows? I mean, 270,000 plus? And isn't the pavilion a gathering point for disasters, depending on the disaster? What's the first thing to go in a disaster? Electricity. Is there going to be a gas generator hooked up? We're going to have solar panels. We're going to have solar batteries. $270,000 for a place that's supposed to be a community gathering point in case of a disaster, and it's going to be tied to the electric grid, which already can't handle what's going on. I look at the women's club kitchen. What's the biggest use there? I think it's for AA when they make coffee or tea. So why do we have a induction stove? Why was that expense valid? I don't get it. And then I look at, over the past couple months or few months, there are like 2 raises for town staff. I always thought you get an annual raise, but some people had got 2 raises within like 2 or 3 months of about 10 to 12%. How is that fiscally responsible? And then talking about fiscally responsible, if we have a budget of about 19 million, that means that in the past year, we've spent over 5% of that on housing element consultants. And EMC was already proven to be incompetent. It was obvious early on. And
Thanks,
so
Mark.
why weren't there milestones in the contract, and why aren't we seeking a refund of $500,000 from them? Why did we pay them $100,000 over their contract?
Thank you,
What
Mark.
you're doing with our money.
There's no one else in the room. We'll go to Zoom for this item. And for folks on Zoom, we're still on item 5.
Yes, there's one raised hand. That's Philip. And Philip, you're unmuted now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Will you turn down the thing down? Thank you. So I came into the discussion a little bit late, but I do want to talk a little bit about revenue. You guys are obviously not seeing what's going to happen here, and is already happening in Fairfax with rent control. And this is a budget question or budget comment, not a rent control comment. When you install rent control, people take their units off the market because they can't afford to sell them at a lower price, which is what they're worth now, less than they were worth before rent control. So you're removing a lot of income from people who plan to sell, were planning to sell their places and will no longer do it. And I think that that has to be taken into account. There's a number there. I don't know what it is, but there's a number there. So I just want to connect that dot for you guys. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by PJ Pfeffer. Deborah, you're unmuted now. Deborah?
Do you want to just go to PJ and then go back to Deborah?
Yes. Hang on.
Here I am.
You're
Hi.
on the air. Thank you.
Okay, I had my volume turned down. So this is in regard to repairs on Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. To my recollection, when Victory Village was given the permit to build and when the construction of the county detention basin at Sunnyside was approved, there were caveats regarding road damage due to construction and some responsibility and promises to fix whatever was damaged. So maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I remember from attending meetings. Why are the developers in the county not being held responsible for repairing the damage to Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, which is pretty obvious, you know, with all those heavy trucks and those heavy loads and, you know, construction. So that's my question. And also hopefully pet project of mine that Lauren maybe pointed to on Park Road, capital improvements by cutting curbs to let some of the floodwaters in to irrigate the redwoods. Hopefully that's still in the works. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Deb.
The next speaker is PJ Pfeffer, followed by Mallory G. PJ, you're unmuted now.
Hey, thank you. I wanted to talk about a couple of the line items in the budget, specifically on page 26, where the town is considering potential costs for implementation of the rent control and just cause eviction ordinances. We should be cognizant that some of the costs listed here are likely to be mitigated due to countywide cooperation. For example, one of the parts of rent control that Larkspur is considering that actually has universal buy-in from all 5 of the city council members there seems to be a rental registry, so that they, you know, they've talked about needing to have more concrete data, and they're all very into the idea of creating a rental registry. And then at the May, I think 26th or May 23rd Board of Supervisors meeting in Marin, they received a presentation and discussed the status of evictions countywide. They also talked about, they currently have just in an unincorporated Marin, they're building a rental registry, and there's enthusiasm from all of the supervisors to have and they directed the county administrator to reach out to each municipality to make a universal Marin county-wide rental registry. Presumably cooperation in those costs would be mitigated. And as most of the jurisdictions in Marin are going to move forward with strengthening their tenant protections somewhat, at least over the statewide level, as is indicated in all of their housing element plans, they each list that they have a plan to do so. The informational services are likely to be a type of cost that could be shared with other municipalities, as is the rent board. If more jurisdictions are using one, presumably there could be a local effort. Thanks.
The next speaker is Mallory G. And actually, that's the last raised hand. Mallory, you're unmuted now.
Okay, you can hear me. All right, so we're still on 5. Yes, we're on 5.
Yes, budget.
Okay, so I really, the way the town has been spending money, especially on $1 million over on consultants, I think it would probably work really well to hire somebody who knows how to manage money and who can spend it reasonably and not unreasonably. And I would think that having somebody who knows how to do it, like Deb Benson, might be really good at that if she wants to do that. The other thing is I just think in terms of the budget, we can add some budget to music for the festival for the musicians, rather than I went online and donated to them. And I think the town should support their musicians, especially the ones who are working for the town, for the festival. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mallory.
There is another raised hand, and that is Kobe Friedman. You're unmuted now, Kobe.
Yeah, I was wondering if the town can provide a more detailed financial statement. In other words, not just headings, but down to the nitty gritty, salaries, all the expenses, just a complete spreadsheet. Because I mean, there's been some concern that the town is not exactly up to snuff. So I think what can go a long way if you make the town budget completely transparent and expand all the expense items, all the categories of expense items, down to salaries, pension funds, and all of that stuff. And also, I think that priority should be given to public works, especially in light of the fact that we're facing, that the roads need to be repaired so people can get out of town in case of fire, so roads should be repaired, retaining walls should be built to widen the road so you can have 2 lanes of traffic going out of town, that sort of thing. So the police apparently, I mean, the workload has dropped significantly according to the previous speaker, but the budget can be probably cut in favor of public works and bring this town to the 21st century, make it safe and sound and all of that. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. And I don't know if you've seen the packet that goes alongside the presentation that was given by staff tonight, but the packet is a pretty sizable tome, and it has a lot of the expenses, but I just wanted to bring your attention to it. It's on the website.
In addition to the audit report from last month, which we got the highest rating. So
thank you for
up
that.
to snuff.
Thanks. Anyone else on public comment? No?
No.
So we'll close the public hearing on this item and then bring it back to the dais. I just have one thing I had a question about, Heather. It's something that forgive me, colleagues on the council, I forgot to bring it up at the retreat, but over the last year, we've heard a bit about how many touch points we have with the community. Obviously, we do a lot of newsletter outreach, and Michelle is walking around town affixing things to wooden stakes and all sorts of I actually don't know where all the spots are that you post. But one of the questions I had is whether or not there's a little bit of money that we could find in the current budget to at least do like 2 mailers a year as like touch points to the community, in addition to all the things we're currently doing. But I think it's something that we've heard from the community, and it feels like a good start into sort of working that muscle of like townwide mailer, could be more of a postcard thing. But if the council wanted to do something like that, would we be able to, I was thinking probably be something around $12,000 or $15,000 total to reach every household. But yeah, this is just a question for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yes, I think we could accommodate that. We still do have, a good reserve over the 25%. So that would accommodate that. We could add that into, maybe it goes under town manager just because it's kind of for the entire town. And then we could, as you said, produce a postcard that would kind of remind people about our newsletter and about our website. Just in case people are wondering, we also do have 3 physical locations that we always post our meeting notices. That is in front of Town Hall in that very accessible all day and all night kiosk that we use. We also use the post office, and there is a notice board out in front of this this room, which those are all accessible at all times of day and night. So yeah, happy to do that postcards, and we've had good success with, you know, I think someone mentioned that they've seen the electric landscape postcard. So we did see, you know, an uptick in program usage because of that.
Would folks on council be amenable to such a?
I got to say, I'm already uncomfortable with 26% reserves because that's not really exactly where we landed. But yeah, in general, I guess I'd like to understand more what the objective is, because if is it a FYI to the community, here are the, you know, key initiatives we're focused on, and here's what we've delivered in the last quarter, or like what is your, and if you're interested, please get engaged type thing. I mean, is that ultimately the objective of the outreach?
Yeah, I mean, I figure if there's success in getting feedback from the community with, you know, a biannual mailer that has bullet points and something that even comes around the time of the budget, where we have literally all of the goals and everything from the town in one document for the last year, for the year ahead. It feels like there's an opportunity right then and there to say like, okay, well, let's try to hit as many homes as possible in addition to all the electronic outreach, and say like, this is a great time to kind of level set with where we're at. And I haven't fully fleshed it out, but it's just, I know other communities do mailers and we've done mailers for the housing element, and it feels like just another opportunity, and it's not that costly.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like the concept. It should be a postcard, I think. And if you can, you know, have like a QR code to subscribe to the newsletter, you know, but yeah, concept.
I'm fine with the idea, and I think we would have to decide what the primary topic is. And just like we just did on the electric landscaping, I think it's not a bad idea, and using direct mail USPS, PSPS rather than a mail house is actually cheaper. And we can hit all mail routes in Fairfax that way. So we can work on it and decide when is the appropriate time. So I agree with that.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure it was in the budget, so we don't go, you know, later and say, well, we don't have money to do mailers. Just want to make sure there's a little bit there. I
have one more too.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But just in response to that, I think it's a reasonable idea, and I know there's been talk in previous years going all the way back to GPAC about that maybe we could have some kind of an outreach to new residents, like a welcome packet. It's more difficult to do that than to do a mailer to everybody, because figuring out the addresses of anybody who's moved into town is not easy, but that could serve that purpose as well, that a new resident to town who doesn't know anything about the town newsletter and doesn't know how fun our town council meetings are.
There's actually an electronic version of the welcome kit that some volunteers put together. So you could you could
it's not
point
that
them.
was still going on.
Yes.
But anyway, yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Nice.
And you had other.
Yeah, just in response to what a public comment from PJ Pfeffer on the page 26 for the some of the costs related to rent stabilization and just cause. Just reminder that we agreed that would go into some of the risks and opportunities of all of the costs related to that would go into the message, into the town manager message. Thank you.
And I want to bring up Deb Benson, I think, mentioned the damage to Sir Francis Drake by the 2 construction projects. So just a reminder, Victory Village was given 5 years to start paying their road impact fees. And I believe that would be something like 2025 or 2026. And when Sunnyside was proposed way back before some people were on the council, I brought up that flood zone 9 money should be used to do some repairs to Sir Francis Drake. That heavy equipment has damaged the road. And we know, just even hearing from the consultant that Lauren brought, heavy equipment is 14% heavier than cars. So I know we're not there yet. They didn't agree to it at that time. And I know Lauren and probably our mayor through TAM discussions, I think we need to wrap that back in, because I think that did have significant damage, and Sir Francis Drake is our main arterial. So I don't think we'll be made whole completely, but maybe some of that with the TAM will work. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a couple things and also just kind of point out that part of the reason we'll have a smaller reserve is that we're spending money on things the public asked for. And I think you can be penny wise and pound foolish by letting deferred maintenance build and build and build, and then you spend a huge amount much later, as we know from the road situation. So I mean, that's one of the reasons we were comfortable with that, because we have had an extraordinarily high reserve compared to what's generally considered normal for towns. And it's been great for us in some ways. In other ways, it just meant we weren't maybe spending money on things we should have spent money on because people need services in town. So I am curious about a couple of things. So first off, I think I noticed, I'm going to assume that Kathy Flores did this, that there was a little sign in the park about the town council meeting that was very charming. And I'm not sure if we can, make another sign and allow it to be a volunteer effort, or if there's something wrong about that, but it was, kind of sweet to see it. So I'd be interested in seeing if there's something we can do without burdening our staff, but allowing members of the public to, get that message out there would be great. Let's see. I also just wanted to note that, if you look at the consent calendar, and some people have questions about what money's being spent on, there's a report on progress in public works that's really quite impressive, that I get some joy out of. So it's worth looking at if you have questions about what some of the funds are being spent on. Going to reiterate that the staff report for this particular item is huge, and it does have a lot of detail. So if you want to find out more, line by line, it's in there. Okay. I also wanted to note that, I've noted from talking with the folks with public works that there is coordination with other agencies. That's why you sometimes don't do a project, from my understanding, like right away, because you're planning to do it when you coordinate with all the other agencies so that all the stuff gets addressed at the right time. You don't want to rip up the road for PG&E and then repave it and rip it up again for another purpose. So I just wanted to assure people in the public that's actually being done, that is taking place. I'd like maybe a little bit more explanation, since people are asking, what the goals and expectations are for the kitchen and the pavilion. Are we expecting people to do catering out of there? Why are we prioritizing that? That would be good to know. I'm also just curious about, do we have plans for, we do have solar panels on the pavilion, something which I didn't know because it's up on top of a hill and it's a tall building. So I'm pretty excited about that. Are we planning to have battery storage or some other way to use that facility? And is that in this budget, or would it be in another budget? Or is it just a, dream at this point?
So I can touch on
Yeah.
a few of those items. We can start with the pavilion solar, and this is something that Councilmember Ackerman could also add some information into. We do currently have panels that are up on those buildings, and they connect down to the town hall, PD, and fire station. What is currently in discussion is trying to create what is called a microgrid. And what that encompasses is taking a look at what I will call the entire town campus, which is the pavilion, the corporation yard, town hall, PD, fire station, the community center, and this building, and trying to link them in a way that we can generate power, store power, and use vehicles not only to be electrified, but also to be bidirectional, in that they can act as storage devices for electricity. So we've done an initial step. I have done an initial step of having an electrical engineer come out and just take a look at each one of the facilities, determine what kind of electrical systems we have, get that type of information. And from that, the goal is to create this resilient hub where not only are we generating power from the solar panels on the building, but we're storing that power. Currently, we don't have storage capacity. So when the power goes out, we no longer are getting the benefit of that solar power. So that is happening, and that is in discussion, and Councilmember Ackerman can probably add a little bit more, because I believe he's been involved in this for a while, but that is kind of the idea. We understand that having electric vehicles, it will not be very effective if we don't have an ability to power them, especially if they're used by first responders. So that is part of that overall goal of how do we electrify our equipment, but still be able to operate. And the way to do that is to create storage capacity. And so that is a discussion that's happening. With regard to the pavilion kitchen, predates my employment here, but it's my understanding that there's a significant amount of money that is coming from grant funding for that project, which is why it's still is maintained on the budget. There is money that's coming in, so we want to take advantage of that money when we can get it. Michael or the town manager may be able to answer a little bit more information on that. With the kitchen, there is the possibility of other options. We can rent it out for use by a catering company. It may open up opportunities for renting the building to other users that may need a larger kitchen. The work does include the equipment for creating a commercial grade kitchen, but it also includes some other improvements that are going to be triggered by that type of work, including some accessibility requirements. So that's one of the reasons that pavilion kitchen continues to stay within the budget there. So there may be some other comments that the town manager.
Can I just add
on.
something? So the pavilion in this building are rented out for weddings, parties, birthdays, and the pavilion kitchen has been pretty non-usable for quite a long time and somewhat not the safest thing in the world. So we use both these buildings for much more than these council meetings or Heather, you probably want to speak to.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. So we replaced the stove in this actually, I replaced the stove in this building because the gas stove that was here was completely broken and dangerous, not usable. So we replaced that with an induction stove, and we use that not only for all of the meetings and events that happen here, including there's a group of local age-friendly folks who meet here once a month. There's daily AA meetings that use that facility as well. So then also in the pavilion, that's as you said, a potential for weddings and catered events and whatnot. And that funding was identified specifically as a grant source that is only for essentially new facilities within parks. And it is something that we get from the state as a per capita grant. It is not something that we would otherwise be, able to receive those funds.
Thank you. And I did want to point out one thing that I was thinking when we were talking about this. And, I've been watching town council meetings for years, well before I got elected. And I think there's often some misapprehension about some of the funds. I remember somebody getting really angry when her road was broken and we were spending money on bike lanes, and people wanted to clarify that money for the bike lanes came from a grant funding that could only be used for bike lanes. So there is money that comes in that can only be used for certain purposes because it's a grant for a certain purpose. So it's not just like somebody on the town council thinks, oh, wouldn't it be fun to have, X, Y, or Z? It's like, and we'll just take it out of the general fund. It's not coming out of the general fund. It's coming out of a grant that's specifically for that purpose. And so, just to understand that not all the money can be used for anything. A lot of it is specified by the source of funding.
This item is not an action item this evening. So if there are no further comments to staff at this time, we can move on. Staff, you feel like you have everything you need from us? Right on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I make a motion to waive the 10 o'clock rule?
Please.
I'll second.
Okay.
Wait, did you want to say something, Town Clerk?
I did want to note that there were a couple of supplemental pages that I put in the public packet and on the dais, 2 pages from the budget. Just
And those will also be included in the version that comes out for the July 12th meeting. That's where you'll be asked to adopt this budget.
Great. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second, Kohler Ackerman, to waive the 10 o'clock rule. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
yes, Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All ayes. Thank you. And thank you, Michael, so much for helping us get through another year of budgeting. Feeling really, really good about how this looks. So thank you. Okay, we are moving on to item 6. Hopefully Dan is still with us. This is to adopt a resolution approving the inclusionary housing and commercial linkage studies and direct staff to bring back an inclusionary housing ordinance and housing impact fee ordinance for consideration.
I'm here. It had to, it was spooling for some reason, but I'm here.
Okay, one second, Dan. There was a question for those online about what those supplements were and where they'd be. One of the supplements was the town attorney's work plan, or accomplishments from last year. Thank you, Janet, for doing that. I know it's something that hasn't been done in years past. The other one, Michelle.
It was the town clerk. We added one bullet at the request of the council.
Okay, you added just one bullet on the town clerk page on the packet.
Yeah, under accomplishments.
Okay, and as Heather just said, those will be in the budget that will actually come back to us for a vote next month.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thanks, Todd. Okay, Dan, so sorry. Please take it away.
Okay. Am I steering the ship, Michelle, or are you?
Your choice.
Okay, I can do it.
Okay.
Come on. There we go. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Dan Hordert here from Contract Planner. The purpose of this presentation tonight is to go over commercial linkage and inclusionary fee studies. The purpose of the studies are to promote affordable housing. They were coordinated by the county and initiated by members of the Housing Working Group, a group of planning directors from all jurisdictions in the town or in the county of Marin. The fee studies were prepared over a 2-year period, and the studies established the legal requirements for both the affordable housing inclusionary in lieu fee and the non-residential commercial linkage fees. Strategic Economics and Veranza Wolf Associates were hired to conduct the studies, and funds from Assembly Bill 602 and SB2 grants were used to fund the program. The consultants held 3 stakeholder meetings, and some of the input included different inclusionary policies across jurisdictions make developing housing projects more burdensome. It was difficult to estimate project costs, and they suggested a common or at least similar inclusionary policy for Marin County jurisdictions. Some of the benefits include affordable housing in areas where better access to employment, schools, and public transportation, which enables people to move from high poverty areas to high resource areas. And mixed income communities can have a positive effect on the outcome of overall health. So I'll go over some of the policies that are affected by the studies. The town's fifth cycle housing element suggested adoption of an inclusionary ordinance and an affordable housing fund to accompany the ordinance, though neither were ever implemented. The sixth cycle draft housing element, program 3E, also discusses inclusionary housing programs and commercial linkage fee. So an inclusionary housing policy aims to create affordable housing units by requiring housing developers seeking to construct new market rate units to set aside certain number of affordable units for moderate income and low income tenants or homeowners. A commercial linkage fee is a type of impact fee that charges new commercial development for its role in creating new demand for affordable housing from employees. The Nexus study addresses two main areas of analysis: the linkage between new jobs and the needed affordable housing, and the affordability gap between what employee households can afford and what new housing costs to build. So here's a chart of all the inclusionary ordinances throughout Marin County. If you notice, Fairfax and San Anselmo don't have one. San Anselmo did recently approve the studies in April and have since gone on to approve ordinances for inclusionary housing and the fees for the commercial linkages. And as you saw in the previous line, there's just no consistency with the fees or units in lieu. Developers want to see clear income and rent targets not subject to discretionary review. And they also wanted the units broken into three categories: under 10, 11 through 29, and 30 plus units. So here's a breakdown of the commercial linkage fees. They're broken down into four categories: office, retail, restaurant, hotel, and other. The range in retail restaurant is in consideration of small independent businesses. That's why it's $8 up to 2,500 square foot and $10 for 2501. For the other category, the project consultants created an Excel spreadsheet based on Excel-based tool, to calculate the commercial linkage fees, and that's what's inset into the slide. So you can enter the square foot, you enter the job title, the number of jobs, the annual wage, and it spits out. You can't see it. I can't see it because it's behind the pictures, but it spits out the actual commercial linkage fee. So next steps. So the study and policy adoption deadline has been extended by HCD. The new date for submitting reimbursements is September 30th, 2023. The reimbursement is about $16,000 that the town paid out. And the county is the one that actually is overseeing the billing for that. And to meet this, the county is requesting all jurisdictions adopt the inclusionary and commercial linkage fee studies and policies no later than June 30th, which is coming up pretty quick. And so staff is recommending that the council conduct a public hearing to consider the affordable housing in lieu fee and commercial linkage fee studies, and move to adopt the draft resolution approving the studies, and direct staff to return to council with an inclusionary affordable housing ordinance program and related impact fees. Sorry, I kind of went through that quick.
So to clarify, we are just approving the studies tonight. We're not setting any policies. We're just
Exactly.
Right. Accepting. Thank you. And I was wondering just if we could get a clearer definition of what inclusionary zoning or inclusionary housing is, so that people understand what it is.
So what inclusionary housing would be is, so say a developer does 10 market rate houses. He might be required to do 20% inclusionary housing to go along with that. So it kind of makes that mixed income housing.
So he would be required to provide 2 affordable units and 8 out of his 10, right?
Yes.
And then that would be possibly administered by, I don't know, the county or another body. I guess some like Novato used to use Hello Housing or something. But it would remain, it would be affordable housing, but provided by a for-profit developer, basically.
No, it could be by the actual the main, the market rate developer.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Yes, Vice Mayor Kohler.
Hi, Dan. Thanks for the presentation. So my question is, and I've read both studies, I came to slightly different conclusions for the recommendations for both studies. And I'm wondering if tonight, after we go through the public hearing, I could throw out my different conclusions that are just slightly different than what the consultants recommended.
That's a reasonable conclusion. You can do that, absolutely. And then we can bring that back to council with your suggested changes and go from there.
Well, that's if the rest of the council agrees, but I just wanted to find out if that was an option. Because I think reading through them both in detail, there were some areas where I think even their own data showed that you could come to a slightly different conclusion. So thank you so much for answering that question, Dan.
Sure.
Anything else? No questions? Because then we'll open the public hearing on item 6.
Hi there, Todd Greenberg speaking on item number 6. As Barbara Kohler just indicated, sometimes there is an alternate resolution. Sometimes that's a legal term. There's lots of ways to look at things, and those options should be presented to the public on all these big decisions. I'd like to, Dan, I think you're new working here, but you've obviously got experience in a lot of different places, but I'm not sure if you're aware of how backbreaking the continual load of fees are here in Fairfax. We have some of the highest sales tax in Fairfax. We are now being asked to pay new rent fees. You're asking for 2 new fees. Could you please tell everybody, if council will allow you to, whether this will apply just to new projects of a certain size, or whether this is going to be another back-breaking, wallet-robbing set of fees to the rest of us in Fairfax? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Todd. I'll just point you to the first page where it says it applies to new multi-unit.
Of what size? What dollar value?
Next comment, Mark.
Hi. Okay, here we go. I really think that, when we talk about low income, moderate income, very low income, et cetera, we really need to assign a dollar figure to what we're talking about. Because low income in Marin County is $104,000 a year. And I know that, the fictional persona of we're going to be building these houses so that the people who are, doing all the, heavy lifting in restaurants or wherever are going to have a place to live really is not realistic. And then the other the question I have is kind of what Todd was alluding to. You say there's what'd you call it? A linkage fee of $10 a square foot for most places. Is that a flat fee? Is that a monthly fee? Is that an annual fee? Because in Fairfax, we seem to like 30 cents a square foot. As you can see from the parklets. So if I could get an answer to how often that fee occurs, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else? Michael?
You know, they say a son is a son till he takes a wife. A daughter is a daughter the rest of your life. So bless her little soul for worrying about a jacket and dinner, and even a common thread with Barbara. Good taste. I appreciate the presentation, Dan. But what was being alluded to by the two prior speakers, every fee could have a great value to someone or something, but collectively they're too much. I feel pretty confident that in the last half year, I have spoke to more, successful developers that have come through trying to make JVs with me. It's always looking for the path of least resistance. And what at the end of the day are those fees or taxes going to be? That's all they care about. The one part in this, and again, I want to apologize for the last 6 months. I've been very busy, so I have not really had time to read this at all, let alone analyze it. The one part that I do know of inclusionary fees that is valid, I think it's good if somebody wants to do something and there is a fee to offset that development that can benefit a community so that we are more inclusive. That I support. But when we come around to this, that it's really just another fee. And then you look at this, and especially to the property owners like myself, when then you cap one's ability to keep up with all these fees and all these taxes. And I know you're talking about new construction, but that'll be in the future. You're really hitting us twice. And so if you want inclusionary housing, you want really affordable housing, you want to make it so inexpensive that everybody wants to come here and say, I want to build that. And right now what the game is, and people aren't really aware of this, the state's providing many different bonds. If I may, this is something that will benefit everybody. The state's providing many different bonds and opportunities that come through so you can subsidize and purchase something such as Sherwood Oaks. If those bonds are used collectively and put into a pass-through, you can then, because many of these bonds through these programs mature in 15 years, you can put them into a pass-through, put a nonprofit to manage that at 1%. You can buy back that bond at sometimes as little as 10% of construction cost, and you have now avoided paying property tax for perpetuity. It's not the 55 years of HUD money, it's for perpetuity. So you really want to look at where all these fees are going, because if we lose our tax base, we can't support our community. That's what's supporting all these discussions tonight. So there's places here that the inclusionary fees to make sure certain things get built are good. And I also think it's also very good if you have something that the developers, when they come in, they can say, I understand this, I can put this in my equation, but collectively it's too much. Thank you. And Dan, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Mayor. Riley Hurd, followed by Mallory G. Riley, you're on the air.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Riley Hurd. I am a local land use attorney and I specialize in multifamily housing projects in Marin County. I have extensive experience with inclusionary housing ordinances and their percentages and the effect that they have. So I thought I would hang around this evening to just let you know a couple points that are worthy of your consideration. First, 20% kills housing projects. So you really have to watch out for how this fee, which is designed to produce low-income housing, can actually prevent housing from happening. The land costs, construction costs, and all the other things that go into building a project have pushed margins down so low that sometimes the difference is having to build the 20% inclusionary, which are absolute money losers. Then that money has to be made up by charging more for the market rate units in the project. So you're pushing up the cost of the other units. I strongly encourage you to consider that. Also, really consider an in lieu fee option. This lets cities target specific groups. This could be veterans, elderly, that a private developer can't do because of the fair housing laws. So really think about that. My final point is the density bonus. The state density bonus law does not let you mix and match income categories. So if you adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance, be sure to add flexibility as to which income bands can be used to satisfy the inclusionary amount. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Riley.
The next speaker is Mallory G, followed by PJ Pfeffer. And Mallory, you're unmuted now.
Okay. I didn't completely follow you. I don't know if it's because I'm tired or because it was very general. And I would like a little more specifics. When you're saying 2 out of 10 affordable housing, what are we talking about in money, in price? How much is the affordable, the non-affordable housing, regular housing, versus how much is affordable housing? That is a question I was hoping somebody could answer. Daniel?
We could address that at the end of the public comments, Mallory, if you have any other questions.
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
The next speaker is PJ Pfeffer, followed by Liz Froneberger. And PJ, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. I agree. We need more affordable housing, as is the goal of having an inclusionary housing ordinance and housing impact fee ordinance. And I thank the council for moving this item forward. Even those opposed to other tenant protections have cynically suggested their motivations to make sure Fairfax can provide more affordable housing, though some spoke out already against these efforts too. It's very helpful that the study identifies the cost of building housing and just how high those costs can go. It identifies the affordability gap for the extra burden of cost on producing affordable housing. And looking at just the moderate income category, the highest AMI category listed in these studies, which looked at affordability for those making 90% of the already skewed high AMI for our area for rentals, and 110% of that AMI for single family homes and condo townhouses. It shows affordability gaps averaging 360,000, 160,000, and 75,000 respectively. The study also showed that land costs can be almost 50% of the development costs. The study notes that a lot of these costs are higher in the Bay Area just due to market conditions. These aren't, natural costs of land or construction. And it's important to note these high costs because affordable housing projects, part of the reason why they need to finance more is because they are making less of a profit on the development, which is why making sure that other units also have to deal with the same sorts of restrictions and tenant protections that affordable housing projects in Marin County do. They all have to have more strict categories, can help lower the costs of housing and actually create more affordable housing by causing a market-wide reduction in land costs and hard costs. Thanks.
Thanks, PJ.
The next speaker is Liz Froneberger. And oops, sorry, hang on. Liz, you're unmuted now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I might not be, well, let me be honest. I'm understanding very little of this 135-page document, but I was looking at something after Todd said something. He just kind of tickled my brain there. So on page 8, Roman numeral 1, bullet 4, I think this might have been what he was talking about when when we were talking about, how many units are we talking about, et cetera, who would be included. And Chance, I think it was you who said, please note that on the first page, it's new projects. So in this bullet, it says that there is a range and that you can go anywhere from, you can start at 1 unit. So my question would be, and I don't know if this is what Todd meant, but so if someone builds a new ADU, might that qualify if Fairfax decides that they're going to go as low as 1 unit can be included in all of these conversations about these fees? That's my question. And obviously I would like it if you didn't start with 1 unit as a new building.
Thank you, Liz. We'll give a little bit of an explanation and answer some of those questions shortly when we close the public hearing.
There are no further hands.
All right, then it's that time. We'll close the public hearing then and take it back to the dais. I think something that'd be super helpful. What is it? This is page 3. Is that what it is? No, it's not. It's I guess it's page 3 of the memorandum from Strategic Economics. That's helpful for some of these questions that people are asking. And Dan, I was wondering if you could speak to it, especially because I think San Anselmo just brought their inclusionary housing policy. And maybe you can confirm that as well, because then we might be one of the last ones in Marin to do something about this. But for folks that have the packet in front of them, and to a couple of the questions from the public, it seems like a way to conceptualize what we're talking about is looking at some of our peers in Marin County, where you see people are saying if it's 1 to 5 units, there might be a certain type of affordability target. Whereas, and then, if it's more than that, it might trigger a different affordability target. What do we mean when we say affordability target? There were some other questions there too. I think there are a variety of ways that we can frame it. Low income, moderate income, all of these things can be tied to area median income. It's something that the RENA process does. But I think that's what that should be helpful for thinking through this. There are different threshold sizes that could be set. The percentage of affordable projects could be set by those based on those threshold sizes. And then the affordability targets are a whole other decision point that the council would have to make. None of this is what we're doing tonight. We're here to accept and potentially adopt a resolution approving all of these studies that all of these partner agencies have done in Marin County. Do I have that right, Dan?
And so, we are the last one to adopt or to approve anything.
We're the last, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what San Anselmo did? This chart doesn't have that information, but do you have for our curiosity?
I don't have it off the top of my head. I believe they went 20%. I think they broke it up between very low, low, and moderate.
Was there a unit threshold?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you for even throwing out a couple things. And that's hopefully when this comes back, if this comes back, we'll be able to talk about that then. But yeah, Councilmember Blash, I see your microphone's on. You have some questions or follow-up?
Yeah. So I just wanted to reiterate what the mayor just said, that this is a study looking at options. It's not like we're voting on the options tonight. We're just accepting the study. But, generally speaking, we have the ability to select different numbers of units. Like we could say it starts at 5 units. I mean, we could choose the income affordability levels per whatever number of units. We can choose the percent of units that need to be affordable at whatever level. So, that's still up in the air. This is just really saying we've read the report and we accept it. And we were part of a group that basically received SB2 funding and other funding to go in with other communities on a consultant who did an in-depth study on the options available to us. And I did want to note that San Rafael has done considerable work on setting their limits. And they did a whole report on it. It took a really long time, but it did look at both the cost of development. They talked to a lot of developers, and I think they worked out a formula. It's rather complicated, but seemed to be something that was workable. So I think that's interesting and worth looking at in the future. So I think that we'll just have to have some very clear graphics or descriptions when we really start to look at what policy we choose that describes the options so that people have a clearer idea of what we're talking about. And we are talking about new construction. And I believe we're talking in terms of the linkage fee of new construction as well. So you'd have to have a business that was big enough and bringing in enough employees to actually, trigger some sort of fee to be paid. And I'm not sure how often we get humongous new businesses building, huge new facilities here, but it might happen. I did also want to just note that it's interesting. We have really low municipal fees for development. I noticed that in one of the charts in here. So I just thought that was interesting and worth thinking about. And that's it for now. And I'd really like to hear what Councilmember Kohler has in terms of suggested changes.
Let's hear it.
Okay, well, first of all, one of the things I want to say is I know that our town manager and I were talking about this, and should we have an inclusionary fee or even the commercial linkage fee, it will allow us in the future, if, for example, a purely affordable housing developer comes in, such as what happened in Victory Village, that we certainly will never have the kind of money in that fund to fully support, but we could help subsidize. And PJ Pfeffer and I sit on a county-wide committee that looks at allocation of HUD money and some state money. And the state money in particular is for homeless and affordable housing. And there it requires 100% match. So should something like that come in, and that county-wide group is not county money, it's for all of us in the county. And there seems to be a missing link there, that people think it's the county's money. It's all of ours, and that's why we have community people as well as elected officials. But we can help subsidize or provide a match in the future. So the one piece of this that I think came up tonight through various questions, and I think this is something when we do take up the ordinance, we need to really think about. I don't think we need to do the slicing and dicing that San Rafael did, but I think we really need to think about a boundary on the minimum unit size, a number of units. I don't think we should start at 1. I don't think, my thoughts would be something like a minimum, have 10 as the lower boundary, something like that. And so I don't have suggestions for that, but I just was thinking of that as I listened to the public hearing. But in reviewing the report, first on the inclusionary fee, and I agree with Riley Hurd, who brought up that 20% can kill projects. And that's one of the reasons why San Rafael adjusted theirs. But I also think in looking at the development costs, so the study had 3 different kinds of projects: single family subdivisions, which are for sale, condo townhomes for sale, and rental apartments, which are for rent. And on page 35 of the inclusionary zoning, it looks at potential in lieu fees, but also looks at the hit to development costs. And what I see in there, first of all, as far as the recommendations from the consultants is 20% across the board. I personally do not agree with that. I think because a 20% on-site requirement for single-family subdivision is 10%, and condo townhome is 9%. But then when you look at rental apartments, it's 15%. That's a huge hit. So what I would suggest is that we consider the 20% on-site requirement for the for sale, which is the single family subdivision and the condo townhome, and the development costs hit is 10% at 9%, but go to 15% on-site requirement for the rental apartment, which goes to 11% hit on development costs. And I think that's a middle ground. And I was actually pleasantly surprised as I was reading this report, because I guess I'm a nerd, that the development, sorry, Dan, the development costs are so much lower for the for sale, and the rental apartments are so much higher. And so that's where I would suggest we go. And then it was interesting to me on their recommendations for the in lieu fees. And I definitely agree we need the in lieu fees, because often what happens, we don't want to encourage that all the time, because we really want to build affordable housing, but we need to have an option. And so I agree with what they suggest for the in lieu fees for the single family subdivision and the condo townhome. And that is $289,905 for the single family subdivision, and for the condo townhome, $203,088. But then when they get to the in lieu fees for the rental apartment, they say don't go to the maximum, which is $422,760, but they don't come up with any rationale. So here's kind of what I did, which was actually, and I'm sorry, I misquoted their in lieu fees, or maybe they have them incorrect in two places. But I kind of looked at an average between the for sale, and on page 45, I believe they have different numbers, which is what I was going for there. I think we ought to be looking something around the 300,000 for the in lieu fees. Again, we want this stuff to happen, and we also don't want to kill these projects by just overburdening them with in lieu fees that'll just make, you know, them not pencil out. So that's kind of where I was going with that. And then I'll go to the commercial linkage study. Okay, I've lived here for 27 years. What I've seen in 2 decades is the only new real, so it's not somebody taking over something that already exists. The only really new thing was Good Earth, where they raised the old Albertsons and they rebuilt. But nothing else in the 27 years I've lived here. And I don't think we should expect, and Dan and I have kind of talked about this, I don't think we should expect, there's not going to be huge commercial development here. And I also think in reading the commercial linkage study, I wasn't as thrilled with that one. And it looked like to me there was sort of an arbitrary line drawn in the sand saying, oh, well, we should do between $5 and $10 per square foot. I think that's hugely high. And in reading the study, which that study was even longer, I think what look like some other jurisdictions, I think we should look at a $3 per square foot for the commercial linkage. I think that makes more sense. And should we get new commercial development, which I think is very slim, we also don't want to scare people away. So that,
Vice Mayor,
Yes.
is that across the board, or is that just for one of the 4 categories?
for the commercial linkage, I really only saw across the board in their recommendations. Did I miss something?
No, I just, there's a little difference between the retail restaurants and the office. And
Oh,
the
yeah.
hotel.
Well, to me, I think across the board, keep it simple. I mean, one of the things they say is set it at $5 to $10 per square foot,
Yeah.
and then look at it in a year. What are we doing? By the time we set these, they're never going to change.
Okay.
So and the other thing I would do is exempt anything under 5,000 square feet. which I think some of the other jurisdictions did. And, you know, there may be other ways to cut this, you know, or do this, but I think we should keep it simple to start and not try to slice and dice. As I said, all we've seen is Good Earth in at least 2 decades. And so I don't think we're going to see huge retail. I don't think we're going to see huge hotel coming into Fairfax anytime soon, or I don't think we'll see Macy's coming in. So those are my thoughts, and I do appreciate the work. And I did read it all. Thank you.
So just for clarification, when these suggestions are brought up, Dan, are these things like, these are things that would come back in the ordinance despite the study that's been provided
Yeah,
to us?
that's perfectly fine. I think San Anselmo changed a couple things in theirs. So it's not uncommon. The studies are just an example of what could be.
So we would approve this study as it's presented, or with?
Well, tonight you're approving
Accepting.
them as presented. But then when the resolutions come back and the ordinance come back, that's where I'll change them.
Great. So I was just clarifying because it felt like some of the things we're talking about are for the next meeting and you're just putting it out there now.
Yeah, I wanted to put them out there now because I was hoping we didn't come back with something straight from the studies.
Yeah, it'll be good to work from the basis you've provided.
Thanks for your patience.
I just want to say thank you, because I know that when San Rafael did their study, they did find that 20% was a deal killer, and that 15%, however configured, was a better match. They also, I think the best practices in inclusionary zoning do recommend a certain amount of flexibility in terms of in lieu fees and alternative, pieces of land to build on. I think the concern that a lot of affordable housing advocates have had about the in lieu fee is that it be set high enough to be actually worth something. And also, just some concern about it's supposed to be inclusionary. So, right, we want non-segregated housing. We want to have mixed income housing. And so to the best of our ability, it's good to try to encourage that the additional units be built on site. But provide the flexibility that in the instances where that can't happen, then the money goes into a fund that can help build affordable housing. And San Rafael, of course, has got more land and it's going to get a lot more money than we'll ever get. But they have very effectively used that funding to fund really nice, affordable, 100% affordable housing projects. So it's kind of a nice option, as long as it actually gets spent for that purpose. So,
any other comments?
This is good. This is encouraging. This discussion has gone farther than I expected it to go tonight. So this is great, getting some ideas on the table.
Excellent. Okay. Well, with that,
Do we need a motion?
We do need a
to
motion.
Accept the study?
Yes.
Could I make a motion to adopt the resolution approving the studies in compliance with state law?
second.
Okay. Motion Kohler, second Blash. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan.
Can I ask one question? Do we need a motion to direct staff to return with the ordinance program and the impact fees?
Yeah, that was one of my recommendations.
Okay, so we've already done that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Great. Good night, Dan. Thank you. All right. We're moving on here to, what time is it? Sorry. Do we want to waive the 11:30 rule now?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to waive the 11:30 rule. Do you want a second? Just a second.
Second.
Okay. Motion Kohler, second Blash to waive the 11:30 rule.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, that motion passes, and we are now on to item number 7, which is to receive a report and discuss options and provide direction to staff following the workshop on just cause evictions. Heather.
Mayor and members of the council, I believe we should have our facilitator raising her hand to do a presentation. But I will just tee this up by saying that we had a workshop, as you recall, on May 6th, and this is one of many discussions in Fairfax about just cause eviction and related ordinance, which is on rent stabilization. We did a survey before that workshop for just cause eviction. Her name is Judy Brown.
Oh, I've promoted her.
Oh,
Thank
great.
you.
Okay. Oh, sorry. The purpose of this presentation was to allow the neutral facilitators to report out on what they heard at the workshop, and then allow the council to have a discussion on these topics, and then also decide what next steps they might like to take. I'll turn it over to Judy. Thank you for being here.
Great. Good evening and almost good morning, Judy. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. My name, as mentioned, is Judy Brown. We have some slides to share.
Yes, you would like me to run your PowerPoint?
Oh,
You can do that.
I'm happy to do so.
Either way, whatever works.
Okay. Well, first, I want to start by saying thank you to everyone who participated. And I do want to acknowledge and apologize for some of the limitations of the workshop. I know some folks have been here listening for the past few hours. I know some folks in the room have emailed us directly. Also wanted to mention, we do not live in Fairfax. We have no affiliation with any of the organizations that have been involved. And this is meant to give a report out of what we heard. So this is, again, overview of the process. These points in the process, our firm was not involved in. I'll share what we've done, which is essentially the synthesis of the survey. We facilitated the workshop, and then we also had a digital comment card that we had a lot of great comments on. So what you're looking at here is kind of an overview of the whole process. Some of you are very familiar with this, so I won't go into a lot of detail. These slides will be available as well, because again, these are activities that we weren't involved in, but wanted to give a full picture of the process. So I'm here to talk about the survey that was available from April 12th to April 23rd, had 253 responses. The workshop, which was held Saturday, May 6th, and the online comment card that was offered as well as a supplement to the workshop. So during the workshop, we asked folks to prioritize which topics they wanted to discuss. So the ones that you see highlighted here were actually discussed during the workshop. The other topics were also included in the comment card. And as I mentioned, we got a lot of input on those. So I'll just run through these types of units covered. We also tried to, this is a synthesis of all three of those different inputs of outreach. So we also, where possible, tried to give the landlord and tenant perspective. So under exempt, we have room rentals and owner occupied single family homes. This is types of rental units covered. ADUs, units that are offering below market rate rents. What we could glean as a tenant perspective, again, this is a synthesis of verbal comments that were made, chat comments that were made, items from the survey, and also items from the comment card. So including duplexes, this section does not specify deed restricted affordable housing, which is not covered in either ordinance nor AB 1482. This means the largest apartment complex in Fairfax is not covered by tenant protections. How will Fairfax cover them? Regarding ADUs and rooms rented in a house, the landlord is benefiting from the exchange. So why should the burden of displacement for a renter fall entirely on the renter and not be shared by the income receiving landlord in at least a small way? And here's also a direct quote: if there's not an exemption for single family owner occupied homes, it's definitely going to constrain the number of affordable homes that are available in a county. Next, we had breach of lease. Subleasing should be permitted to replacing tenants, not increasing the number of tenants. Tenants should be prevented from subleasing in order to make a profit. Tenants should not be allowed to sublet as an Airbnb or temporary rental without full disclosure to and approval of the landlord. The landlord should have more time to review the request for subleasing, and no subleasing without written permission. There was a lot on subleasing specifically in the comment card, and this full report is available on the website. There's also a link where you can see all of the comments. They have been anonymized, though we've hidden the column with the emails. Tenant perspective: family members should be able to move in unless health and safety standards are breached. Tenants should be granted more than 14 days to reply. And again, where possible, we included some direct quotes to kind of show just the span of different opinions associated with these topics. So I simply do not understand how any tenant can have unilateral subleasing rights. That goes against the entire grain of personal property rights or any doctrine of fairness whatsoever. Tenants should be required to gain approval from a landlord before being able to sublease to anyone. Next is owner move-in. Concern that the ordinance as written will result in housing providers feeling restricted in who and how they rent to Fairfax residents. Expand family members allowed to move in, grandchild, sibling, caretaker. The tenant perspective: there's a concern for owner move-in being used to evict tenants without oversight, limit family members to immediate family of landlords. So again, we're seeing opposing perspectives here. Family definitions for renters and landlords should be the same, was pretty much across the board there. Another direct quote: I think owners need to show intent to stay long-term, like not move in and then move out in a year and rent again. Maybe put a limit of time before it can go back as a rental. Additional eviction protections for elderly, disabled, or terminally ill tenants. This was a topic that was not discussed at the workshop, but again, came up in the other inputs here. So change definition of elderly to 65 plus, 72 plus, 75 plus, 79 plus. Reduce notice period to 6 or 3 months. And then, of course, the opposing perspective is increase the notice to 18 months. Here's a few quotes here. This is a fundamental measure to avoid discrimination and evasion of legal obligations. I would increase the amount of notice up to as much time as is remaining on the lease or otherwise included in the notice period for lease renewals. Make an exception when the rental is in a single family home and the property owner is elderly, disabled, or terminally ill. Buyout agreements. Would like for there to be caps on buyout agreements, 1 to 12 months of rent. Limit of buyout to the amount of time left on the lease, not applicable to month leases. Language seems written more on the side of housing providers than protecting renters. Again, the opposing view. I've heard of some horrific stories about people being extorted for certain amounts of money for someone to leave. The section should be amended to require that the tenant may rescind the buyout agreement for up to 45 days after the agreement is fully signed, without some time period where the buyout agreement is maintained as an option for a tenant to sign while the tenant consults with an attorney. The right for the tenant to consult with an attorney is reduced to a mere statement on paper with no meaningful guarantee that the tenant can actually exercise that right. Next, we had right of return. Exempt successor landlords, exempt owner-occupied single-family home. Clarify how landlords should contact tenants for right of return. Reduce current requirement of 5 years. Tenant perspective should be maintained as a protection against evictions and immediate upselling of unit. Right of return is only for no-fault evictions. It enables tenants the opportunity to move back into their unit if and when it becomes available after they've been evicted. Please retain. Clarify timeline for tenant to accept right of return. Here's a direct quote. There's a huge loophole that landlords have been taking advantage of. Basically, they'll say, we're going to close down the property. You've done nothing wrong. At this point, they just need to use it for now, say like the owner move-in. However, that rental will go right back on the market and they will jack up the prices for the next tenant. So this is meant to prevent that, and it is extremely important to keep in there. Next, we have additional eviction protections for educators, educational staff, students, and families. Further defining a student teacher, for example, full-time classroom adult educator. There was a question if this is just for Fairfax School District, and we know that that's the school district is not in Fairfax. Only apply to low and very low income tenants. And then opposing side, all teachers, students, and support staff need protection during the school year. Direct quote, explore ways to encourage landlords to rent to these groups with incentives instead of rules and fees. Relocation payments, differentiate between permanent and temporary relocation. Increases in relocation pay should not be tied to CPI, but should align with increases identified in the rent stabilization ordinance or 60% of CPI. Reduce relocation payment requirements and only allow for relocation payments after 12 months. Do not apply to single family homes, ADUs, or owner occupied homes. Tenant perspective would like this regulation to become valid upon move-in. Tenants are otherwise offered no assistance for relocation. Please retain. Keep as is. The amount in the ordinance doesn't adequately cover expense of being relocations. These again were direct quotes. I was asked to leave my duplex after being an absolutely perfect paying tenant for 15 years with my small family. And when I was asked to leave so that the owner could make repairs and make the apartment more expensive, the duplex more expensive, I wasn't given anything at all. I would cap temporary relocation benefits to that prorated amount paid by the tenant or an equal decrease or credit toward rent upon return of the tenant. Temporary relocation payments. There wasn't a lot of distinction between the two in the conversations and in the data collection instruments. So I do want to mention that. These were more general comments. A request to include more protections for landlords from abusive tenants in their homes. A request for more landlord-friendly language being included, as in housing providers instead of landlords. Requests to have town staff and experts that can answer questions about the ordinance content, and a request for more engagement with landlords on these ordinances and with the general community. We heard a lot of repealing ordinances, defining Fairfax specific issues, and starting anew with a representative group of stakeholders. The town council has lost our trust. These ordinances are not based in equity, diversity, inclusion, economics, sustainability, and data. Both renters and housing providers need protections. Many on both sides are marginalized. The solution needs to be balanced for all parties. Ultimately, it needs to involve creating more subsidized housing from the government through taxes. So some recommendations. We've shared a comprehensive report of the outreach efforts. We're here discussing these next steps. From where we say identifying a representative group of stakeholders, that's individuals, community-based organizations, business and trade associations, real estate developers, tenant protection advocacy groups, et cetera, who may be called to discuss proposed changes with the subcommittee or other town council members after today's meeting. And that is our report out. And I'm going to turn it back over to the mayor and council members.
Thank you very much, Judy. And Heather, do you have anything else to add on to that?
Nothing to add. I just want to again thank Judy for sticking with us through this meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, any questions, or do we want to just open public hearing on this?
Can I just ask a quick question?
Sure.
Okay, so I noticed that you broke it down by tenant perspective and landlord perspective, but I had friends who are homeowners and not landlord. So I was wondering if there was a breakdown by homeowner that's not a rental property owner in the answers.
We did our best to kind of segment them based on what we could glean, both from the conversations that happened as part of the workshop and from what people were sharing about the demographics, their own, who they were representing in the survey. So there's some limitations there for sure.
Great. Thank you. If there are no further questions for Judy, we can open the public comment on this item. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Can you hear
Now
me
you're on.
now?
Yeah.
Okay, hi. Todd Greenberg here. Judy, thanks for this report. It's better than what the seminar or the workshop, so-called workshop was. I have to note for everybody listening out in the audience throughout Marin that the workshop, in my opinion, and many others, was very poorly conducted. For those of you who weren't on it, for those of you who weren't one of the 115 only people, 115 people, probably a lot of them that aren't Fairfax residents, are deciding the fate of people in Fairfax. So this is full of bias and input from people who should not be making decisions here in Fairfax. Okay. There is a lack of in-person ability. So there were all kinds of elderly people who didn't get to participate in this. There was no mailer that went out to all Fairfax residents that I'm aware of. Half an hour or so into it, people had to re-log in because they had some kind of technical failure. There were many technical issues. Basically, this is full of what a statistician would say are multiple forms of study bias. Now, I don't know what was paid in this grant, but I think the people of Marin County and the people of Fairfax should know how much was spent on this and know that basically it's marginal information. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Next speaker, please.
Thank you very much for your report. My name is Candace Judy. You know, this report actually yielded a lot more than what I felt was actually going to come. So I'm actually a little impressed and relieved. There were many issues with the workshop, including people not being able to access it because they didn't have computers. I personally put it on a business downtown TV so that people could at least view it. Seniors had issues getting on. Comments were limited to 1 minute. The actual workshop was cut short, almost 3 hours, when people were planning on joining after their jobs or other times. Kids. You know, the spam bombing, that was one thing, and I understand technical difficulty, but not allowing more than 100 and whatever people in your initial when you already had an RSVP of over that number was not good. I didn't appreciate that I also started receiving a lot of emails from civic makers that I didn't sign up for after emailing all of you. I also was asked originally regarding this workshop for patience and open hearts and minds and coming together to build something for Fairfax together as Fairfaxians. I don't feel that that is what happened. It was delayed. It was cut short. A single minute to relay some of these issues was very difficult to do so. And then to cut the whole thing short, 3 hours, when there was obviously a lot of topics and minutes and people wanting to speak. I know a lot of people still had their hands up on topics that were not answered. You know, we could do better. And I think that you should trust Fairfaxians, that's renters and housing providers, to be able to come together. There have been contentious workshops before on major issues in this town. I warned civic makers by making it Zoom only that this might be a Brown Act violation and discriminatory. And I did so to the council as well. And I just feel that, you know, that these were warnings that could have been taken into advanced like thought and perspective. So I appreciate you. Thank you for this report. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Candace.
Michael McIntosh. Again, I will pass on a compliment that I thought the report certainly reflected a much better result than what I think was available when you limit your subject study to 115 people, especially when you're including people from outside the community. I think that by itself should really disadvantage any credibility from this report. I think the council should really reach out to the community that you represent. We're not trying to make something that we're not. And if you start looking for ways to get rid of your tenants by listening to people from different communities, you will lose them. There is no landlord, housing provider, or someone who has a room in their house that would ever get rid of a good tenant. You build a friendship. And like on my property, I can honestly tell you, they're not tenants. And that's why people live there so long. They're my friends that help me protect my property. And we all make considerations. But when you put these restrictions, you can't get rid of somebody, it precludes a new opportunity because you can't afford the risk of bringing somebody new in. And this is really where the council has failed. You reached out for the card for no combustion material or combustion equipment. You didn't reach out to the community. You've heard an overwhelming response from registered Fairfax voters. If Fairfax has 7,500 voters, and even with this report, you're going to allow 115 people that are not even all Fairfax residents, let alone voters, to determine the fate of something, that is why over 1,000 people, 10 times that amount, came together to file something for the initiative, not because they necessarily did or didn't like rent control or just cause, but they want their voice to be heard. That's the disappointment that this council has really presented to this town. I too have been coming to these meetings for 21 years. I've never seen a town torn apart like this. And it's interesting over one simple issue, something that really should be a town-wide concern to embrace so we can protect those people that need protecting, but not harm everybody in its path. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker.
I was on that Zoom meeting and I didn't speak and I didn't write in anything. I think it's interesting that I think we would all agree that that Zoom meeting, I don't even know what to call it, but it was, I agree that it was not a good meeting. But I also think that it was taken over a lot of the time by, I'm going to say landlords, but a lot of that meeting was taken over by arguing over whether landlords wanted to be called landlords. A lot of time was taken up in that meeting over that issue. I am feeling like as this continues, that it's the loudest voices in the room that are getting their voices heard. And I don't think it's representing everybody. And honestly, I have the same issue I've always had as far as tenants go. I don't even know that they know that this is going on, first of all. Second of all, there's been absolutely no safety in tenants being able to speak for themselves in any of this process whatsoever, including right now.
Please allow public commenters to speak, and please don't speak while they're commenting.
That's been going on this entire meeting tonight, directed at me personally, and it's been extremely uncomfortable.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to keep speaking. I'm not saying anything wrong. So that's what's going on, is that that tenants' voices are being squashed even right in this moment. So I don't know what the answer is at this point, but I do know that I wish that everybody's voices were heard. And I'm talking about on all sides, but I'm deeply concerned that tenants' voices are not actually being heard in any of this. Thanks.
Thank you.
I apologize to the speaker. I think the noise was when I put my water cap.
No, it wasn't when you put your water bottle down. There have been people snickering and speaking on top of the speakers this whole evening. So it's the same group that always does it though, but please continue.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Wendy. Yeah, there were issues with the workshop, and a lot of it was another hostile environment at times. It was tough, but I think that the rewatch for me was kind of a moment to where I didn't feel the charge of what was going on. I was able to like really hear and glean what was said, and then there were some takeaways. There was definitely some consensus, and unfortunately, I don't think they were captured in the report here, but on lodgers, the lodger exemption, I think is an area that definitely there was consensus on both sides that that's an amendment that should be made. And also in the area of subleasing, that there was definitely some consensus there. So I think it's time to like move forward with some of these pieces where there's agreement in the room and direct staff to come back with some of these amendments. And so those were two areas. And I also think that there were areas of possible clarification that would help all that people are kind of grabbing onto because there's ambiguity. So maybe taking some time to direct staff and clarify like who is a student, who is a teacher, like how is someone going to be, what's the process to find someone, in the 5-year right of return, like what does that really look like? I think would help all. And then I just want to lastly say like what's happened at Creekside is we really need to get this into action. There was we were lucky that there was a manager who stood up to the property owner of the complex and said, no, this ordinance was in place, because the property owner was going to, at each individual tenant, seeking a higher than 3% increase, and then was dependent on them to fight back and push back against it. And they didn't know where to go to get support on that. So we can't do much more of this workshop because workshopping, because we already know folks want to repeal. They've submitted the paperwork, and I think they will continue to attach to these workshops, and there will be no product.
Thank you, Joe. Anybody else in the room?
Mark, Bill, I think Todd was being generous when he said a half hour. The first half hour was technical difficulties. It was more like 45 or 50 minutes. And I think also when people only have 1 minute to try to condense a lot of information that they want to get out, really doesn't make for the best form of communication. As I told you before, some of this is probably okay. Over a third of it is so draconian, it's unbelievable. And the other third can probably be worked out through compromise. You probably really need to start over again from scratch, including landlords in the discussion. Certain things are just totally absurd, like a 5-year right of return. It's totally absurd. The property owner is supposed to hire a private investigator? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Temporary displacement, you have to pay up to $2,000 for somebody's dog, but nobody has a problem paying $2,000 in the council for, putting an animal in a cage for a month. But, if someone's charging $2,500 for a place and they want to raise the rent, all of a sudden they're, parasites. I believe that's the word that's been bandied about. Yeah, you really need to get everyone back to the table and start from square one. ground zero, whatever you want to call it. You know, the ordinances aren't doing people a favor. And you're going to see a backlash. You're going to see units, you already have seen units taken off the market. That's not helping. I mean, I could go on. You were there. You heard how many people speak for their 1 minute. They're just, you know, they're just, it's a bad ordinance, as is the other one.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm Dave Bronco, and I don't really know, didn't come prepared to say anything. I heard a lot of good stuff, but one of the things I do want to reply to is a couple of things. One, my tenants are my friends as well, and I've had many tenants. In fact, there's many of my tenants have told me, the ones that are still there, even 10 years later, there's a few that I have that they couldn't afford to live in Marin if I wasn't living anywhere in Marin, if I wasn't their landlord and not raising their rent. Now it's in a situation where, you know, in the last year, property insurance has gone through the roof. Things are going up a lot more than 3%. And if you're struggling with a couple different loans on your property, it's not easy to deal with. And I was planning to sell my property, which it's not going to happen now. An investor would not want to come to Fairfax as the very first choice not to come to because of these ordinances. The other thing is, you know, a lot of this stuff is difficult to understand, and I have to go to my $700 an hour attorney whenever I need some help with anything, and tenants get to go to the free attorney. And I have already felt in bad situations. I've never wanted to ever evict a tenant unless they were just horrendous. I've given them all kinds of, I've had people be 2 or 3 months late in their rent and still not start an eviction and find myself in $20,000 eviction. That's before this. My attorney told me that now evictions will be 3 times as much, 3 times as expensive, and 3 times as hard to do and take 3 times as long. So that's what my attorney told me that these ordinances are doing. The rent cap, that's not reasonable, but the ordinances are insane.
Thank you, Dave. We can move on to Zoom. If people want to raise their hands, we're on item 7.
Yes, the first speaker is Susan Malloy, followed by Mallory G. Oops. And Susan, you're unmuted now. Susan Malloy, you might need to unmute your own microphone.
You're right. I want to make 3 quick points. I did attend the workshop, and I felt that the report did not indicate that there were compromises that both tenant advocates and landlords were interested in. And that's a big failing of the report. For example, what Joe had said, that we would exempt lodgers from the just cause eviction, and also provide opportunities for home health workers to live in a residence. And second, I'm not sure that the slide showed, but the overall ordinance, the conclusion of the report was all landlord perspective points. I felt it was not balanced. And finally, going forward, I'm not optimistic that we have any real cooperation on the side of the groups opposing the ordinances. They want to just cancel it, start over, and their campaign for getting signatures relied on a lot of untruths, as we say now. And so they are also very hostile to people like tenants and advocates for tenants. And so it's kind of a toxic situation. They're very hostile to the council members. And I think that we should just go ahead And whatever your next step is, set up a committee that will try to mediate a little bit of this, not have any more workshops or hearings perhaps. That would be my recommendations. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan.
The next speaker is Mallory G, followed by Michael Sexton. Mallory, you're unmuted now.
Okay. All right. First of all, I want to say, as always, you save these big ticket items for people who have to go home. And this is an important item. And once again, it starts after 11 o'clock. This is so not okay every single time. The woman who just spoke, yeah, it's toxic on both sides. Both sides of this is toxic. And you can't just be a victim. You just stand up and you just do what you have to do with the other side. And it's not about just, somebody's talking louder than you are. Then step up and say what you want to say. This was not a workshop. A definition of a workshop is a meeting at which a group of people engage in intensive discussion and activity on a particular subject or project. This was not an engagement. It was a placating 1 minute little thing that you get to say. And I'll tell you, I was not placated at all. And I agree with Michael. This should be a community workshop, not people from outside of Fairfax. It's not their business. They're not Fairfax. And we should keep this part to Fairfax and people who live here and work here. And this workshop was supposed to be from 10 to 3. It ended, it was like a 5-hour workshop. It ended in 3 hours. So I hope you get some refund back for that. And if you want to do a workshop, I mean, I'll volunteer to run it. Somebody in town should do something like that. But make it a workshop, not just another town council meeting where you get a minute or two to talk. Thank you.
Thanks, Mallory.
The next speaker is Michael Sexton, followed by Sierra Tuna Fish. Michael, you're unmuted now.
Great. How's it going? This is Michael Sexton, founder of Fairfax residents.org. I think I do want to just credit the producers of this report indicating, and I was very surprised, indicating the number of times that the repeal option was brought up, at least in the discussion. I wasn't expecting that, and so I do credit them. One of the big issues from the beginning of the workshop was discussing the beginnings of the ordinances. There was no mention that these ordinances were originally crafted by Leah Simon Weisberg outside of the Fairfax Council. And I would really like, and there was tremendous communication between the DSA, Stephanie Hellman, and Chance Catrano in terms of making this all happen. But I would like to get one of them on the record indicating who actually wrote the ordinance or the original model ordinance. From my research, it's the ACCE Fairfax Model Ordinance that was adopted pretty much 9% with a couple of tweaks here and there. But that was one of the big issues I have with both the report and the workshop. It didn't go back far enough to indicate the origins of this. Other than that, regardless of any kind of tweaks that or modifications that might come out of suggestions from this workshop, we still will not be able to vote on it. The only way that the citizens of Fairfax are able to vote on any of this is the petition with 1,000 signatures that will be turned in and placed on the ballot in 2024. In addition, only half of the ordinances were talked about. This did not focus on rent stabilization whatsoever. That's crazy that you leave out one half of the ordinances that you're burdening on us, that we have no input on. Finally, you guys are doing things at, what is it, 11:52 at night, and you're talking about major policy. You guys are crazy. I don't know. You guys must be sadists or something. It's abusive to the community. It's abusive to yourselves. I don't understand why you just don't have multiple meetings and start a lot earlier, because there's a lot of people, a lot of elderly people, a lot of citizens that want to participate that, quite frankly, probably went to bed 2 or 3 hours ago. I mean, for me, this is just kind of crazy. And I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Michael. That's your time.
The next speaker is Sierra Tunafish, followed by Philip. Sierra, you're unmuted now.
It's all pretty unfortunate, and perhaps it could have been mostly avoided, where both sides actually listened to and addressed all the way. It's like their issues, and I understand it and I get it, and most landlords, I think, do. And honestly, it has been hostile to landlords who are not evil profiteers. Some are, but honestly, most of the people that I seem to see in town are mom and pops. There aren't a whole lot of big, huge industrial rental buildings in Fairfax last time I looked. And now it seems to be it's going to be going to a vote rather than something that really was kind of done by listening to both sides to the community, landlords and tenants. I mean, there are problems. Rents are insane. It's not necessarily Fairfax's responsibility to take care of all of them around in the Bay Area. I really liked what Todd, Michael McIntosh, Mark Bell, Candace had to say, Michael Sexton too. And I agree with Wendy Botwin, and I really feel for her. It's all hard, but they all pretty much spoke well, and for me as well. There's issues in these ordinances have problems. I mean, I've worked pretty hard for most of my short life, which is, if we're lucky, we get 50 to 100 years. Anyway, it's just a pretty big surprise. A lot of us have worked for our whole lives to get something. This has been there's a lot of fees and a lot of expenses that are put on the small landlords, and it wasn't well thought out. And that's all, thank you very much. Good luck. And this wasn't implemented well.
Thanks, Sierra.
The next speaker is Philip, followed by Liz Frohnberger. Philip, you're unmuted now.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Great. So first off, I want to say Civic Makers blew it. They blew it. To spend a half hour with porn on the screen and penises being drawn over all the slides and not have control of that is absurd. Whatever amount of money was paid for their services, at least 50% of that should be refunded. Second point I want to make, you all there up in the dais, well, not Lisa Blash, but the other four of you, along with Renee Goddard, installed rent control without talking to critical stakeholders. I've read 25% of the first 100 documents I've seen that have been released to me, and my understanding there's thousands more documents, but it shows clearly that you guys listened and pretty much followed exactly what the ACCE wanted, and it was pushed by the DSA. And you all up there know that. At least I know Member Hellman and Mayor Catrano know that, and I also know Goddard know that from the documents I've seen. So you've taken no responsibility. You've asked the citizens here to accept your edict from on high on the dais. The five of you making this law, and you want us to go to a farcical workshop and compromise with you and find compromise. That's not happening. That didn't happen. This is why 1,000 registered voters in Fairfax put their name on a petition to allow the people to vote this up and down. And that's exactly what's going to happen in November 2024. And Thank God for democracy and thank God for the system, the citizens of Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip.
The next speaker is Liz Froneberger, followed by Skylar Collins. Liz, you're unmuted now.
Hi, thank you. Very quickly, Judy mentioned that these were, as she went through the report, that these were some of the things that were gleaned through conversations was the word she used. There were no conversations. We were never told what they were told at the beginning, even though I asked multiple times and in the chat box. So we have no idea what they were front loaded with. The chat wasn't well maintained because a lot of us were writing in things and they weren't getting answered in a timely fashion. So to be limited to, we were allowed to pick 5 of 9 sections, and then we were allowed X number of minutes in total. Each one of us allowed only 1 minute to speak, so that made it even more fun than some of the town council meetings. But and then at the end of every session, there were people's hands still raised, still wanting to speak. And at about, I think they started wrapping it up a little bit before 1 o'clock. And I know I was on the chat going, wait a minute, this is supposed to go till 3. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. And so someone finally said, well, we have our deliverables. And, there were a lot of people who wanted to talk. And you guys didn't learn anything new, because everything that Judy read in that report, we've heard at town council meetings. And I've said a lot of it, and so have the other people you've heard. So this couldn't have given you any new information that you didn't already know. So, and I agree with everybody else who said this was not a workshop. This was an ability for people to vent their spleen a little teeny tiny bit before they were cut off. I'm sorry that this is going to go to a vote in 2024. Because they're bad ordinances. They're poorly written anyway. And so, this just isn't going to go well, no matter what happens. And you guys have really distanced yourselves from taking any responsibility for this. Oh, we didn't run the workshop. Well, you set it in motion. And then the last thing I'm going to say is, I wish you would throw them all out, start over. I think it's too late for that. And the fact that you guys are willing to play with the Berkeley Land Rent Control Board, oh my God, it's one more little bit of insanity.
Thanks, Liz. That's your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Skylar Collins, followed by Chris P. Skylar, you're unmuted now.
Hello, my name is Skylar Collins, and I would like to be able to afford to live in Fairfax. I appreciate the professionalism of the town council throughout this process, your patience and your endurance during these long meetings. When the town officials are having a discussion, these meetings are actually kind of soothing. I feel that the rent control workshop was modestly productive. Thank you to Judy and Civic Makers for your efforts during a challenging discussion. Some complaints about the workshop are valid, such as the early time cutoff. Regarding its substance, though, there were several opportunities for compromise within the meeting, which I don't think made it into the report, such as exempting lodgers from some sections of the ordinances and limiting subleasing. Repeal-oriented activists seem little interested in pursuing these, and they are committed to a full repeal. Many members of the ordinance protection faction understand the desire to have greater control over who lives in the property owner's home, and that the subleasing sections allow for more freedom on the part of the tenants that the property owner signed up for. However, the process complaints are getting in the way of substantive discussion in this meeting and also during the workshop, where much of people's time is spent complaining about the workshop process. Also, I share an earlier speaker's concern that in the workshop, tenants' voices were being drowned out by the vocal opposition, particularly with, including tonight, and some of the language used to describe the Democratic Socialists in particular is not equitable to the language being used to describe the repeal faction, pardon me. DSA have been called authoritarians who are causing devastation, and I think the worst word we've used is landlords. I hope we can lower the temperature of these conversations, speak to policy rather than process, and find compromises. Thank you kindly for your patience through this process.
Thank you, Skylar.
The next speaker is Chris P., followed by PJ Pfeffer. And Chris, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Good morning, Town Council. Okay, so I think it needs to be said that the leaders of the opposition to these ordinances don't simply want their voices to be heard. They want complete control of the town. We need to take note of how many of them deride like the Town Council over every single item on the agenda that they're able to. They were honest about wanting a voice. They could have attended the Just Cause workshop in good faith, as renters did. Instead, some leaders of the opposition showed up to derail, disrespecting both the facilitators and the renters on the call, denigrating the entire process with foul language and complete contempt for fellow residents. Please uphold both ordinances, making amendments where necessary, particularly to the lodger section. This process was long and arduous, and renters finally have a group of elected officials who listened and acted to protect them over moneyed interest. Thank you so much. Have a good morning, I guess.
Thanks. Good morning.
Now, next speaker is PJ Pfeffer, followed by Naomi. PJ, you're unmuted now.
Hey, thank you. I share a lot of the sentiments you heard initially by Wendy, who continues to show up very bravely in person, and Joe. And, like some other people have mentioned, it really does feel like this process has been drowned out by some of the loudest voices who are flooding the zone with some substantive, but very, very few substantive complaints, and mostly process complaints, and not listening to any responses back, not responding to them in their push for the maximal solution in their mind of just repealing the ordinances. They just want nothing. It's hard to be motivated to continue to try and work to adjust the ordinances to suit the best needs of the town when ultimately the people pushing to revise them are not going to be happy until they go away completely. Although they say that 1482 sets the right amount. It's not like that was made in a vacuum. If 1482 is different, would they say that's the right amount? Why don't we actually try and find a substantive solution that works? I guess the town should move forward, but it really feels like there isn't anything new, factual, like a real life basis that's been different. Like Liz Fronenberger said in the past months, that's been spoken up against these ordinances. So it really does feel like any changes are more a reaction to not liking being yelled at, as opposed to a substantive issue that we're looking to adjust. Thanks.
Thanks, PJ.
The next speaker is Naomi, followed by Jody Timms. And Naomi, you're unmuted now.
Hello, Council and fellow citizens. Thank you for being there tonight and for all the work you do. I was at the workshop and I really appreciate the work of the facilitators. I also agree that it was a difficult day. I would have preferred that it continue until 3 and that all attendees could have spoken. There were people who spoke eloquently, respectfully, and intelligently on both sides of the issue. However, it is important to remember that lack of civility can really poison the well. The tenor of the meeting was difficult from the beginning, not only because of technical issues, but also because of the combative and abusive behavior by a few members of the community who think that they should be able to speak longer and louder than everyone else. I agree with Joe and with Skylar about the consensus items that came forward during the workshop. I think specifically the lodger exemption was definitely a point that could be agreed upon, and the subject of subleasing as well. I think the real takeaway for me is that we need to get these ordinances into action sooner rather than later. The law should be implemented so that both renters and landlords can understand how they should proceed in the months ahead. Speaking from personal experience, it is very difficult as a renter to request that landlords follow the law when implementation is not in place. We need to have clear online tools that will help renters and landlords easily calculate appropriate and timely rent increases that are in accordance with the current law. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Jody Timms, followed by AC. Oh, Jody Timms, you're the last speaker. And you're unmuted now.
Good evening, Council. I was at the workshop, and rather than even discuss that, I guess I want to mention a couple of things. One, we voted for those of you who are up on the dais. That's how participatory democracy, representative democracy works. You don't have support to withdraw these ordinances in spite of the very vocal and very disrespectful folks who have spoken against them. The workshop was intended to look at amendments. That was a very difficult process to make happen. The agenda item is to receive the report and discuss options to move forward. I don't see that there's good faith by most of the landlords who have spoken up, who are against the ordinances. I think I totally agree with Wendy and several others that renters who are critical stakeholders and also weren't all reached out to, and home providers who support renter protections, such as myself, couldn't possibly feel safe or respected speaking up tonight and previously, and certainly in the workshop. So when it comes to discussing the options, I think 2, 3, and 4 are the ones that make sense to me. Either a couple council members, 2 council members should work together to work on the amendments. Many, as has been mentioned, were consensual. Or the full council should go over the language that needs to be in the ordinance. And we need to implement, we need to make the changes, and it needs to be implemented while those who want a ballot play out that process. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jody.
There are no more speakers.
All right, we're going to close public comment on that item. And let me just be the first to say it's totally inappropriate that we're having these discussions at this hour. And it's not like that's a surprise to anybody. But yeah, I like take some responsibility for it. And I also am feeling totally frustrated and confounded in the fact that we're ending up in this situation, even when we try to move consent later so that we can get to the meatier items earlier. It seems like even trying to do some things with the agenda and even going to 2 minutes and even trying to, maybe it's just being too lenient with the 30-minute public open time, or maybe I'm not quite sure. I can't quite figure it out, but we're back here at 12:10 again. So we have more work to do on that. And in that regard, we still have business to do tonight, right? I mean, we still have multiple other items, quite a few other items this evening. So in moving the consent after all the regular items, I don't think we've succeeded. Actually, I think it's become a little ineffective. And I don't think that tonight we're going to be able to really dive into what's been presented to us. I think it's great that we're receiving this, but I mean, I see one world where this is at another council meeting, but I also see, unless we have a special meeting where this is the sole item and it starts early and it just goes and we handle it, I don't see how this isn't going to continue to butt up against all these things, because we keep getting comments and then we get to 12 and we haven't even talked amongst ourselves. It's just not right. So I would be more than happy to suggest a special meeting. Staff probably will not like that idea. But I would feel best or most confident that we could take this on as a council at a special meeting where we just have the time early enough and everyone can participate early enough, and not just the survivors who make it through the gauntlet of the first 4 or 5 hours of the meeting. But that's my feeling on it right now.
I know that staff aren't going to love it, but
I did ask the mayor, there certainly isn't the time tonight to discuss even the options for moving forward and providing staff direction on the just cause. And I want to be specific. The workshop was to be on just cause. That's what we decided. That's where we heard a lot of the concerns. So, but I think we heard a lot of public comment. And one of the things that I'm sort of grappling with is we have folks who even in open time talked a lot about the petition that they're going to deliver and how we need to rescind these ordinances. And then we did move things. We tried to get to the main course early and we still didn't get there. But I'm supportive of doing a regular meeting or a special meeting just to discuss these options, decide what we do next. But I also want to say that the workshop had a lot of technical issues, and I think Judy was going to talk about some of those, but in interest of time did not. But let's, I guess, go for a special meeting in a couple of weeks and only focus on this. But for the folks who just really want to rescind these, obviously it's democracy, it's free speech, you can come say those things, but I'd really like to hear from the people who would like to talk about amendments. I mean, let's to the just cause and let's see if we can do something in the meantime while this ballot initiative is moving forward. And so I'm in agreement with you as far as a special meeting, but I also would hope that folks, we've heard you. I hope you attend, but I don't think we need to hear a lot about let's rescind this. We know that that's where you want to go for some folks, but I also think one of the reasons this workshop was on Zoom, and I know the mayor and I worked together on it, and we had a lot of concerns about that. We wanted to do it in person, but one of the reasons the facilitators felt really strongly was to create a safe space for everybody. And I've known Wendy for a number of years. She's not a shrinking violet, and she sits through these meetings to the bitter end. It doesn't feel good to try to represent your thoughts. And I also know that in previous meetings, landlords didn't feel like they were heard. So we've got a problem, but let's try to, I don't think we should try to go further tonight with this. And I think we should figure out a special meeting in a couple of weeks, not next week, please.
Not next. No.
No. Thank you. I have a couple of comments. And I agree with both of you, and I'm in favor of a special dedicated meeting on this. A couple of things I wanted to address. So I went back and listened to all of the meetings. I actually did. I went back and listened to all and there was 30 hours of workshop, study session, whatever you want to call it. And there is nomenclature floating out there, but it's all the same thing. It's a discussion where that the topic is the rent protection. We have public comment, and then we deliberate and we exchange with staff. And some jurisdictions are calling that workshops. Some of them are calling it study sessions. We agendized this topic, but it's all the same thing. If you talk to anyone that works in public sector, it's all the same thing. So I just wanted to clarify that. So we had upwards of 30 hours of public input and deliberation on the topic, and leading up to the first and second reading in November. And since then, I know that each one of us has been speaking with the community, and you can call those listening sessions. So one-on-one, emails. The mayor and I have met with a couple people at a time. So all of us have been listening, and we've stated up here on the dais many times that we heard the
reaction and we took a pause. We really operated in good faith to have this workshop. And I won't comment beyond what was already said tonight. I agree with a lot of it, but let's just say it was suboptimal. I do think we gleaned some value out of it. I also want to respond to Mr. Michael Sexton. There has been full transparency on the roles that myself and the mayor played with this. I have written to several people and Leah Simon Weisberg of ACE actually presented in March of 2022. So I really encourage, and we have said in emails that meeting, she wrote the model ordinance. There's no lack of transparency on that. I have documented this in emails to several individuals in the community. Candace, you're one of them. I'll forward it to you again, just so you have that information. Yeah. Okay. So I was just confused why there's a stated lack of transparency when I've done everything I can to really explain the process. So I think that's all I wanted to say. I'm in favor of a special meeting, and I do think there's, a handful or more of adjustments that the community will respond favorably to. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just, so want to know, I know some people, the public are wanting to respond, but I think we're not really supposed to go do a back and forth in the council meeting, although it would be fun to do it. So that's just why I think we're not responding. I just did want to note that I was disappointed in the workshop and I did not have any part to do with the planning of it. But I do think we still got good information out of it. And I want to say that I'm quite grateful for the people that did not try to disrupt, who held on and tried to eloquently state their point of view from whatever side they were coming from. That was much appreciated. I did watch it very carefully. I also want to note that I have read the ordinance and many other people's ordinances over and over again. I think I probably put in a good 30 hours over the last month or so on this. So, I am both talking to people in the public, but also going over things very carefully against the notes that I have from talking with people. So people are being heard. I think the one thing that's hard is, I've heard people say this in the past before, that being heard and is one thing. Sometimes people feel like they're not being heard unless they get exactly what they want. But politics is the art of compromise. So people can hear you. They just may not agree with every single point that you are making. I did also want to note that the same people keep saying they're very upset about outsiders speaking about this, but then they invite outsiders to speak about this. Some of the outsiders that we are referring to are rental property owners who live in San Anselmo or live in Santa Cruz, or, various other people have talked to me who own a property in Fairfax and want to have something to say about it, even though they don't live here. So, there are people from outside who have a stake in this from both sides of the argument. And I just wanted to put that out there because I've had a number of landlords write to me who live outside of the community or come up to me in San Anselmo and talk to me. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I think that's all I'm going to say for now, but I am interested in having a special meeting. I have sat and very carefully sketched out a number of points that I would think should be addressed. And I'm happy to move forward with that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Blash. I want to say that I voted no on the Just Cause ordinance because I felt that there was a lot of changes that could have been made to make it more workable for landlords as well as tenants. But I also want to say, through all this discourse, and I've been really sympathetic hearing the stories from landlords. Some of the discourse has made me not feel as sympathetic. So I realize everybody's frustrated and angry, but I understand that. But I'm hoping if we do this special meeting, we can actually work on some suggested changes that'll be good for the meantime. We can implement and we'll see what happens with the ballot initiative.
Yeah, well, I appreciate all those comments.
especially appreciate, Mayor, your statement at the beginning of your frustration. I've stated similarly myself in at least one previous meeting, that this is a really frustrating process. Frustrates me that the community says, as someone said earlier this evening, we were the worst council ever. Apparently because people think that we are ramming this through and then we're stonewalling, digging in our heels and not wanting to talk about it. And as I've said before, I want to talk about this. I wanted to talk about this tonight. I'm really, really frustrated that we can't talk about it tonight. But I agree with my colleagues here that we can't. It's too late. It's 12:30 and we're just getting started. And so, yeah, and you're mad at us for that too? Yeah, what are we going to do? So, yeah, I think the only way to do it is to have a special meeting in which there is not one other thing on the agenda. It would be nice if we started the meeting early so that we were fresh. I know people will say you can't start it early, but whatever. What we need to do is be fresh. We need to have time to go through this. And a number of us, I imagine all of us, have done a lot of thinking about this and would like to get some ideas on the table, would like to actually put an idea on the table, which not one has been put on the table except process ideas, but actually what we might do about the ordinances to improve them. We've never had the opportunity. I bet all five of us have things in our mind that we are ready to put forward. And the community thinks we're not even wanting to talk about it. This is really insanely frustrating. Talk about a process that isn't working. As far as the workshop, I will say that I thought that if there were a lot of problems, they've all been said about the workshop, the Zoom bombing, the brevity of the time, a lot of topics to be discussed, the fact that it was on Zoom. But I did sense, watching the workshop, a softening of some positions. And I was really glad to see that. There were people on both sides who seemed to be saying, well, this could change, this could be compromised. And so I'm glad to see that. I hope somehow in this town we can come together, being the coolest town on earth, all mellow hippies, that you would think that we would be able to actually get along with each other and actually discuss it without such animosity. I hope we can continue in that discussion. Maybe it'll work better if it's earlier in the evening, but yeah, we need to do a special meeting, and we need to structure it in such a way that we don't start out the meeting. And I don't know how this can be done. Maybe legal counsel can help us with this, not right this minute, but I'll ask staff to really think about how we can structure the meeting so that we don't start out by hearing hours of what everybody doesn't like about everything before we can start talking about how to fix it, because we'll never fix it. We're just stuck in this repeating stupid pattern. And so, yeah, that's the main thing. I do think that there was some softening. I would like to continue this discussion. I think we could have a productive discussion. I think people might even be surprised. I don't know what everybody thinks, but I think people might be surprised to find that we have some ideas among us if we could ever actually talk about them. I look forward to doing that.
No more public comment at this time. It's 12:30. We have a dozen more items, please. Councilmember Blair.
I can say something to that. It's not just a matter of how it normally works in the council meeting, but it's a matter of who's in this room. This is not representative of the community. It's a small, tiny number of people. And I would love to just have a discussion. That would be a nice thing to do. To me, what a workshop would be We all get together and we talk about it. We had, if I can just indulge for a moment to describe a workshop, 2 workshops that happened years before. It was my first involvement with the town was GPAC. And on GPAC in this room, we broke up in a very well publicized and very well attended workshop. We broke up into 6 groups and there were 6 tables and each table had a big map. And the groups that formed around those tables drew on the maps and talked about how the downtown, that was the subject of the workshop, was the downtown element. And it was really creative. The groups came together, then they came back out of the groups and everybody from the groups talked about what they had done. Then we went back into the groups again, then came back out again. There was information all over the walls to seed the process. And this happened on 2 different days, workshops like that. It was really one of the finest moments I've seen in Fairfax. I wish we could do something like that again. That actually, I won't even go into what happened to those ideas, but it went back into this other mode that Fairfax can get into, which led to one of the worst moments of Fairfax, also in this same room where people were screaming at each other so much.
So we might want to rehash that.
It's crazy how we could be a town that, as we see ourselves in this town, as we view ourselves as being capable of working together, and it only happens for a moment here and there, but the public process just seems to be so broken. I hope we can get better at it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ackerman. Were you going to say something, Councilmember Blash? And then we should probably move on.
I just want to say something really quick and then we need to move along. So, I mean, I kind of counted and, I think there were 5 people who spoke on multiple items and it took up about an hour. So, I want us all to think about the way that we participate in meetings and how we all take part in sort of pushing things back. It's fine. I really want to encourage people to participate, but sometimes one person speaking over and over again makes it hard for other people to participate by pushing the meeting so far back. So I'm willing to continue to try to speak less if other people are. I used to come into this room as an advocate, like a lot of you guys are coming in. And I've done a lot of work with Marin Organizing Committee. And after a while, when we pretty much knew, like on a topic like Victory Village, like what the town council knew what we wanted, right? We would come in a huge group because now we can do that in person again, right? And 2 of us would speak and then they'd turn around and say, everybody in this room who supports, Victory Village at this point, stand up and raise your hand. And people would just stand up and raise their hands. And then we'd say, thank you very much, sit down and move on because we didn't want to waste the town council's time. We just wanted the town council to make a decision on something. So, I mean, you're free to do whatever you want. That's democracy. But, if you really want a decision made, it's possible to have like 1 or 2 spokespeople and have them, find some way to show that there's a huge amount of support and then, get the town council to move on to make the decision that you're hoping they're going to make. So just wanted to put that out there as a possible strategy.
Thank you. So in terms of next steps, are we good just giving staff direction to bring this item for a special meeting, June 21st or something in 2 weeks? I don't know. That's the middle of June, but.
Yes, can we do a poll and make sure we have availability for
Yeah.
everyone? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Just one add on to that. I mean, would it be helpful for staff and in the interest of being efficient and productive? Would it be helpful to provide staff, like we could collectively just provide staff with ideation so they could provide, well, no, they can email, we can email them. I mean, or are we just going to do this?
We're just going to have to just like do the deep dive.
Not like we did in July. I mean,
Essentially, yeah, like we did in July of last year.
Yeah.
We'll have to we're just going to go through it.
Clause by clause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that this report, the beauty of the report, both what they gleaned from the pre and the post and during the workshop itself, is there's just like a lot of different stuff that's been thrown out there. And I think this is stuff we've heard from newly engaged folks in the community, which we pause this process for and reopen the process for. It would behoove us to actually take into consideration each and every one of those types of things and see where we're at. That's my feeling about it.
Yeah. Okay.
That sounds good. So you don't need a motion to continue, anything like that? No.
No, this was just discussion and direction to staff. So the direction to staff was to establish a special meeting.
Can I make a
Okay.
motion on this?
I wanted to make a motion to continue a
And
couple of items.
So that's what I
Really
was
quick,
going to
just
do.
wanted, were you available on the 21st, Bruce?
I don't.
First, for this special meeting?
Yeah. I think that was what Heather had asked, was if there was a straw poll, if we're around.
Of June?
You don't know if you, okay.
Um,
Okay, well then.
We can do
we'll
that
circle back.
offline. Yeah.
Okay, we'll circle back. Thanks. Okay, just one check. Okay, yeah, please bring items to be continued to July.
I would like to move, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
well, I was going to recommend that we continue item 8 and 10's already continued and
What about 9?
proceed with number 9 and hopefully consent will go swiftly.
I was going to continue item 9 too, because it's not critical.
Well, it's not critical, but I think you do have some pending items and it would make your life a lot staff's efficiency and what?
I'm okay with it, with just taking 9
Okay,
next.
second.
Okay. So as a motion, Hellman, second Kohler, to continue item 8 to the regular July meeting and proceed with item 9. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
and Mayor Cutrano.
Yes. Thank you very much. Onward, item 9. Do we have
In 30 seconds or less.
oh,
I can
great.
do it. I can do it. Okay, this is an electronic signature ordinance, and it simply allows, as it says right in the beginning, for any town record that an individual is authorized to sign on behalf of the town, that individual may affix his or her electronic signature. And it's just complying with law to provide for the use of electronic signatures. I think we're all familiar with DocuSign. That's what we're talking about here. We don't need any kind of an ordinance to allow us to accept electronic signatures from others outside of our organization. We can already do that. And so we're just going to be able to authorize any of you, manager, anybody who can sign a town document can do so via electronic means now. It doesn't have to be a wet signature in order to be official.
Great.
And is the reason for this because there's a specific ordinance in Fairfax that says there can't be electronic signatures?
No.
Or why is that?
There's state law that says you have to acknowledge it, accept it, agree to it,
Okay.
decide to do
All right.
it,
Okay.
put it in your code. That's what we're doing. We're putting an ordinance in the code.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll open public comment on item 9.
Couple of things. I thought you just decided you were going to continue this to the next meeting. Did I miss that? Did I
Looking
misunderstand?
at item number 9.
Yes.
Electronic signatures.
So what was continued to the next?
Number
meeting?
8.
Sidewalk program.
Sidewalks continued. Okay. So number 9, I have a question that I think the public should know, that perhaps if you're willing, you'll let the town attorney, while she's here and getting paid, answer. What are the implications legally of having an electronic signature rather than a personally signed signature? I think the public should know before this is authorized.
Okay. Thank you, Todd. Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay.
No.
No one on Zoom? Then we will close the public comment on this item. Take it back to the dais.
I think it's a reasonable question to ask the town attorney. Are there any downsides to using electronic signatures?
No, we think it will actually make things more efficient and bring us up to date with pretty much the rest of the area. with the rest of the world.
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion to introduce, waive first reading and read by title only ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, adding section 2.65 to Title II of the Fairfax Municipal Code to authorize the use of electronic signatures for town records.
I'll second.
Okay, motion Kohler, second Hellman. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
And Mayor Catrona.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Yeah, that was good. Quick. Okay, now we are at the consent calendar. The council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action. Any alternative items on consent may be removed by any town council or staff member for separate discussion and vote. The opportunity for public comments, 2 minutes on consent calendar will occur prior to council's vote on the consent calendar. So we will open public comment on consent.
Thank you, Council. Michael McIntosh. My first comment is, again, I really think that pushing through things that are not just ministerial review or a supportive letter is really in bad form. And the items I'd like to speak is, I'll start with 13, where it says, receive a written report on council members' assignments, committees, activities. Well, in going back and through some of the PRs or PRAs, as well as information that wasn't properly disclosed, I've come across different Zoom invitations and meetings that were not disclosed. So I think the council is in a much better position if they disclose these things to the public so the public knows. So I think putting something like this on a consent calendar when I have things that were not disclosed is really bad form. And I think it's going to be challenging to you. Let's see, 16, approve the First Amendment related for consultant services with 4-Leaf. We're on our third housing consultant. Yes, I understand that you're actually trying to also employ him to work on the just cause rent control. But I think, again, before you keep extending these opportunities, I think it should be better to find really what somebody is working on. So again, I think for just trying to push this through the consent calendar instead of saying, hey, we need help to do this specific subject, bad form. Number 19, adopt 5 resolutions. Well, in fairness, I have been very busy, so I just haven't ripped these out. I do know that, let's see, the UUT, which I believe you collected over $385,000 last year without disclosure to many people that shouldn't have to pay over a $360 cap as by state law, is really a theft. And the fact that you then made some sort of language that if they do not ask for that return within 15 days of the closure of fiscal year, again, is really a theft. But looking at these, and they should be gone through, I will accept that number C is just a continuation at the same rate. The
Thank you,
UUT
Michael.
is the same. Well, excuse me, no, because I also heard from the Attorney General's in a Brown Act that I'm entitled to this conversation.
You could submit the rest of the comments
Well, I
via
know, but I will
email
share
too,
this. I
or
am
before the
tomorrow.
meeting too.
No, I will share this with the public, because I'd like
We have
hear
to conclude this item. So
any sort of tax or financial implication that goes to our property taxes. If it's not something that's just a renewal, you need to share it with the public. Thank you.
great. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, this is Todd Greenberg speaking on the consent calendar. I'd like you to pull, given that the public isn't aware of any of this and not being given any explanation, items number 15, items number 19, item number 23, and item number 24 on the consent calendar. These are things that the public needs to be aware of and involved in, and should not be decided at almost 1 a.m. in the morning. This should go on to the next regular meeting, or it should be tacked on to the special meeting that you're going to call. The public deserves an explanation. Now, I could talk if you gave me more time about some of these if you wanted me to, but you're not allowing Mr. McIntosh to speak, and everybody else has gone home because they're falling asleep like Mrs. Hellman is falling asleep. You were yawning earlier. So now is not the time to do a blanket pass of things that should be on the regular agenda. Wrong packing this consent calendar like you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Next speaker, please.
Candace, Fairfax. With regard to what we were saying earlier about respect, I've really done my best in all these meetings to be that way to all of you. And whether we've talked outside of here or in here or listening to each other. I know some people haven't. I know some people's frustration and anger levels are off the charts. And I've been doing my best to soothe whatever feathers I can out here. But just please recognize that, not necessarily where we sit or what group we may be associated with represents our respect levels for the council or what we're doing here in Fairfax. Regarding the consent calendar, I've been doing some research regarding local consent calendars on other cities in Marin County. The average amount on a consent calendar is 8 items. I'm happy to send those to you to show you examples, whether it's Larkspur or whatever other town city we want to talk about. The issue with the consent calendar is a lot of people, including myself, don't understand a lot of these items, and some of them are very important. And I'd like to understand more. And yes, it's research and more time, and but you just recognize that there's a reason that a consent calendar exists, whether it's to do a second amendment. There's some of these that make a lot of sense, like renewing the same tax. And then there's some that don't. Such, for example, I would like to ask to remove from the consent calendar the approval of number 18 to extend the term of agreement to December 31st, 2023 with 4-Leaf. I think there's some financial implications there that we should all probably discuss, or certainly at a more civilized hour. I also believe that item number 24, and this one in particular, I still have some reservations for, and I'd like that pulled from the consent calendar as well. I believe that there's issues that need to be reviewed, and that after talking to previous mayors and other town council members about why it exists. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very
Have a good night.
much. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Mayor.
Great.
Mallory Geithheim, followed by Michael Sexton. Mallory, you're unmuted now.
Okay, I just want to let you know that I agree with Todd and with Candace, and all the numbers that which I did not write down, I read when they mentioned them. I agree should be not passed through immediately. So I just want to go on record for that. And and for the same reason of not running this late, it would, 8 or 9, 8 would be enough. I don't know why we have so much more complication than the other towns in Marin, but I would like to see that changed as well. And I can't remember the last thing, so I will let you guys go. And thanks for doing all this.
Thanks, Mallory.
The next speaker is Michael Sexton, followed by Frank Egger. Michael, you're unmuted now.
Great. I'll make this brief. Hey, I did want to just make a small point in that there are a number of items on the consent calendar. And I would agree with Candace and Michael McIntosh and Todd there. And the complexity of this just leads people to believe that, something's being covered over, and certainly dealing with it this late at night. Just nothing good happens after midnight, as they say. But I do want to give Mayor Catrano and Councilmember Ackerman tremendous credit for at least recognizing the issue of running so late, and I do give you guys credit for that. And I do want you to know that many of us out here in the audience, where we might differ on policy, we do understand that being council person is a difficult job, and we do appreciate at least respect your stamina for all this. So have a good evening.
Thanks, Michael.
The next speaker is Frank Egger, and you are unmuted now.
Thank you. Frank Egger, Meadow Way.
I'd like to speak on item number 24, the approval of an ordinance giving the town manager the authority to hire and fire department heads. Our police chief and our planning director positions are two key positions in Fairfax that are vital to the whole town. And we elect our council members to represent us. We didn't elect the town manager to make decisions as to who to hire and who to fire as police chief, or who to hire and who to fire as a planning director. That should remain with the town council. You have the authority and you should not be giving it away. That's why we elect you. Please reject this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
There are no more speakers.
All right, we will close public comment on this item and bring it back to the dais.
I wish Candace hadn't left because
She's back.
You're back. First of all, I appreciate what you were saying about your attempt to be calm, and I agree. And I enjoyed our very, very long conversation. With regard to item 18, the staff report for that details it pretty well. I didn't know anything about it till I read the staff report, and I feel like I've got my questions answered at this point. But it says right under fiscal impact and elsewhere as well that there is no fiscal impact. This is extending the term of the contract to get the job done, but it's not extending the amount of money in the contract. So it isn't as serious as it sounds. There's not a fiscal impact. Just wanted to, I'm glad you came back so I could say that.
I'll make one comment and then make a motion on item 24. This was on the regular agenda last time. We took significant public comment on it. But with that, I would like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar in entirety.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Don't everybody jump at once. Not like we're trying to get out of here. Just kidding. Okay, so we have a motion, Kohler, second Ackerman. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
and Mayor Cutrano.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Okay, and we've come to basically the end. I don't think there are any council member reports or comments, but any from the town manager?
Given the lateness of the hour, I'll pass. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Well, we are adjourning in memory of Rita Maria Barafado and Claudette Mayet Greenblatt. Do you want to say anything else, Vice Mayor Kohler?
Oh, no, except for that Claudette's name was Claudette Ray
Oh, that's
Myatt
right.
Greenblatt. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
You want to add an adjournment? Could you just come to the mic and just say the adjournment? Thank you.
I'm not sure if you all know this or not, but we lost a local this last week. Mark Levine passed away. He lived in this town for a very long time and he owned a business here, as goofy as it could be. But I just wanted you all to know that, and that we lost a long-term Fairfaxian this last week, and just to honor him for as well.
Thank you, Candace,
Thank you.
for adding him.
okay. With that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.